In the boundless, endless ocean, a colossal ship was plowing forward, forcing its way through the surging waves. Terrifying bolts of lightning flashed incessantly across the sky as torrential rain poured down. Bean-sized raindrops hammered madly against the wooden deck, crackling as they struck. In the heart of the storm, the mainsail on the mast thrashed violently in the howling wind, as though it might be torn to shreds in the very next instant. "Dad!" A young man with pineapple-like hair braved wind and rain as he rushed to the ship's bow, shouting with all his strength against the gale that was nearly strong enough to hurl a man into the sea. "The storm is too fierce. If we keep sailing like this, the Moby Dick won't hold together. There's the outline of an island ahead. Let's shelter there for a while." Gururara. Whitebeard's iconic hearty laugh echoed through the storm, piercing the curtain of rain and thunder. "Marco, this is the new world. Get used to it." Though he did not give an outright answer, the enormous ship's wheel under his hands had already begun to turn slowly. The Moby Dick, like a gigantic beast struggling in wind and waves, labored to adjust her course. The waves remained terrifyingly violent. Each brutal impact made the legendary giant vessel emit a heavy, exhausted groan. The rain curtain had almost merged into a single sheet, the visibility frighteningly low. Marco stood at the bow, his extraordinary gaze straining to pierce the falling veil of rain. "HM." Suddenly, as though he had glimpsed a sight that absolutely should not exist, he rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. On the reef-strewn shallows near the small island's shore, there was actually a tiny figure. A little brat wearing an extremely crude straw raincoat and a bamboo hat sat there. In his hand, he held a very simple, slender fishing rod. He sat squarely on the reef, letting the enormous waves crash savagely against his body. The fishing line hung straight down into the turbid seawater below. The scene exuded a strange, indescribable sense of eerie harmony. Yet it also felt utterly unreal. "Hey, kid!" Marco shouted at the top of his lungs, forcing his voice through the storm. "Is there a village on this island?" "Which way, eh?" The figure on the reef slowly turned his head. The wide brim of his hat hid most of his face, revealing only the faint outline of a resolute jaw. Across the roaring waves and deafening thunder, Marco's observation, Haki, clearly brought back the boy's reply. "Food. Take me onto the ship, give me food. Once I'm full, I'll tell you the way." Marco was stunned at his words. Then the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upward. In such a terrifying storm, someone could actually sit here fishing so calmly. And he even had the leisure to bargain with the Whitebeard pirates. Interesting. Instinctively, Marco glanced back toward the towering structure of the ship's superstructure. Their father's massive mountain-like figure still stood there steadily. He, too, seemed to have noticed the strange situation. A faintly amused, playful smile hung at the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. He nodded slightly, signaling for Marco to handle it as he saw fit. With their father's approval, Marco turned back again and shouted loudly to the figure on the reef, "All right. Come aboard. There's more than enough to eat." Very soon, a tough rope ladder was swiftly lowered along the side of the Moby Dick. Seeing this, the boy put away his fishing rod. He carefully tied the rod together with a fish basket at his waist that looked heavy and bulging. He reached out to grab the swaying rope ladder, moving with a nimbleness like a mountain monkey. With a few clean, deft motions, he easily climbed onto the wide deck of the Moby Dick. Only then, as many pirates crowded around on the deck, did they finally see his appearance clearly. The youth took off his bamboo hat and straw raincoat. He revealed a slightly immature, yet strikingly firm face. Judging by his looks, he seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old. His entire body had been soaked through by the cold rain and seawater, his black hair plastered tightly to his forehead. "Lewis." He gave his name. His voice was not loud, yet it carried with crystal clarity into the ears of every pirate around him who was listening intently. "First, take him to get something to eat," Marco ordered, his gaze filled with keen interest as he studied this mysterious boy named Lewis. There was an indescribable special aura about this kid. He did not carry the lingering viciousness of pirates who lived with blades at their throats. It was a kind of pure, untainted purity. The crew moved swiftly and soon brought out food. Given the generally astonishing appetites of New World pirates, they had prepared a lavish spread piled high, like a small mountain, enormous sea beast legs roasted, until oil sizzled and dripped, filling the air with mouth-watering fragrance. Baskets heaped with soft, fragrant bread. Several barrels of thick, steaming meat soup that looked rich with ingredients at a single glance. There was also a large platter of fresh fruit, brightly colored and varied. "Eat as you like, kid." A pirate with a ferocious knife scar on his face grinned, his eyes holding a hint of someone waiting to be entertained. They were curious to see just how big the appetite of this skinny-looking little fellow could be. Lewis was not polite in the least. He reached out and grabbed a hunk of roasted meat significantly larger than his own head. He opened his mouth wide and bit down fiercely. Crack! The slab of meat vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lewis's manner of eating could hardly be called refined. He ate at a pace that left people dumbfounded, chewing at an astonishing rate. His cheeks pumped rapidly, as though an ultra-efficient food grinder had been installed inside his mouth. In his hands, a huge chunk of roast meat became nothing more than a pile of bones gnawed spotless in just a few seconds. Then came the second piece. Next was the bread. He grabbed a loaf, stuffed it directly into his mouth, and in just 2 or 3 bites it was gone. Gradually, the surroundings fell quiet. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who had originally worn teasing, amused expressions now all stared wide-eyed. Their mouths hung open in shock, as though their jaws might drop to the deck as they watched Lewis devour the food like a raging storm sweeping away clouds. Gulp. Someone could not help swallowing hard. Adam's apple bobbing. Just how many days has this guy gone without eating? A pirate muttered under his breath. Good grief, his appetite might be bigger than Josu's. Is he a monster? Low murmurs began to spread, their tones filled with unconcealed shock and disbelief. They were pirates who roamed the seas. Every one of them boasted a fearsome appetite. Yet the way this youth ate had completely shattered their understanding. This simply was not a human being's capacity for food. Lewis seemed utterly oblivious to the steadily rising voices around him. In his world, there appeared to be nothing left but the food before him. He simply picked up a heavy wooden barrel, tilted his head back, and poured it down his throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The thick, scalding meat soup rushed down his throat, making clearly audible sounds. He emptied an entire barrel in no time, then unhesitatingly lifted a second. Only when the food that had once been piled like a mountain on the table was completely gone, leaving behind only a mess of bones and a few empty barrels, did Lewis finally let out a long, satisfied burp, a look of contentment spreading across his face. He patted his now prominently rounded little belly, looking as though he had merely eaten an ordinary meal. Burp, I'm full. Lewis picked his teeth and lifted his eyes to look at Marco. The corners of Marco's mouth twitched twice. Now can you tell us where the village is? Lewis nodded and stood up briskly. As he stretched slightly, a series of crisp, cracking sounds rang from within his body, as though the massive amount of food he had just devoured had at that instant already been completely digested and transformed into pure energy. The village is on the eastern side of the island, he said, lifting his hand to point toward the island's interior at the mountain silhouette that appeared faint and blurred in the storm, giving a precise direction. Cross that mountain and you'll reach it, but the wind and rain are too strong now, and the mountain paths are very hard to walk. He paused, then added, come with me, I'll lead you there. The wind and rain seemed to have eased a little, yet the sea still surged with towering waves. It was clearly not yet the time to disembark and head to the village for supplies. On the deck, the pirates, who had just been stunned by Lewis's inhuman appetite, had not fully recovered from their daze. Marco wiped the dampness from his temple, whether rain or cold sweat he could not tell, and let his gaze fall once more upon the boy, whose figure appeared somewhat thin and frail. Hey, brat. Marco's voice carried a heavy note of curiosity as he took 2 steps forward and came to a stop directly in front of Lewis. Aren't you even a little afraid of us? He deliberately hardened his gaze, feigning ferocity in an attempt to intimidate this strange little brat. We're pirates, you know, the kind that burn, kill, and plunder, committing every imaginable evil. Marco deliberately stressed each word, emphasizing how dangerous their identity was. Lewis's gaze did not linger on Marco. He merely cast him a casual glance, as though Marco and the pirates behind him, each wearing different expressions, were nothing more than irrelevant scenery in the background. His eyes slipped past Marco and fixed directly on the man seated upon a colossal chair, a figure as steady and immovable as a mountain. A white coat draped his shoulders, a distinctive crescent-shaped white mustache adorned his face, and his height was more than twice that of an ordinary man, radiating the aura of a sovereign of the seas. With features that obvious, merely by looking at him, Lewis could sense how terrifying the man was. Every cell in his body screamed a warning, urging him not to provoke this being. This was the overlord of the seas, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. After the God Valley incident, the current Whitebeard had begun sailing across the world, gathering those he would call his family. You're Whitebeard, aren't you? Suppressing his instinctive urge to flee, Lewis met Whitebeard's gaze, heated. The former division captain under rocks, Edward Newgate. The air suddenly stilled. The astonishment on the surrounding pirates' faces had not yet faded when an even deeper layer of disbelief washed over them. Rocks. That name was like a taboo. No one had dared mention it before their old man in a very long time, least of all from the mouth of such a young-looking brat. On the main seat, Whitebeard's eyes, usually filled with laughter, finally focused in earnest on Lewis. He tilted his head ever so slightly, the playful spectator's expression on his face fading away, replaced by scrutiny and surprise. Oh, Whitebeard let out a low, rumbling question. Brats these days still know about the era of rocks. Lewis faced that increasingly serious and dangerous gaze without backing down in the slightest. He replied calmly, yet his tone carried a certainty and arrogance far beyond his years. If I want to become the sovereign of these seas, of course, I have to understand in advance the opponents I might face in the future. Opponents. Sovereign. The surrounding pirates stared at one another, almost thinking they had misheard. This kid must be insane. Did he even understand who he was talking to? After a brief silence, laughter erupted like thunder. The pirates beside him could not help thumping one another's arms and backs as they doubled over, roaring with mirth. Gururara. Whitebeard's booming laughter joined in, and the entire Moby Dick seemed to vibrate faintly with the force of his mirth. What an amusing little brat. As his laughter subsided, there was a new note of appreciation and seriousness in Whitebeard's eyes. You've got guts. Boy, become my son. It was nearly the highest form of recognition and invitation within the Whitebeard pirates, to become the son of the strongest man in the world, to receive his protection and the warmth of a family. An opportunity countless people dreamed of lay openly before Lewis. Marco and the others relaxed a little. Although this brat's arrogance knew no bounds, their old man clearly took a liking to him. Yet Lewis's next words left everyone once again dumbstruck. He did not answer whether he would become a son. Instead, he took a step forward, drawing even closer to Whitebeard. Tilting his head back, he looked up at the man before him, a figure that seemed almost mythical. Even you, hailed as the strongest man in the world, will one day grow old, won't you? Lewis's voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear. Your strength will wane, your body will decay, and your name will be forgotten. When that day comes, what will you do? His words were like a sharp thorn, piercing precisely into the place the Whitebeard pirates least wished to touch. That faint shadow of the future, the merciless passage of time. In an instant, the atmosphere on the deck plummeted to freezing. Rage flared once more on Marco and the others' faces, even more violent than before. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking for death? How dare you curse our old man? Furious roars overlapped one another as killing intent surged out in an instant. Lewis acted as though he heard nothing. His gaze remained locked firmly onto Whitebeard, waiting for his answer. Or rather, he did not need an answer at all. He continued, his voice firm as iron, carrying a world-shaking ambition. That is why I will not be your son. I want more. Lewis suddenly raised his hand and pointed directly at Whitebeard, his eyes blazing with a scorching light, an undisguised naked desire. I don't just want to join. I want everything you have. Whether it's the family you treasure above all else, or the power you take pride in, or the name that echoes across the seas. I want it all. His voice rose higher and higher, like thunder detonating in everyone's chest. In return, Lewis drew in a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he roared with all his might. I will take your place and protect everything you possess now. My ship can carry anyone, and it can carry your entire era as well. Dead silence. The deck fell into utter suffocating stillness. Everyone's scalp tingled as Lewis's earth-shattering declaration left their minds blank. This was no longer arrogance. It was madness, utter unrestrained madness. You little bastard. Marco was the first to react, bellowing in fury as blue-green flames erupted across his body in an instant. I'll butcher you, you sky-ignorant brat. You dare covet everything that belongs to our old man. The other crew members likewise flew into a rage, weapons leaving their scabbards as they surged forward, murderous intent rolling off them. Just as the situation teetered on the edge of erupting into bloodshed, a voice cut through it all. Stand down. Whitebeard's words rang out calm, yet laden with unquestionable authority. The enraged pirates halted, muscles tensing mid-motion. Though they still glared daggers at Lewis, they forcibly suppressed their urge to strike and turned their eyes toward their old man. Whitebeard had stayed his son's hands. Looking at the reckless brat before him, the weathered eyes in his scarred face held not anger, but a deeper, more profound light of interest. How many years had it been? How many years since anyone had dared speak such words in front of him? Coveting everything he had, vowing to take his place as protector. Whitebeard let out a low, rumbling laugh, within which lingered scrutiny. Gururara, what an outrageously arrogant brat you are. His massive body leaned forward slightly, and a mountain-crushing aura pressed down over Lewis. Then prove it to me. Prove you have the right to take everything that belongs to me. The moment the voice fell, the world seemed to be pressed on pause. The air solidified. Immediately after, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted violently from within the Whitebeard man's body. This pressure instantly swept across the entirety of the deck of the Moby Dick. The impact was not physical, yet it was far more heart-stopping than any tangible attack. It was Conqueror's Haki, the power that belonged solely to the strongest man in the world, capable of changing the color of heaven and earth and making the seas tremble. Lewis' brain buzzed loudly as if struck hard by an invisible hammer. The world before him began to twist and spin. A sharp, nerve-piercing hum rang in his ears as if countless souls were roaring and howling beside him. Lewis' body began to tremble uncontrollably. His legs felt as heavy as lead, as if they could no longer support him, ready to succumb to humiliation and collapse. Is this the power of the Whitebeard man? Just the release of this aura was enough to make the vast majority of people instantly mentally break down. What a terrifying power! Lewis gritted his teeth, even his gums oozing blood. Veins bulged on his forehead, his hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, soaking his clothes in an instant. His vision began to blur. The massive figure of the Whitebeard man twisted in his eyes, transforming into an ancient demon radiating an aura of endless despair. I cannot fall. I absolutely cannot fall here. He had just proclaimed such a declaration. If he couldn't even withstand the opponent's aura, all his ambitions and grand words would become the greatest joke. Ugh! Just at the brink of having his spirit completely crushed, an unyielding force from the depths of his soul, along with a fervent ambition to seize everything, transformed into a similarly defiant and rebellious power. This force was forcibly urged forth, bursting violently from within him. It was a newfound strength, brimming with vitality, yet containing immense stubbornness and resistance. It was also Conqueror's Haki. However, compared to the unfathomable power of the Whitebeard man, Lewis Conqueror's Haki at this moment was merely like a flickering candle flame swaying in a storm. Weak, yet it burned desperately, radiating its own unquenchable light. The two invisible Conqueror's Haki clashed fiercely in midair, emitting shrill cries unheard by ordinary people. Lewis felt like a solitary boat amidst raging seas in constant danger of capsizing. The Whitebeard man's Haki crashed down like solid, massive waves, relentless in their assault. Each impact made his consciousness blur further, and the burden on his body grew exponentially. His resistance seemed so difficult, so fragile. That recently awakened Conqueror's Haki, which he could barely control, began to show signs of cracking under the full suppression of the Whitebeard man, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Gulalalala. The Whitebeard man observed Lewis, who was painfully enduring under the impact of his Haki, yet his spine remained unbent. The spark of interest in his eyes grew stronger. This little brat not only possessed immense courage, but also held Conqueror's Haki. Just when Lewis felt he could no longer hold on, his consciousness began to sink, and even that faint flame of Haki was on the verge of dissipating. From the back of the deck, muffled groans began to sound. Following that, the sounds of thud-thud rang out. Some of the relatively weaker crew members could no longer withstand the collision of the dual Conquerors, Haki collapsing to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Old man, enough! A panicked shout came from the Phoenix Marco. The azure flames on him flickered slightly, his face showing evident helplessness and urgency. Marco hurriedly walked to the side of the Whitebeard man, his gaze sweeping over the fallen comrades, and then glancing at Lewis, who was swaying and pale as paper, yet still standing firm. Some brothers on the ship are struggling to hold on. Marco's voice carried urgency. Upon hearing this, the Whitebeard man scanned the deck, noticing his fallen sons, and his brows furrowed slightly. He gave Louis one last deep look. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki, akin to a tsunami, suddenly receded like a retreating tide, disappearing without a trace. It came swiftly and left even faster. Buzz. The world-destroying pressure enveloping Lewis vanished in an instant. Huff. Huh. Huh. Lewis' body suddenly relaxed, yet the feeling of darkness before his eyes did not immediately dissipate, and the intense buzzing still lingered in his ears. He stumbled back several steps, his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. With sheer willpower, he managed to stand upright. He gasped for breath, each inhale feeling like pulling on a worn-out bellows accompanied by a burning pain. His chest rose and fell violently, sweat soaked through his entire body, making him look utterly disheveled. But the burning light in his black eyes had not dimmed in the slightest. The feeling of surviving a catastrophe surged through his limbs. His heart raced in his chest, as if it were about to break free from its confines. For a moment, he truly believed he was going to die. The Whitebeard man's Conqueror's Haki was like a natural disaster. As he retracted his Haki, the heavy atmosphere on the deck, which was almost suffocating, finally began to slowly dissipate. Marco let out a sigh of relief and quickly directed the other conscious crew members to tend to their unconscious companions. At that moment, the way Diamond Jaws, Swordmaster Vista Ice, which Wendy and the other crew members looked at Lewis, had undergone a tremendous change. The previous anger and hostility were replaced by a complex emotion mingled with shock, seriousness, and disbelief. Conqueror's Haki. This little brat who spoke arrogantly actually possessed the rare qualities of a king among millions. What shocked them even more was that his Conqueror's Haki, which was clearly just awakened and still raw, could endure for so long under the full pressure of their old man that could make the seas tremble. What kind of unyielding will and unfathomable potential did this require? This talent was simply astonishing. They had followed the Whitebeard man for many years, and no one knew better than them how terrifying their old man's Conqueror's Haki was. Even they seasoned captains needed to focus when their old man unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, never daring to be careless in the slightest. Even if he had held back somewhat, this young brat was actually able to confront their old man's overwhelming power with his meager, newly awakened Conqueror's Haki. This could no longer be described as genius. This was a monster. Whitebeard's gaze towards Lewis suddenly deepened. Is he gifted with the innate quality of a conqueror? Such terrifying talent is truly astonishing. This involuntarily reminded him of a long time ago. That ship named Rocks, and the group of unruly, exceptionally gifted monsters aboard. Each of them possessed the potential to make the entire world tremble. History does it not often repeat itself in an unintentional manner. Whitebeard looked at Lewis, who was gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, and a grin crept across his face, revealing his signature crescent-shaped smile. Yet this time the smile bore less of the condescension and more of an evident acknowledgement. There was even a pronounced sense of appreciation. Garara la 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 la. His hearty laughter echoed once more like rolling thunder reverberating on the deck. You want to inherit everything from me. Little brat, you're still far from it. His words were still filled with the unmatched pride of the world's strongest man. Yet the meaning contained within had changed completely. However, Whitebeard's tone suddenly shifted and his massive frame leaned slightly forward. His eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. Your Conqueror's Haki is quite intriguing. The intensity and resilience of this will do not seem like something a mere novice could possess. Has someone specifically honed your will? Or have you undergone some extraordinary experiences? Although Lewis Conqueror's Haki was still immature, far from fully developed. In the face of such terrifying pressure of life and death, being able to react and maintain such composure exceeds what can be explained by mere recent awakening. This feels more like an instinctive ability deeply rooted in the soul. Or has he had similar experiences of confrontation before? Upon hearing Whitebeard's probing question, Lewis finally managed to catch his breath. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face, grinning to reveal a set of neat white teeth. That smile carried a hint of cunning along with an inexplicable, elusive meaning. Teaching. Lewis gently shook his head. His gaze drifted to the distant horizon as if reminiscing about something far away. In my hometown, you see, Conqueror's Haki is not considered anything truly rare. Oh. Whitebeard was evidently intrigued by Lewis' shocking statement. Conqueror's Haki is indeed a kingly quality that is 1 in 10,000. In such a place, would it not be considered unusual? What kind of place could it be filled with hidden dragons and tigers where strong individuals abound? Lewis paused slightly as if weighing his words. Then with a tone that was half joking and half serious, he slowly said, because you see, a long time ago someone once said a phrase. He suddenly lifted his head. His gaze burned intensely towards Whitebeard like two flames igniting. He enunciated clearly, nobles and commoners, do they not share the same blood? These 9 words resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The deck instantly fell silent, with many pirates showing confusion as they contemplated the meaning of this unfamiliar phrase. Only Whitebeard, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted with a brilliant light in his eyes, as if he had heard the most agreeable words in the world. He burst into a thunderous laughter. Garara la la la. Nobles and commoners, do they not share the same blood? Well said. This is true courage. No wonder your Conqueror's Haki is so tenacious. Garara la la, are the people from your hometown all a bunch of defiant fellows against fate? Whitebeard could clearly sense the grand spirit of daring to challenge fate and refusing to submit to mediocrity contained in those words. This was strikingly similar to the beliefs of countless strong individuals in the sea, including his own tenacity in his youth. It was almost identical. If I get the chance, I really want to visit your hometown. Whitebeard said loudly and heartily, his voice brimming with genuine yearning. Upon hearing this, Lewis' smile slightly faded. He gently sighed. In his eyes, a momentary sense of indescribable loneliness emerged. I can't go back. Simple, 3 words. Yet they carried a weight heavy enough to crush everything. This caused the previously enthusiastic atmosphere to momentarily stagnate and cool down. Whitebeard observed the fleeting complexity in Lewis' eyes, and his thunderous laughter gradually came to a halt. He remained silent for a moment, then stretched out his gigantic hand, resembling a small mountain. Gently, even with an unexpected clumsiness that contrasted with his imposing figure, he showed a tender touch. It rested atop Lewis' head. Lewis' body stiffened suddenly, instinctively wanting to dodge. However, the astonishing warmth emanating from that broad palm, along with the mountain-like steadiness of its strength, forced him to halt his movement. It was a terrifying hand capable of easily crushing steel and shattering the earth. Yet at this moment it bore a peculiar soothing power that brought comfort. Garara la la. Whitebeard's voice became deep and gentle, no longer exuding the previous dominance, but rather resembling a true elder patiently comforting a lost child. If you can't go back, then so be it. From now on, we are your family. Here is your hometown. The brilliant sunlight poured down unreservedly onto the deck. It stretched Whitebeard's gigantic figure to great lengths, completely enveloping Lewis' small frame within. The salty sea breeze gently caressed Lewis' slightly flushed cheeks. Lewis slowly raised his head, gazing up at this towering man who provided him with an unparalleled sense of security. He looked into his eyes, which were filled with genuine emotion. Arriving in this completely unfamiliar world, he was all alone, without support. His heart was once filled with confusion about the unknown and a deeply rooted fear. Yet at this moment, this man, recognized by the world as the strongest, opened his warm embrace to him, offering him a promise of home. Lewis' lips involuntarily curled upward slightly. All the accumulated fatigue and embarrassment from before seemed to dissipate considerably in that moment. Perhaps this sudden journey of crossing over would not be as terrible as he initially imagined, at least on this perilous sea filled with infinite opportunities. He seemed to have found a harbor where he could temporarily dock, sheltered from the wind and rain. As for the future, Lewis' eyes reignited with the ever-burning fiery light that had never extinguished. The future is still long ahead. Everything about Whitebeard, he still wants it all. Yet perhaps he could approach it in a gentler, smarter way. For example, by starting as a true part of this family. Thus, in the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, Lewis officially joined the Whitebeard pirates. Day and night rotate incessantly. Time flies like an arrow. Unbeknownst to anyone, a month has quietly passed. The sea breeze, carrying the unique saltiness and warmth of the ocean, sweeps across the remarkably wide deck of the Moby Dick. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing sound of metal colliding suddenly erupted. The training sword in Lewis' hand was violently knocked away by an overwhelming force that he could not resist. Released from his grip, the sword traced a powerless arc in the air. Finally, with a dull thud, it heavily struck the solid deck. Lewis himself flew backward in a disheveled manner. He crashed onto the sun-baked hardwood deck, producing a muffled impact sound. Every bone in his body seemed to emit a mournful cry of being unable to bear the weight. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his training outfit, clinging tightly to him, outlining the seemingly fragile yet powerful physique of the young man. Huff, huff. The heavy, labored breaths accompanied the almost exaggerated rise and fall of his chest. On this temporarily quiet deck, it sounded exceptionally clear and piercing. This had already become a fixed routine that Lewis performed every day since he began learning swordsmanship from the swordmaster Bista. Almost without exception, at this fixed moment, he would declare the formal end of the morning sword training in such a disheveled posture. Initially, he had sought the advice of the man hailed as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, on how to become stronger. In response, that living legend of a pirate merely waved his hand casually. He then nonchalantly handed him over to the immortal bird Marco. Clearly busy, or to put it more bluntly, too lazy to personally guide a complete rookie, Marco naturally passed this glorious yet arduous task to Bista. Thus, Lewis' choice of enlightenment teacher experienced a rapid demotion from emperor to vice-emperor and finally to squad captain. Lewis lay back on the warm deck, his body sprawled out. He felt the unreservedly scorching warmth of the sun and the fleeting coolness brought by the sea breeze that brushed past his sweaty body. In his mind, he thought aimlessly about these past events. However, deep down, he held no grievances regarding this arrangement, even if it was merely the personal guidance of a squad captain. For a pure rookie who had just embarked on the path of swordsmanship and needed repeated corrections on the most basic sword-holding posture, this was undeniably a coveted opportunity for a top-tier mentor. At least, Bista taught with utmost seriousness, generously imparting knowledge with no intention of keeping anything to himself. That was already enough. He slowly closed his eyes, greedily absorbing every opportunity to recover, striving to calm the nearly exhausted strength within him. In the shadow not far from him stood Bista the sword master with his iconic curly mustache, known for his flamboyant fighting style. At this moment, he was quietly observing the seemingly exhausted boy on the deck with a gaze laden with scrutiny. His expression remained as calm as ever, exuding the composure and inscrutable confidence unique to a strong person. Yet deep within his eyes there flickered a hint of astonishment that he himself had not clearly realized, difficult to conceal. 1 month. It had only taken 1 month. Bista clearly remembered. Just a month ago, the boy named Lewis before him was someone who needed to be taught how to properly grip the sword handle by hand, a complete novice in the world of swordsmanship. At that time, he was as clumsy as an infant just learning to walk, completely ignorant of sword techniques. But now, just 1 month later, he had actually managed to perform over a dozen moves with a semblance of proficiency under his own hands. Although in order to solidify the fundamentals of the sword, moves he intentionally suppressed most of his strength and speed. He hadn't even used a hint of advanced sword techniques. But the speed of this progress, this visibly observable growth efficiency, wasn't it a bit too exaggerated? It was like a dry sponge thrown into water, frantically and greedily absorbing all knowledge and skills related to swordsmanship. Moreover, he could integrate and digest it at a nearly incomprehensible speed, completely transforming it into something that belonged to him. Such talent, such an almost monstrous rate of growth. Bistus silently gave a heavy evaluation in his heart. A monster. A thorough, unadulterated monster. Lewis, of course, was unaware that he had already been secretly labeled as a monster by this future renowned swordmaster in his heart. At this moment, he was entirely focused on mobilizing every bit of potential within his body, desperately recovering his physical strength. As the suffocating fatigue within him gradually receded like a tide, a trickle of fresh power began to flow and gather slowly within his limbs. He suddenly performed a strong leap. With swift, decisive movements, he flipped up from the deck and bent down to pick up the training sword that had fallen nearby, placing it steadily back on the weapon rack. The entire process was smooth and flowing without a hint of hesitation, as if the exhausted person who had just collapsed was not him. The morning sword training had officially concluded. Next was the pre-planned second training content. Physical training. On this vast ocean, whether with a knife, a gun, or fists, the essence of it all requires a strong physique as the foundation and sufficient mastery of Haki as support to truly stand among the strong. As the future Emperor Kaido said, Haki is the power that surpasses everything. And powerful Haki stems from an exceptionally strong physique. A strong physique in turn comes from day after day, year after year, relentless hard physical training. No one can be born with absolute strength. Even the rare, kingly Conqueror's Haki, which symbolizes innate talent, needs to be tempered through countless trials before it can awaken and display its brilliance, becoming a true strong individual. Lewis supported himself with both hands on the ground, his body straight as a rod, beginning to perform impeccably standard push-ups. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, chin, and neck like beads strung together. One drop, another drop. They splattered onto the sun-heated deck, quickly evaporating, leaving only a small dark water stain as proof of his sweat. 1, 2, 3. His movements were as precise as a textbook and the rhythm stable, like a finely tuned machine. It seemed he never knew what fatigue was, with only the goal of becoming stronger. The scorching sun stretched his focused training shadow long, clearly reflecting on the powerful hull of the Moby Dick. Not far away, several figures stood quietly on the ship's deck. Marco the immortal bird was observing the focused figure training on the deck with his signature dead fish eyes not blinking for a moment. Beside him were Diamond, Jozu the Ice Witch, and several other core members with special status in the Whitebeard Pirates. They all silently watched Lewis. With a talent akin to that of a monster possessing such astonishing talent, while also being able to demonstrate such moving diligence, this guy was truly terrifying to an extreme. In his heart, Marco unconsciously compared himself to Lewis. He recalled his own self at the age of 11, and perhaps in terms of talent, they were only slightly different. But in terms of diligence, back then he was undoubtedly completely outclassed by this kid. If he had possessed such diligence and focus back, then his current strength would at least have doubled. Perhaps this kid might really reach the heights of Old Man. A thought that shook everyone's heart like a seed breaking ground slowly began to quietly rise within their hearts and grow wildly. Marco exchanged glances with Jozu and the Ice Witch. In each other's eyes they saw incredulous shock and a genuine recognition of Lewis' potential that was quietly taking root. This young man may become yet another pillar supporting the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. The Moby Dick lay like a resting giant, peacefully sailing across the vast azure sea. The sunlight reflected off the wooden textures with a warm luster. The sea breeze carried a slight, briny scent, gently caressing the deck. It stirred the sails, producing a faint rustling sound. Everything appeared so tranquil and serene. This stood in stark contrast to the violent storms of the previous days. Such serenity was the norm on the sea most of the time. Calm sometimes, even seeming a bit monotonous and dull. Lewis was bare-chested, his shorts soaked in sweat. His toned muscles were clearly visible under the sunlight, brimming with explosive energy. He remained at the edge of the deck, repeating the monotonous, yet powerful physical training. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats. Each movement was executed flawlessly. Sweat trickled down his rugged cheeks, falling onto the deck, evaporating instantly, leaving behind shallow, wet marks. His breathing was steady and powerful. His gaze was focused, as if the entire world consisted only of him and his obsession with becoming stronger. Occasionally, crew members passed by, their eyes sweeping over the sweat-drenched youth, filled with a familiar admiration and encouragement. This kid truly knows how to train. Suddenly, an indescribable heaviness descended without warning. It felt as if the air had turned into a viscous lead weight. The white-bearded man who had been sitting in the enormous custom chair at the center of the deck abruptly stood up. His massive frame resembled a giant bow drawn tight, emanating a terrifying aura that could stop hearts. His eyes became exceptionally piercing at that moment. He fixed his gaze on the distant calm clouds. Marco's half-closed eyes widened in an instant, his pupils constricting. He followed the direction of the Whitebeard man's gaze, initially puzzled. But just a second later, the lazy expression on his face vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Jaws, Whitebeard, and several other powerful crewmates also sensed the anomaly almost simultaneously. They all paused their activities, their gazes converging on that seemingly harmless patch of clouds. Their expressions turned incredibly serious, as if facing a great enemy. The atmosphere on the deck froze instantly. Even the omnipresent sea breeze seemed to cease its flow. Lewis halted, his training sweat dripping from his chin. He gasped for breath, observing the unprecedented serious reactions of his father, and Marco, a surge of intense unease rising within him. What happened? What is approaching? From the sky. Could it be something that even his father treats with such gravity? Just as the thought arose, a tremendous, overwhelming, and unabashedly terrifying aura surged down from above like a flood bursting its banks. That aura was wild and unrestrained, carrying an absolute arrogance that viewed all things as mere ants. The oppressive sensation it exuded was even more chilling than the horrific storms faced before. Lewis felt as though his very soul trembled under this aura, nearly suffocating. It was a Conqueror's Haki, even more powerful than that of the Whitebeard man. Before the person even arrived, the voice had already reached them. Ka-ha! The arrogant, wild laughter pierced through the clouds like rolling thunder echoing over the Moby Dick. It rattled the eardrums painfully. Newgate. The voice carried a familiarity typical of old rivals, yet was filled with blatant provocation. Still playing that utterly boring house game. Come follow me, Edward Newgate. I can promise you to spare the lives of those little brats on your ship. If we join forces, we can find an opportunity to capture that bastard Roger. At that time, the entire world will be ours. Ka! As the voice fell, an invisible force suddenly tore apart the clouds in the sky. A man clad in a golden, loose Japanese robe with a cigar in his mouth hovered in midair. His golden hair danced wildly like a lion's mane. At his waist were two shining long blades, the famed swords Sakura, Tin, and Deadwood. He stood proudly in the air, as if the air was a stepping stone. Behind him was a vast fleet, dense and overwhelming like dark clouds looming. Enormous flying pirate ships defied logic, floating in the air. They cast massive shadows, completely enveloping the Moby Dick. An suffocating sense of oppression rushed forth. Gold Lion. Shiki. That name struck like an invisible hammer, landing heavily on the hearts of every pirate aboard the Moby Dick who knew of his infamous reputation. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically except for the Whitebeard man. Cold sweat uncontrollably seeped from their foreheads. Marco's expression was grave to the extreme. Jaw's diamond-like arm instinctively tensed, shining with hard brilliance. Whitebeard's hand had tightly grasped the hilt of his long sword at his waist, his knuckles turning white. The newcomer was not benevolent. Moreover, he was a true rival to his father, the legendary pirate of the seas. This guy was truly a ridiculously powerful enemy. He was a monster of the same era as Roger and his father. Everyone fall back. The Whitebeard man's deep roar exploded like thunder. It caused the entire Moby Dick to tremble slightly. He stepped forward, and the deck beneath him emitted a dull sound. His right hand gripped a massive naginata, one of the 12 supreme great blades known as cloud cutting. An utterly terrifying aura soared from him, as if an awakened ancient war god was about to pierce the sky with a whole buzz. The muscles in the Whitebeard man's arms bulged, veins standing out. The cloud cutting in his hand performed no extravagant movements, but from a great distance it gathered pure power capable of shattering space, intertwined with an immensely powerful will slashing toward the gold lion in the sky. The gold lion Shiki, witnessing this, was not surprised, but rather delighted, his eyes bursting with fiery battle intent, laughing maniacally. Newgate, let me see if you've regressed over the years. His famed blades Sakura, Tin, and Deadwood unsheathed themselves simultaneously, crossing in front of his chest. A golden lion-like roaring slash of sword energy erupted instantly. It clashed against the Whitebeard man's devastating strike. Boom! The shockwaves from the naginata and the dual swords collided in midair between the Moby Dick and the flying fleet, causing an earth-shattering disturbance. An indescribable wave of terror spread wildly from the point of collision, tearing the air apart, with piercing wails unable to bear the strain. Twisting, the sea surface below was instantly pressed into an enormous, unparalleled depression, and then it exploded upward violently. It surged into towering waves hundreds of meters high, like a tsunami descending. But the most shocking was the sky. Above the center of the collision, the clouds were violently dispersed by that force, completely disappearing. The revealed azure sky resembled a fragile mirror. Under that terrifying impact, immense black cracks resembling spider webs appeared vividly. The sky has split open. Whether it was the pirates on the Moby Dick or the crew members of the Gold Lion's fleet, all of them widened their eyes and gaped. Their souls seemed to be stunned and frozen by this divine-like power before them. Is this what the legendary peak duel looks like? Is this the power of the world's strongest man and the legendary pirate? Just a mere collision's aftermath already conjured a scene of cataclysmic horror. Lewis stood rooted to the spot, his heart racing, his body cold. For the first time, he vividly felt the insurmountable distance between himself and these true monsters standing at the pinnacle of the world. This is my father's power. This is the Gold Lion's power. This is the peak I aspire to reach. The terrifying aftershocks of the collision receded like slowly retreating tides, gradually dissipating. The ominous black cracks in the sky were visibly healing at a slow pace. It was as if this world possessed a mighty self-repairing force. The sea surface gradually returned to its former tranquility. Only around the Moby Dick the continuously rolling broken waves silently spoke of the terrifying power of the cataclysmic strike just unleashed. Golden Lion Shiki still floated proudly in midair. The Golden Lion King cloak that symbolized his status rustled in the sea breeze, producing a wild sound. He leisurely sheathed the two famous blades, Sakura tin and withered wood, that were crossed over his chest. His movements were calm and unhurried. He then took out a brand new cigar, placed it in his mouth, and lit it without a care for those around him. He took a deep drag. Then he exhaled a thick and large smoke ring. The smoke ring curled upward, only to be dispersed by the sea breeze. Ha! That wild and unrestrained laughter once again echoed through the skies, carrying an absolute arrogance that looked down upon the world. Newgate, you rascal! The Golden Lion lowered his head, his gaze directed at the robust figure on the deck below. In his eyes there was an undisguised admiration, an even more intense battle intent. Still as strong as ever. So have you thought it through? His voice held a peculiar allure, as if it contained a magic that could shake the hearts of men. Join me, Newgate. The Golden Lion extended his hand towards Whitebeard, offering a second sincere invitation. Just like back in the day, when we followed Captain Rocks together. Let's join forces again. With the two of us together, we can completely overturn this utterly boring world. To create a true era that belongs solely to us. Whitebeard remained silent, slowly bringing down his naginata, Songyun Chia, heavily onto the deck beneath him. Thud! A dull sound echoed, as if striking the hearts of everyone present. All the pirates on the Moby Dick held their breath in that moment. They anxiously watched the figure at the center of the deck, their old man. Grrr. In the suffocating silence, Whitebeard's deep laughter slowly rang out. That laughter carried an unmistakable mockery. Shiki, you rascal! Whitebeard slowly raised his head. His sharp gaze pierced through the distance, staring directly at the floating Golden Lion. After all these years, you are still so naive. My era, I will create it myself. Moreover, Whitebeard's gaze slowly swept across the deck where his tense yet determined sons stood behind him. The sharpness in his eyes quietly faded. What replaced it was an indescribable softness. I have long found something more meaningful than overthrowing this world. My family is right here. I do not need to join anyone, Shiki. Whitebeard's voice was resolute, each word leaving no room for doubt. The smile on the Golden Lion's face slightly retracted. The corner of his mouth holding the cigar unconsciously drooped. Family. He scoffed, his tone filled with undisguised disdain and contempt. Newgate, do you intend to spend your life with this bunch of inexperienced kids, playing this utterly boring child's game? Your power, your ambition, are you truly willing to be completely restrained by these so-called family members? Take a good look at them. The Golden Lion pointed to the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the deck below. In the face of your and my powers, they can't even stand firm. They will only become your burden, your encumbrance. Shut up! Whitebeard suddenly roared with a thunderous voice. Boom! A force even more violent and terrifying than before erupted from his robust body. The invisible Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tsunami, breaking its dam, wildly sweeping in all directions. The weaker ordinary pirates in the Golden Lion's fleet were utterly unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. Their faces turned pale, frothing at the mouth, collapsing in droves like cut wheat. You dare to insult my sons? Whitebeard's eyes burned with raging fury. The muscles on his face twitched slightly from extreme anger. His body, as unyielding as a rock, exuded a terrifying, oppressive aura that struck fear into the hearts of all. Shiki! Whitebeard nearly shouted this name, his voice booming like rolling thunder across the heavens. You want me to follow you? Then defeat me, just like Rocks did back in the day. This sentence was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring unimaginable waves in the hearts of Marco Jaws and the other old crew members. Rocks, the maritime overlord who existed only in legends. The man who once brought under his command terrifying figures like Old Man Golden Lion Kaido and Big Mom, who would later shake the entire sea. Old Man. He had once been defeated by that man. Yes, the youthful Whitebeard, before truly ascending to the world's strongest throne, faced the man named Rocks D. Zebek. That battle marked the first crushing defeat in his grand life. But it was precisely that defeat that led him to honor the promises among the strong, joining the crew that would later be known as the most vicious pirate crew in history, the Rocks Pirates. And now, facing a recruitment attempt almost identical to that of Golden Lion, Shiki, Whitebeard once again shouted that declaration long buried in the depths of his memory. "Defeat me. With your absolute power, make me acknowledge you willingly. Otherwise, everything is off the table." Golden Lion Shiki was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes burst forth with an even more fervent, crazed light. "Huh. Good. Very good. This is the Edward Newgate I know. Since that's the case." He said not another word. Action is the best response. He gripped the handle of the Naginata, Songyun, Chia tightly. His arms bulged with muscles hard as iron. Veins like coiling dragons wrapped around them, containing explosive power. He suddenly exerted force with his feet. Crack. The incredibly hard deck was stomped down, leaving 2 deep footprints with chips flying. The whole person shot forth like a cannonball, soaring into the sky, aiming directly at the Golden Lion in midair. Huh! A deafening roar filled the air. This strike condensed all his life's power. It was a culmination of his protective feelings for his family, a culmination of his boundless anger at the Golden Lion's insult to his family. On the blade a white halo twisted, and the black Haki coiled around it, carrying a terrifying might that could tear through space and shatter all things, fiercely slashing towards the airborne Golden Lion. This strike, even more terrifying than the previous probe. The Golden Lion's expression tightened. Amid his arrogant laughter there was now a hint of solemnity. The Sakura tin and withered wood at his waist unsheathed themselves once more. Clang. The 2 blades crossed, blocking Whitebeard's earth-shattering blow. Clang. The sound of metal clashing pierced the eardrums. A shockwave of power countless times more terrifying than before exploded outwards from the 2. The air beneath the Golden Lion shattered like fragile glass, and he was forcefully hammered down a distance by this overwhelming strength. Huh. Refreshing. The Golden Lion laughed madly, using his arms to firmly withstand Whitebeard's terrifying slash. "But I can't unleash my full power here. Come with me, Newgate." A glint of cunning flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. "There's an uninhabited island nearby. Right there. I will personally defeat you." Before his words could finish, the Golden Lion's thoughts stirred. Buzz. An invisible wave rapidly expanded from him. The ability of the float fruit activated. In the next second, something that made everyone on the Moby Dick feel a chill of dread occurred. The gigantic Moby Dick was completely lifted by an irresistible, terrifying force. The massive ship slowly detached from the sea, beginning to ascend into the air. What? The ship is actually flying. This is the ability of the float fruit. That guy Golden Lion. The pirates were thrown into chaos, the deck beneath their feet no longer stable, and the intense sensation of weightlessness made them stagger, unable to stand firm. Whitebeard landed back on the ship, being carried along with the Moby Dick by the Golden Lion to the uninhabited island that would soon become the battlefield. As the Golden Lion Shurji swiftly moved, a barren island rapidly expanded in everyone's view. The Golden Lion was the first to land on the solid ground of the island. The massive Moby Dick with a heavy sound was placed on the surface of the sea at the edge of the island. Whitebeard followed, closely stepping onto the barren island, exuding an unmatched, imposing aura. "Come on, Newgate." The Golden Lion spread his arms wide, letting out his signature wild laughter. "Right here. Let me personally defeat you." Having broken free from the bonds of the ship and family, these 2 legends standing at the pinnacle of the sea held nothing back. Boom. Boom. 2 overpowering auras clashed violently on this barren island. Conqueror's Haki. Black and red lightning erupted from nowhere, rampaging wildly, filling the entire battlefield, sky, and earth. The air groaned under the unbearable pressure, distorting and cracking with a popping sound. The ground of the island, those hard rocks, trembled slightly under this invisible collision. Fine cracks spread at an astonishing speed, intertwining into a web. A fierce glint flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes as he launched the first attack. He drew his hands back, the power of the float fruit activating beneath his feet. The earth heaved violently, with soil and rocks crazily coalescing. In an instant, a vividly lifelike, roaring giant stone lion took shape. Lion's might earthquake. The stone lion, carrying an overwhelming momentum, charged fiercely towards Whitebeard. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered layer by layer, raising clouds of dust. The twin swords at the Golden Lion's waist, Sakura tin and withered wood, resonated with a clear ringing. The twin swords followed closely after the stone lion, slashing out 2 extremely sharp golden sword waves. Wave slash. The sword waves shattered the air with a piercing shriek, overlapping behind the stone lion, completely sealing off all of Whitebeard's escape routes. This series of attacks was grand enough to instill despair in any top swordsman. However, for Whitebeard this was merely a warm-up. "Then let's exchange greetings." Whitebeard did not move a muscle. He clenched his right fist tightly, his arm muscles bulging with explosive power. A white shockwave suddenly brightened, gathering on his fist. Aiming at the roaring stone lion and the wave slash, he slammed his fist into the air before him. Earthquake. Crack. Visible cracks appeared in the space ahead. An indescribably terrifying shockwave erupted violently, centered around Whitebeard's fist. The massive stone lion, along with the sharply following wave slash, crashed into an invisible wall of destruction. In just a moment, they were completely shattered. They transformed into dust, flying everywhere and dissipating energy. The fierce wind howled, blowing Whitebeard's white cloak. Lewis, standing at the edge of Moby Dick, stared intensely at the battlefield in the center of the island. Even as a bystander, this cataclysmic battle scene still instilled a sense of dread deep within one's soul. This was not cowardice or lack of will. This was the instinctive tremor of living beings facing absolute power. Yet there are always some people in this world who are different. They unleash even greater strength when confronted with death and fear. Lewis' heart raced violently in his chest, as if it were trying to break free from its confines. Every move made by the two on the battlefield contained enough power to destroy the island. That power transmitted through the air, creating an indescribable sense of shock and excitement within him. This was the power revered by the world, standing at the pinnacle of this sea. No matter how many times he witnessed it, it still stirred his blood and made his heart race. Centered on the island, the strike that Whitebeard easily deflected did not discourage the golden lion at all, who instead he laughed even more wildly. Keek. Now that's more like it. His figure suddenly appeared above Whitebeard's side. The twin swords Sakura 10 and Withered Wood transformed into countless golden afterimages, raining down like a torrential storm. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Each slash contained the terrifying power to cleave mountains and split seas. The golden slashes continued endlessly, forming a dense net of death that completely enveloped Whitebeard. Faced with this incredibly violent barrage, Whitebeard's gaze sharpened. He thrust the Naginata, Song Yunk, fiercely into the ground before him. He clenched his fists tightly, placing them at his sides. The muscles on his arms bulged, veins popping like little snakes. The white shockwave lit up again, even more dazzling and terrifying than before. Oh! Whitebeard let out a deep roar, unleashing the full power of the tremor fruit without reservation. He slammed his fists, imbued with terrifying shockwave power, fiercely into the air beside his body. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion occurred. Centered on Whitebeard, the destructive shockwave spread wildly in all directions. The golden lion's dense golden slashes, upon touching this shockwave, were instantly shattered and obliterated. The terrifying shockwave continued to expand, completely overturning the ground beneath the feet of the two. A massive cloud of dust soared into the sky, obscuring the entire battlefield. A dreadful energy storm swept across the barren island, stirring the surrounding sea into turbulent waves and towering tsunamis. The pirates of the Flying Sky Pirates turned pale, gripping onto whatever was near them, their bodies uncontrollably retreating repeatedly. Wah! This is terrifying. Just the aftershock. Is this what legendary battles are like? Their eyes were filled with utmost fear and reverence. This cataclysmic scene had completely surpassed their understanding and imagination. They had no doubt that if they approached the battlefield for even a second, they would be instantly shredded, leaving not even ash behind. Moby Dick shook violently in this terrifying aftershock, as if it would be capsized by the waves at any moment. However, Lewis remained standing at the edge of the ship, motionless. His eyes were fixed on the center of the battlefield, shrouded in dust. Deep within his gaze burned a flame named fervor. Unparalleled power. This was the realm he sought. He could take it for himself. He, Lewis, would ultimately surpass all of this, to become the strongest and the most free man in this world. A strong desire and ambition surged within him like a volcano that had accumulated energy for 10,000 years, ready to erupt. Buzz! An invisible aura suddenly erupted from Lewis. Conqueror's Haki. That was Lewis' own Conqueror's Haki. Witnessing such a breathtaking battle and feeling the earth-shattering power, Lewis could no longer suppress the torrent within his heart. This Conqueror's Haki was not as vast as Whitebeard's, nor as domineering and arrogant as the Golden Lion's. But within its youthful vigor, it contained undeniable sharpness and a desire to conquer, as if it were an unparalleled divine weapon about to be unsheathed, radiating brilliance. This sudden surge of Conqueror's Haki rushed into the dust-filled battlefield, shattering the terrifying balance there. In the midst of their fierce clash, both Whitebeard and the Golden Lion paused simultaneously. Both of them distinctly felt this Conqueror's Haki, though immature, possessed a purity and boundless potential. Whitebeard suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the smoke and dust, accurately landing on the direction of the Moby Dick, where Lewis was. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, that surprise transformed into profound relief and pride. The golden lion also followed Whitebeard's gaze. He saw the young figure standing at the edge of the ship, eyes fervent, aura surging. Ha ha ha. The golden lion burst into another round of boisterous laughter, his voice revealing unreserved astonishment and admiration. What an interesting little brat. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, firmly locked onto Lewis, his eyes shimmering with a dangerously enticing light. Hey, you little brat over there. The golden lion's voice pierced through the remnants of the battlefield, clearly reaching the Moby Dick. Look at that ambition you can't hide. Staying on that old bastard Newgate ship will only bury your talents and waste your years. Come to my crew. Haki can offer you a broader, freer space to soar. The golden lion's invitation was direct, domineering, filled with an aura that brooked no refusal. Not a chance. Haki. Almost as soon as the golden lion's words fell, Whitebeard's deep and authoritative voice resonated across the battlefield, his tone resolute, carrying an undeniable, overwhelming force. My son will naturally inherit everything from me, but it's not your place to snatch it. Whitebeard's retort was filled with a protective instinct for his family and absolute confidence. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Marco Joseph Bista and others closest to Lewis felt the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki emanating from him. It was a pressure and desire for conquest that stemmed from the depths of their souls. Almost instinctively, they took a small step back. This action was not out of fear. Naturally, they positioned themselves behind Lewis, slightly stepping back. This stance, this posture resembled how they had steadfastly followed their father Whitebeard Newgate through countless days and nights. Marco still wore that signature, seemingly half-asleep, lazy smile on his face. Yet at this moment, the admiration and excitement were unmistakably shining in his half-squinted eyes. Diamond Jozu grinned broadly, revealing a simple, yet incredibly sincere smile, filled with joy for his family's growth. Flower Sword Bista twirled his signature mustache, his gaze equally filled with relief and approval. Lewis clearly felt the silent, yet unwavering support radiating from behind. An unprecedented confidence and ambition surged and soared within him. Whitebeard's earlier words seemed to echo continuously in his ears. My son will of course inherit everything from me. Inherit? No. The flames of fervor in Lewis' eyes burned even more fiercely. What he wanted was never inheritance, but to surpass. Completely surpass. Yet now undoubtedly the Whitebeard pirates were the best starting point for him to gather strength and soar high. In the center of the battlefield, the golden lion naturally noticed this subtle scene on the Moby Dick. The smile on his face became even more playful, tinged with mockery. Ha! Did you see that, Newgate? Your good sons seem eager to support a new king. The provocative tone was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard merely emitted a deep, heavy grunt from his nostrils, radiating absolute composure and confidence. His gaze toward Lewis was filled with unwavering trust. Stop talking nonsense, Haki. Whitebeard's voice grew low again, imbued with strength. Our battle isn't over yet. Before the words fell, Whitebeard once again clenched his fists tightly. Boom! A more terrifying, more solid force of tremor began to converge. The white aura swirled around his fists as if it were a tangible entity. The surrounding atmosphere emitted a mournful cry, burdened and on the verge of shattering. Seeing this, the golden lion's playful expression instantly vanished. His eyes became sharp as knives, fierce as a predatory lion. The black glow swirling around his dual swords, Sakura 10 and Deadwood, surged wildly once again. Huh, then let's continue. Let me see who can truly stand tall in this sea. Boom. No more words needed. The two legendary figures representing the peak of an era transformed into flashes of light, carrying earth-shattering power, crashing fiercely into each other. A new round of more frenzied and breathtaking collisions erupted at the center of this shattered island. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Marineford, in the highest conference room, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. A gigantic transponder snail was placed at the center of the conference table, clearly projecting the astonishing battle on the shattered island from the perspective of the flying pirate crew. Every detail, every clash tugged at the heartstrings of all the high-ranking naval officers present. When the Golden Lion's tempting invitation resonated across the battlefield, Whitebeard's formidable declaration countered sharply. Everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on the young figure mentioned by both legendary figures. Lewis. Hiss. Someone inhaled sharply, breaking the brief silence. Considered an heir by Whitebeard. Even that Golden Lion Haki personally invited him to join his crew. What exactly is this little brat's background? His potential is terrifying. Marine Rear Admiral Bergaras spoke with incredulity, his fingers turning slightly pale from gripping tightly. Did you see that Conqueror's Haki just now? Another Marine Rear Admiral spoke solemnly, his eyes filled with apprehension. So young, yet awakened the rarest kingly qualities. Coupled with the attention from Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, we cannot allow him to continue growing. A resolute-looking Marine Major suddenly stood up, shouting excitedly. If we let him fully spread his wings, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat to us Marines in the future. We must eliminate him. Now, we must nip this thread in the bud. In the conference room, the atmosphere was charged with anger and murderous intent. The gaze of the generals all turned toward the figure at the main seat, who remained silent and furrowed in thought. Marine Admiral, the wise General Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He stared intently at the transponder snail projection, focusing on the young man surrounded by Whitebeard's crew, whose presence was growing increasingly impressive. In his sharp eyes, there was an unprecedented gravity and determination. Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku murmured to himself, each word carrying immense weight. Moreover, he is recognized by both those two monsters simultaneously. He suddenly raised his head, a flash of fierce light passing through his eyes. We can't wait any longer. Sengoku stood up abruptly, his powerful aura instantly filling the conference room, silencing all the noise. Admiral Akiji. He looked at the Marine Admiral sitting at the head seat, who bore a similarly serious expression. Steelbone Akiji. I will personally lead the team now to ensure he is completely eradicated. Sengoku's voice was resolute, filled with unwavering determination. At this moment, a loud snoring sound rang out inappropriately. In the corner, a figure clad in a white naval uniform using the justice cloak as a blanket, drooling and snoring, was startled awake by Sengoku's voice. Marine Hero Monkey D. Garp rubbed his bleary eyes, yawning widely. Huh, is the meeting over? He asked sleepily, seeming completely unaware of the situation. Seeing Garp's nonchalant demeanor, even Akiji with his composure couldn't help but show a few veins on his forehead. This bastard is still sleeping at such a crucial moment that could determine the world's fate. Garp. Akiji nearly gritted his teeth, squeezing out the name through clenched jaws, his voice filled with immense fury. You're coming with me. If that little brat escapes, or if any member of the Whitebeard pirates gets away. You? This year? No. Never. You won't be able to eat another piece of Jinbe. Akiji's roar echoed in the conference room. Upon hearing the word Jinbe, Garp, who had been half asleep, instantly widened his eyes. He jumped up from his chair with astonishing speed. What a... No Jinbe. Garp's expression turned extremely serious in an instant, as if the sky had fallen. He patted his chest loudly, assuring Akiji. Don't worry, Admiral Akiji. Leave it to me, Garp. But well, he changed the subject, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, grinning. I still have to eat Jinbe. The entire ocean seemed to be thoroughly boiling. The thunderous roar continued for days and nights, deafening and never ceasing. Above the heavens, the clouds were repeatedly torn apart and gathered by an invisible force. The surface of the sea howled in fury, raising monstrous waves of 100 meters. In the next second, an even more terrifying power brutally flattened them. Such a scene repeated endlessly. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Gold Lion Shiki. Merely these two names were enough to make the world tremble. They were men standing at the pinnacle, looking down upon all beings. At this moment, their battle had long transcended the mere clash of power. It was a frenzied collision of the three-color Haki. It was also the furious roar of the will they each bore. On the deck of the Moby Dick, Lewis faced the raging winds, his eyes shining astonishingly bright. He locked onto the distant battlefield with unwavering focus. For several days and nights, he watched this great battle without rest. His spirit, however, was highly concentrated, reaching unprecedented heights. This was by no means a simple observation. It was a once-in-a-lifetime top-level teaching. It was a live demonstration of the path to the highest realm. Whitebeard swung his naginata, carrying the power to destroy everything. The shockwaves echoed. The surrounding space wailed, unable to bear the burden. Gold Lion's slashes were unmatched in sharpness, with sword energy crisscrossing. Combined with the abilities of the float fruit, his form was elusive and unpredictable. His attacks were vicious and ruthless, like a walking natural disaster. Another earth-shattering, terrifying collision. The black and purple Haki of the naginata intertwined with dual swords. Once more they clashed fiercely. Sizzle. Black and red lightning erupted wildly, wreaking havoc in the skies. Like a cataclysmic disaster, it illuminated the sky as if it were the apocalypse. The terrifying air waves, like a tsunami, swept in all directions. After this world-shattering collision, the frenzied assault that lasted for several days strangely came to a halt. Whitebeard's robust figure still stood tall like a mountain. His broad chest rose and fell slightly, his breath noticeably heavier. His gaze remained sharp as an eagle surveying the world, yet it also revealed a hint of undeniable fatigue. Opposite him, Gold Lion Shiki stood with his feet off the ground. His golden chaotic braids flew wildly in the wind. His gasps were even more frantic than Whitebeard's. His hands, tightly gripping the famed swords Sakura, Tin, and Deadwood, had ripped open at the palms. Dark red blood continuously oozed out. The two faced each other across the battle-scarred island in a distant standoff. Neither side immediately launched the next attack. The air was thick with suffocating heaviness. It was as if the last calm before the storm. They were accumulating for the next round, which might be fiercer, or perhaps the final round of explosion. An all-out death match, sleepless and unreserved, lasting for days and nights. Even they, standing at the pinnacle of the world as legendary powerhouses, felt tremendous exhaustion. This was not merely physical depletion. It was also the extreme depletion of spirit and will, along with Haki. If this continued, perhaps one side would truly fall, but the other side would undoubtedly pay an unbearable price. Gold Lion fixed his fierce and brutal gaze on Whitebeard. His eyes concealed a deep-seated unwillingness. He knew very well that defeating Newgate, this old rival, here was nearly impossible. This bastard was even more resilient and troublesome than he had imagined. Whitebeard likewise stared at Gold Lion. His expression seemed calm, but deep within those eyes there was an imperceptible gravity. Shiki's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own, a monster of the same level. On the Moby Dick, Marco and the others quietly let out a sigh of relief. The nerves that had been tense for several days finally relaxed a bit. Though Old Man was the strongest man in the world, but the opponent was that legendary Gold Lion, and no one dared to let their guard down. Lewis still stood at the ship's edge, his gaze piercing. His breath synchronized with the presence of the two powerhouses. Everything around seemed to vanish. Only those two towering figures remained. Every breath they took, every exchange of glances contained endless combat wisdom and the profound truths of power. He felt as if he could touch a thin membrane. As long as he gently prodded it, he could enter a whole new world. It was the world of observation Haki. This astonishing battle, though temporarily paused, but the shock and inspiration it brought him, like the deepest of imprints, had already been etched deep within his soul. He seemed to see a clear path to the world of information unfolding before his eyes. Observation Haki. So that's how it is. Just as this brief and strange calm was about to be shattered, an anomaly suddenly arose. A row of dense black dots appeared on the distant horizon. Those black dots were rapidly approaching. The massive silhouettes gradually became clear in sight. That was the Navy fleet. More than a dozen standard Navy warships with imposing cannons. Like moving fortresses forged from steel, they advanced in a neatly arranged and deadly formation, riding the waves. On the towering masts of each warship fluttered the seagull flag that symbolized absolute justice. Particularly eye-catching were the leading warships. Their size far exceeded that of ordinary warships. They were indeed the flagship-level colossal war machines of the Navy headquarters. Steel behemoths casting shadows over the sky. A suffocating sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire sea area. The Navy had arrived. Such a massive fleet. This was no ordinary patrol or pursuit. The Navy. The remaining pirates of the Flying Sky Pirates were the first to scream in terror. They were in a state of panic. Their captain had just been engaged in a devastating battle with Whitebeard. At this moment, the forces of the Navy headquarters were pressing in. Like startled birds, they were filled with fear and unease. With the appearance of the massive naval fleet, the atmosphere on the Moby Dick suddenly tightened, heavy as a mountain. Marco's eyes sharpened, his tone laden with an unprecedented gravity. Who are they targeting with such scale? No matter who it is, he'll kill them one by one. Vista placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixated on the approaching colossal fleet. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates reacted almost instantly. They swiftly entered the highest level of battle readiness. Guarding the Moby Dick firmly at the center, Whitebeard slowly turned around, his gaze directed at the menacing naval fleet approaching with murderous intent. His brow slightly furrowed. Even the Golden Lion Shiki, who had just been in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, temporarily set aside their grudges, fixating on the threatening Navy. "Ha ha, little pups of the Navy, you think you can crash my party at a time like this?" His tone remained arrogant and domineering. Yet deep within his eyes there was a hint of undeniable vigilance. After experiencing a fierce battle with Whitebeard, facing both Whitebeard and the main fleet of the Navy simultaneously, even he, the Golden Lion, felt an unprecedented challenge. The naval fleet drew ever closer, and he could clearly see the figures standing on the decks of the leading flagship. The two leading figures exuded an astounding aura. Just standing there calmly felt like the stabilizing pillar of the sea. They concentrated the murderous momentum of the entire massive fleet to its peak. An overwhelming sense of oppression radiated from them. One of them wore a navy coat emblazoned with the word justice. He sported the iconic seagull hat. His expression was serious, emanating authority without anger. He was none other than the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Wise General Sengoku. Beside Sengoku stood a tall, muscular man in a white Navy uniform, his long black hair flowing. He had a rice cracker in his mouth, appearing casually poised, yet exuding a terrifying aura akin to an abyss. He was the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp. The names of these two legendary figures, Admiral Sengoku and the Wise General, were synonymous with the peak power of the Navy. They vividly came into view. The moment they were seeing the expressions of both the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the proud Golden Lion Shiki instantly darkened. Their faces turned grim. Sengoku, Garp. These were not just names. They were the pillars of the Navy that stood against the era's overlords like Roger Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. The simultaneous appearance of these two adversaries was no coincidence. A terrifying aura of an impending storm enveloped the entire sea area. Sengoku's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's piercing through the battlefield. Target confirmed. Sengoku's cold voice echoed clearly throughout the Navy fleet channel via the ship's transponder snail. Whitebeard pirates Edward Newgate. Lewis. Flying pirate crew Shiki. Sengoku's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable authority and resolve. Relay my orders. Each word hit the hearts of all Navy soldiers like a heavy hammer. At all costs. Eliminate them. Completely wipe them out. The last 4 words were spoken with resolute determination, filled with murderous intent. Like thunder crashing from the heavens, they reverberated in everyone's ears. What a disappointing cockroach. The deep voice of the Golden Lion Shiki echoed, filled with annoyance and fatigue from being interrupted in battle. 3 days and nights of intense fighting with Whitebeard had left even his monstrous physique feeling a hint of undetectable fatigue. Facing the elite forces of the Navy headquarters, he too had to rein in some of his arrogance. Whitebeard did not respond to the complaints of the Golden Lion. He merely grinned. Within that smile, there was a mix of bravado in the face of a strong enemy, along with an understanding of Garp and Sengoku's sudden intervention. He suddenly whirled around. As he exerted his strength, the ground beneath his feet exploded into a deep pit. His entire being shot forward like a cannonball, instantly covering a great distance. He landed on the deck of the Moby Dick with a thud. The heavy sound of landing echoed across the deck, showcasing his unparalleled strength. He first glanced at Lewis. The young man's eyes had become extremely sharp due to the Navy's orders, even carrying a hint of a battle's longing. He then swept his gaze over his sons. Having also experienced 3 days of tense observation, their eyes now burned with fierce battle intent. Finally, he turned back towards the looming Golden Lion and the Navy fleet that had already begun to adjust formation, their cannons gleaming with cold light and gradually closing in. Whitebeard took a deep breath. His colossal frame sank slightly. His arm muscles bulged like coiling dragons, brimming with earth-shattering power. He suddenly spread his arms wide. Clenching his enormous fists that could crush steel, he then slammed them into the air before him. Gulalala. The familiar wild laughter echoed once more, accompanied by a terrifying power capable of ripping apart space. An invisible shockwave radiated from the Moby Dick, spreading wildly in all directions like a tsunami. Crack, crack. The atmosphere seemed to turn into fragile glass. It emitted a spine-chilling cracking sound. Visible white cracks appeared seemingly out of nowhere, spreading forth. The seawater below was forcibly parted by this overwhelming force. It surged up into 2 towering tsunamis. One tsunami surged towards the remnants of the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew. The other mercilessly swept towards the Navy fleet that had just entered the attack range, preparing to execute the eliminate order, indiscriminately engulfing them. This strike, with its vast range and terrifying power, surpassed any attack he had executed during his battle with the Golden Lion. Clearly, Whitebeard did not intend to continue entangling with the Golden Lion here, nor did he intend to clash head-on with the Navy. His goal was to safely lead his family away. If you haven't had enough fun, let the little Navy pups continue to play with you, Shiki. Whitebeard's boisterous laughter echoed amidst the reverberations and the overwhelming sound of the giant waves. It was filled with an unmatched, domineering spirit. Taking cover behind the massive waves created by Whitebeard himself, the Moby Dick swiftly altered its course. At an astonishing speed, it raced towards a direction far from the battlefield. In the chaotic battlefield, the aggressive naval fleet and the taken-aback Golden Lion were all left far behind. The wild and unrestrained laughter of Whitebeard seemed to linger in the turbulent sea breeze. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with sulfur still hung in the air, not yet dissipated. The towering waves continued to roar, tearing apart and devouring all the debris in sight. The sea surface was littered with fragments of ships from the Sky Pirate crew that had failed to defend themselves. Broken masts and twisted planks drifted with the waves. Occasionally, desperate cries for help echoed, only to be completely drowned and shattered by the next monstrous wave. The Navy fleet fared just as badly. The once imposing steel warships now swayed violently in the tumultuous waters. The officers were futilely issuing commands. Boom. Garp's beard bristled as his iron fist smashed through the giant wave, instantly calming the chaotic sea surface. Whitebeard had long since vanished. Only one target remained, the Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion floated in midair, his golden hair dancing wildly, obscuring his face that was grim enough to wring water from it. The Moby Dick had disappeared on the distant skyline. He had been played. played by Whitebeard, and by this troublesome navy. Gulalala. From afar, the unmistakable mockery of Whitebeard seemed to drift closer, fading further away. Newgate. Shiki's roar was exhausted, shaking the air with a booming resonance, ultimately dissipating weakly. Golden Lion Shiki surrender. Sengoku's furious shout transformed him into a colossal golden Buddha, his massive palm crashing down with a sound that tore through the air. A new battle erupted once more after Whitebeard's departure. Meanwhile, the Moby Dick had already sailed through the winds and waves, vanishing without a trace. Warm sunlight bathed an unknown tropical island, dispelling the chill of the sea. The salty sea breeze gently blew, rustling through the coconut trees by the shore. Lewis hummed a tuneless little song, busily hauling in fresh fruit purchases. Marco, with his hands in his pockets, strolled beside him, looking relaxed and comfortable. The tension from the earlier earth-shattering battle had long been thrown to the back of his mind. "Hey, Lewis, move a bit faster. Old man and the others are waiting for the feast," Marco urged with a smile, unable to hide his leisurely demeanor. "Got it, Marco," Lewis replied lazily, though his speed didn't increase much. Extra. Extra. Legendary pirates Whitebeard and Golden Lion both retreated in defeat. The Navy achieved a historic victory. A newsbird with a small horn squawked noisily as it flew overhead. Lewis, not looking up, skillfully pulled out a few coins and tossed them casually. The newsbird precisely caught the coins and dropped off a newspaper. Lewis set down the fruit box in his hands and picked up the newspaper to unfold it. The massive headline instantly filled his vision. Admiral Sengoku fought bravely. He resisted the Golden Lion. He rebuked Whitebeard, ultimately forcing the two legendary pirates to retreat in disgrace. Below there was a subheading: the Sky Pirate crew suffered severe losses. Several captains, including Green and Bonby, were successfully captured by the Navy. Lewis couldn't help but smirk at the corner of his mouth. He casually tossed the newspaper to Marco beside him. Marco took it and glanced over, immediately bursting into laughter. His shoulders shook with mirth. "Huh. Those Navy reporters really are blowing this out of proportion. Isn't that the truth?" Lewis shrugged, murmuring softly, "But that Golden Lion really did take a fall this time. 2 of his captains were caught." In the corner of the newspaper there indeed was a list of captured captains, along with blurry photographs. Lewis continued to haul the fruit, grumbling to himself. What does the newspaper boast about Sengoku overpowering 2 legends? Such nonsense only fools the unworldly fools. The old man in his prime and the Golden Lion at his peak are both monsters among monsters. The Conqueror's Haki is merely a way to greet each other. Even now, Sengoku and Carp together would find it difficult to completely defeat either one. Of course, Lewis also understood that the current Whitebeard pirates indeed had their shortcomings. The old man is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. But apart from the old man, Marco and Jozu still needed time to grow. At present, the Whitebeard pirates rely almost entirely on the old man's reputation and strength to uphold the title of the strongest in the world. Compared to the Peak Roger crew or the massive fleet of the Golden Lion, they indeed lack in terms of the number of top-tier combatants. Besides the old man, there is currently no one who can truly contend with an admiral or legendary pirate of the same level. "Lewis, look, your bounty notice," Marco suddenly shouted excitedly, slapping Lewis on the shoulder and thrusting the newspaper back into his hands. "Congratulations. You are now a bona fide pirate." Upon hearing that Lewis had made the bounty notice, the busy crew members immediately gathered around him with a cheer. They all congratulated Lewis in a cacophony. "Well done, Lewis. Congratulations." Bista the Flower Sword gave a thumbs up with a grin. "Quick, show us how much the bounty is. If it's less than my first bounty, you'll have to laugh at you." Diamond Jozu also chimed in, his face brimming with excitement. "Honestly, I can't deal with you guys." Lewis chuckled, shaking his head as he carefully unfolded the bounty notice and held it high. A massive photograph occupied most of the page. The background of the photo was the battlefield from earlier. A handsome young man stood at the bow of the Moby Dick. He gazed sharply into the distance where the clash of powerful beings was wreaking havoc. His expression was confident and soaring. It seemed as if arcs of dark red electricity generated from the collision of Conqueror's Haki faintly surrounded him. That aura was astonishingly powerful. Below the photo were a few lines of eye-catching text: "Son of the Devil, Edward Lewis bounty, 79 million berries, crimes are heinous, life or death unaccounted for." Wow, 79 million. Is this for real? This is my first bounty after all. The crew members gasped in shock upon seeing the bounty amount, all of them taken aback by the figure. In this era, it is exceptionally rare for a first bounty to exceed 50 million berries. Even that Nico Robin, who would later be regarded as a significant threat by the world government, had a mere sum at 8 years old during her initial bounty. Lewis' initial bounty amount was simply outrageous. The current bounty is not like in the future where inflation occurs. Every berry represents a tangible threat and the Navy's level of concern. While there were certainly factors involving the Whitebeard pirate's prestige, this bounty amount was still frighteningly high. Such a high bounty for Lewis, whose strength has not yet fully matured, undoubtedly meant immense trouble and danger. However, he now had the world's strongest father backing him, with Whitebeard in his prime as a support who would dare to easily touch a hair on Edward Lewis. Such blind fools simply do not exist. A huge bonfire erupted in the clearing of the island. The atmosphere of the feast was lively and boisterous. Thick roasted meat sizzled over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. Barrels of wine piled high, seemingly endless. The crew excitedly surrounded Lewis, chattering about the freshly issued bounty notice belonging to him. 79 million berries. Lewis, you really are something. This is such a high bounty for your first one. What will it be like in the future? Hey, Lewis, you must treat us today, a rough voice shouted. Ha, of course. Surrounded by the crowd, Lewis wore a bright smile, joyfully accepting the warmth from his brothers. He relished the feeling of being recognized by family. Yet amidst the din, a rare clarity remained in his heart. At that moment, a staggering sound abruptly interrupted the revelry by the shore. A child rushed over. His clothes were in tatters, and he was stout, wearing a haphazardly stitched misshapen hat. He looked exceptionally disheveled, practically rolling and crawling towards Whitebeard. His movements appeared exaggerated and clumsy. It was none other than Marshal D. Teach. Thud. A dull sound echoed as Teach knelt heavily just a few steps away from Whitebeard. He nearly lay flat on the sand. What would Dad? Whitebeard, Dad. Teach suddenly burst into loud sobs, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. I finally found you. I finally found you. He slowly lifted his mud-streaked, tear-stained face, his nose and eyes smeared with snot and tears. I have admired you for so long. I have been wandering alone outside, suffering humiliation and hardship. Please, Dad, take me in. Just let me have a place on the Moby Dick. He cried while banging his forehead hard against the ground. Thud, thud. The sound was heavy. Even if it's just the most humble servant, I am willing. I can endure any hardship. I just want to be your son, to be a part of this big family. Whitebeard sat in his enormous chair, watching the sobbing, overly dramatic little boy on the ground. His massive body, akin to a small mountain, leaned slightly forward. To be honest, this exaggerated performance made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. But the words family and home indeed struck a chord in his softest heart. His initial intention in forming this pirate crew was to treat every crew member as his own son. Perhaps this was yet another desperate soul in need of his protection. Marco and Josu, standing beside him, exchanged a discreet glance. This sudden intruder exuded an inexplicable sense of wrongness. His appearance was too coincidental. His performance was overly forceful. Josu's sturdy body tensed slightly, remaining on guard. Marco crossed his arms lazily, observing the kneeling Teach, evaluating his true intentions. Just as Whitebeard was about to relent, possibly agreeing, a calm voice clearly interjected. Dad. Lewis parted the crew before him and stepped forward. He halted beside Teach, looking down at the man sprawled on the ground. His gaze was sharp. Since this gentleman is so eager to join us, Lewis paused before continuing. How about he first follows me? As his words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Even the crackling of the bonfire became exceptionally clear. The crew stared at Lewis in astonishment. They couldn't comprehend why Lewis would voluntarily take on this troublesome individual. Even Marco and Josu cast incredulous glances at him. Whitebeard paused, looking at his young son, who always had astonishing opinions. And the most surprised was Teach, kneeling on the ground. His cries abruptly ceased. His plump body froze instantly, as if under a spell. His carefully crafted script was to throw himself into Whitebeard's arms, becoming an unnoticeable member among many sons, and then infiltrate, slowly seeking that long-desired opportunity. Who was this young man who suddenly appeared? Why did it seem that Dad valued him? Lewis paid no heed to the various reactions around him, turning to Whitebeard to continue explaining. Dad, I happen to need some manpower to help handle some chores. His tone was steady, revealing no emotion. This also gives us a chance to assess his character. If he sincerely wishes to become our family, he should first show some sincerity and prove his worth, shouldn't he? You are usually very busy, so this small matter of bringing in newcomers can be left to me to handle. This statement was flawless and reasonable. It not only provided Whitebeard with an easy way out, avoiding the dilemma of directly rejecting or accepting, but also showcased Lewis' willingness to share the team's responsibilities. Whitebeard gazed at Lewis. He had always been aware of this young man's ambition and capability. Allowing him to handle such matters might actually be a good exercise. Gulalala. Whitebeard's signature thunderous laughter shattered the brief silence. All right. Since you said so, Lewis, then this guy is entrusted to you. Yes, Dad, you can count on me. Lewis slightly bowed, respectfully responding. Teach, on the ground, quickly adjusted his expression, immediately climbing up. His face instantly filled with an even more exaggerated and humble smile. He kept nodding and bowing to Lewis, lowering his posture. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I'm so grateful for this opportunity. Beneath his deeply bowed head, a flicker of dark light vanished from his eyes. His plan had been disrupted. This boy named Lewis needed to be watched closely. Thus Marshal D. Teach, who would stir the world's storm in the future, temporarily became Lewis' nominal first subordinate. This small interlude ended and the feast resumed its previous liveliness. Music played again, wine glasses clinked crisply, and the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air once more. However, the atmosphere inevitably became somewhat subtle. The crew continued to drink heartily and eat meat in large chunks, but they would occasionally glance at the new chubby fellow who closely followed Lewis. Teach tried hard to blend in with everyone. He grinned, awkwardly attempting to strike up conversations with those around him. Yet his discomfort and sense of being out of place were still clear and impossible to disguise. Lewis held a glass of wine, moving gracefully through the crowd. He clinked glasses and laughed with familiar crew members, engaging in lively conversation. However, a significant portion of his attention remained focused on Teach, just a few steps behind. Every subtle movement of Teach, every fleeting change in expression was quietly noted by Lewis, who analyzed him in silence. The man's forbearance and disguise were even deeper and more terrifying than Lewis had anticipated. As the feast progressed, the noise slightly subsided. Lewis found a relatively quiet corner to sit down. Teach immediately followed, like a loyal servant, obediently standing behind him. Lewis picked up a piece of perfectly roasted meat, casually tossing it back towards Teach, without even looking. "Hey, Teach." Teach hastily caught at his face, instantly showing a surprised expression, nodding repeatedly. Lewis slowly wiped the grease from his hands. He turned his head to look at Teach behind him. "Tell me about yourself. What did you do before? And why do you want to join our Whitebeard pirates so badly?" Teach, mid-bite of the roasted meat, suddenly halted. He raised his head, quickly switching back to an honest and simple smile, and began his tale. He crafted a classic tragic story, an orphan wandering alone since childhood, suffering disdain and bullying from the world. Ultimately, in despair, he heard of Whitebeard's benevolence. He viewed it as his last hope and guiding light in life. Thus, he traveled countless miles, enduring hardships to seek refuge. This story was told with great emotion and rich details. At first glance, it seemed flawless with no discernible flaws. Lewis simply listened quietly, not interrupting Teach's performance. He didn't question any details, either occasionally lifting his glass for a gentle sip. The night grew deeper. The bonfire flickered in the night wind, casting uncertain shadows. In the midst of shifting lights, it reflected the starkly different expressions of the two. Teach continued to passionately narrate his fabricated past of suffering. Lewis' fingers unconsciously rubbed the cool surface of the glass he held. The next day, sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting its glow upon the island where the Whitebeard pirates temporarily resided. Lewis, claiming to be familiar with the surroundings, brought only Teach along to stroll along the coastline. Lewis had his hands in his pockets, his steps leisurely, as if he were truly just taking a walk. He turned his head to glance at the somewhat reserved Teach beside him and casually asked, "Teach, why did you choose to join the Whitebeard pirates back then? Was it simply because Dad is the strongest in the world?" Teach immediately wore his characteristic, somewhat simplistic and ingratiating smile upon hearing this. He scratched his messy black hair, his tone intentionally feigning shyness and self-evidence. Of course it's because Dad is the strongest man in the world. Being with Dad, having his backing, it's so safe. And besides, I can learn real skills." He seemed to think this reason was flawless, a universally applicable standard answer. Lewis' originally steady pace came to an abrupt halt without warning. He turned around, no longer casual, his eyes sharp and piercing like a hawk, locking directly onto Teach's gaze. "Safe." The corners of Lewis' mouth curled into a ruthless sneer, his tone laden with meaning. "Teach, do you really think that hoisting the Whitebeard pirates flag, which commands respect across the seas, is seeking safety? Or does this flag expose you and the entire pirate crew to the spotlight of the world government, the Navy, and all the ambitious souls coveting the strongest throne?" His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, precisely piercing through the calm facade Teach had constructed. "What you desire, I fear, is far more than just simple safety, isn't it?" Lewis took a step closer, an invisible pressure causing Teach to instinctively tense his body. "I saw the look in your eyes when you gazed at Dad's back yesterday. That look was not merely the admiration and reverence of a new crew member towards the captain. It was more a profound longing for that world-destroying power. A deep-seated ambition nearly ready to break through the surface." The moment his words fell, Teach's honest and simple smile froze and shattered. A look of shock quickly spread across his face, immediately turning into anger at being thoroughly seen through. A dark, fierce aura erupted violently from his corpulent body. His eyes suddenly became fierce, like a lurking snake finally revealing its fangs. A murderous intent, an unabashed murderous intent surged and roiled within him, silencing him. This thought exploded in his mind like a flash of lightning. This kid is terrifyingly sharp. As Teach's internal power surged and his murderous intent boiled just as that rough hand lifted, suddenly a faint yet chilling black-red arc flickered across Lewis' body before vanishing. The Conqueror's Haki erupted. It struck precisely and violently at Teach's spiritual world. This blow was fast and brutal, completely beyond Teach's reaction limit. Teach felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a battering ram, leaving him momentarily blank, producing a deafening hum. Then a profound fear arising from the depths of his soul seized his entire heart. This feeling made his blood seem to freeze. In an instant his body stiffened completely, as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, unable to move. Cold sweat instantly drenched his thick back. This kid, this so-called son of Whitebeard. He is actually a born king, not only with such profound thoughts, but also such terrifying talent. Lewis retracted that subtle aura of dominance. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. However, the gaze he directed at Teach contained a domineering conviction. I sensed it, Teach. Deep within your body there indeed lies a considerable power and a greater ambition that surpasses ordinary men. But to me that is not a problem. Lewis looked at Teach, who was still in shock, drenched in cold sweat, with a confident, even arrogant smile. The path I, Lewis, am destined to walk is far broader and higher than you can currently imagine. I am never afraid of my subordinates having ambition. I can even help those truly capable subordinates realize their respective ambitions. His gaze swept over Teach's still terrified face. Because I only fear that my subordinates are useless, that they are foolish who will drag me down. As long as you have sufficient capability, can be of use to me, and can create corresponding value, then your ambition will be the best driving force for you to keep moving forward and growing stronger. Lewis' voice was resolute, filled with absolute confidence and dominance. And I have absolute confidence and even more absolute strength to suppress any wild dog that dares to covet the master's position and attempt to bite back. Do you understand what I mean, Teach? Teach stood rooted in place, swallowing hard, breathing heavily. Cold sweat continued to trickle down his forehead. At this moment his heart was stirred by unprecedented waves of turmoil. The terrifying talent exhibited by Lewis. And this declaration completely unlike what a boy could utter, grand and domineering. All of this utterly overturned his perception of Lewis and disrupted his original plans. This seemingly young master is likely far more troublesome than Whitebeard himself. But could this not also be a new opportunity? Confronting him heat-in. That Conqueror's Haki from before had made him clearly realize that he currently held no chance of victory before this young master. To strike would be to humiliate himself, and could even lead to immediate death. Then what about temporarily submitting? Perhaps for now he could lurk by his side, utilizing his resources and platform, waiting for himself to find that fated devil fruit, accumulating sufficient power. This seemed to be the only feasible path at the moment. Moreover, Lewis' earlier words could help capable subordinates achieve their ambitions. Was it merely a skill to command subordinates? Teach's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Seconds later, the sinister and murderous intent on his face gradually receded. In its place was a smile squeezed out anew. Only this time the smile was no longer the previous simplicity, but an indescribable complexity and reverence. His laughter was somewhat dry, no longer filled with the distinctiveness of before. Boss Lewis, you are truly terrifying. Teach took a deep breath. He raised his head, looking directly into Lewis' eyes, his gaze flickering. That's right. I admit it. I have ambition. His voice grew deep and powerful, carrying a resolute determination, as if he were burning bridges. I want to obtain a power that allows me to truly navigate these seas and realize my dreams. For this I am willing to pay any price, and will stop at nothing. After saying this, Teach suddenly dropped to one knee, bowing his rebellious head. His rough palm pressed into the sand, adopting a posture of submission. Since you have said this, then I, Marshal D. Teach, am willing to temporarily follow you. As long as you can give me a chance, I will definitely prove my worth to you with my actions. He lowered his head, his voice sounding extremely sincere. Yet lurking in the depths of his shadowy eyes, an elusive undercurrent still surged. Lewis looked down at Teach, who was kneeling before him. His face retained a faint smile, making it hard to discern his true emotions at this moment. He did not immediately step forward to help Teach up, nor did he say any warm words of acceptance. He merely nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance of this loyalty. But he knew very well that Teach's submission was merely a temporary choice, made after weighing the pros and cons. It was by no means sincere. Lewis would not completely trust this ambitious Blackbeard either. However, that did not hinder him from utilizing Teach's strength and ambition. An unusual aura permeated the deck. The sea breeze, laden with a strong salty tang, swept through, yet it couldn't disperse the complex gazes of the crew directed at the figure huddled in the corner. Marshal D. Teach. Now he was nominally Lewis' subordinate. He was scrubbing the deck with unusual fervor, sweat soaking his disheveled, greasy black hair, sticking to his forehead. From time to time, he would grin, revealing teeth that seemed perpetually unclean, emitting a signature mischievous laugh. That laughter felt slightly forced in the sea breeze, trying desperately to blend into the deck that was not yet his. Most of the crew merely watched with cold indifference, or they huddled together in small groups, whispering their words tinged with unmasked alienation and wariness. Out of respect for Lewis, and more importantly, because it was a decision personally endorsed by Old Man, they refrained from direct confrontation. Yet that profound distrust, like an invisible and heavy wall, firmly isolated Teach from the rest. Teach seemed utterly unconcerned by it. Or rather, he concealed his concern beneath an excessively naive smile buried deep. His attitude towards Lewis was excessively respectful, even tinged with an indescribable flattery. He was far too diligent to be a newly joined pirate of the Whitebeard pirates. However, the harder he performed, the more artificial it seemed. Like a thick, greasy froth floating above the clear water, he was entirely out of place. Marco held a large wine glass and walked slowly to the edge of the ship. Standing beside Lewis, his gaze appeared casual, but subtly swept over the distant, busy, and somewhat clumsy figure. Several seagulls circled in the azure sky, emitting bright and prolonged calls. "Lewis." Marco's voice was low, tinged with evident seriousness. "That Teach, I can't shake the feeling that something's off about his eyes." His brow furrowed slightly. "You must be careful, don't trust him too much." As an older crew member, it was his unshakable responsibility to protect this ship and the family that Old Man cherished dearly. Especially Lewis, the young man whom Old Man had high hopes for with immeasurable potential. Lewis turned his head, still wearing a lazy and calm expression. He reached out and patted Marco's shoulder. "Don't worry, Marco, I know my limits." His smile radiated a powerful confidence, as if he had already grasped all the ways of this world. A dog that bites can guard the house as long as the chain is strong and used in the right place. Right. He didn't elaborate too much, but the controlling implication in his words was already clear. "I have my own arrangements." Marco looked at Lewis' youthful, yet unusually composed profile, his eyes sparkling with depth that belied his age. He nodded, choosing not to say more. He chose to trust Lewis' judgment, while secretly remaining vigilant. Teach continued to scrub the deck vigorously, sweat streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the wood planks washed by seawater. He kept his head down, seemingly absorbed in his task. Yet those small eyes hidden beneath his thick bangs never ceased their observation of the surrounding environment. His gaze, like the most covert of probes, silently swept over every crew member passing by him, especially those who were strong. Diamond Jozu, what astonishing defensive power is contained within those arms, shining like the purest diamonds. Flower Sword Vista, what dazzling and deadly sword techniques can he unleash in an instant with those seemingly ordinary Western swords at his waist? Each strong individual's abilities and even the slightest character flaws were silently noted and categorized in his mind. He paid particular attention to those with powerful devil fruit abilities. The diamond fruit was so tempting, such powerful strength. But the deepest desire within him was even more concealed and dark, like an unfathomable whirlpool. He occasionally engaged in conversation with seemingly low-ranking crew members. Using various indirect methods, he sought to probe if there were any legendary devil fruit manuals aboard, or if there were any traces of that elusive dark fruit which existed only in legend and which he yearned for. High atop the main mast lookout, Whitebeard occasionally set down his gigantic wine glass resembling a small bucket. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. The invisible observation Haki spread silently like the gentlest yet most vast tide, enveloping every corner of the deck, every subtle motion. Every interaction between Lewis and Teach, every exchange of glances, was vividly presented in his sensory world. Whitebeard recognized and even appreciated Lewis' way of control, using their strengths while managing their weaknesses. Placing Teach a hot potato under Lewis was meant to temper him. However, when sensing the abyssal darkness and ambition deep within Teach's heart, Whitebeard couldn't help but frown. Lewis did not relax even slightly because he had temporarily subdued Teach. During the day, he handled the ship's affairs with swift decisiveness, assisting Marco in coordinating the crew's cooperation, meticulously inspecting every detail of the ship, demonstrating increasingly mature leadership and undeniable decisiveness. At night, when the day's clamor faded, leaving only the bright moonlight and eternal waves, he would come alone to a secluded corner of the deck or the empty training ground. Sweat streamed down his body like fine streams, quickly soaking his clothes, reflecting tiny glimmers under the cool moonlight. The insights gained from witnessing the earth-shattering battle with Whitebeard and Gold Lion took root and sprouted within him like countless seeds waiting for the right moment to break ground. Teach's existence felt like an invisible whip, constantly urging him, reminding him not to pause. He needed greater power, a power sufficient to control all variables, enough to seize destiny by the throat. Teach was also patiently waiting. He exhibited a frightening patience, like a crocodile lurking in the murkiest depths, quietly waiting for its prey to reveal the most vulnerable and fatal flaw. Lewis' rate of growth and strength exceeded his expectations. The vigilance of this young man felt like an invisible, yet resilient net, making him feel constrained and hesitant to act rashly. Not to mention that aboard this massive ship, named the Moby Dick, powerful monsters appeared one after another, each strong enough to challenge him. And there was that man, a stabilizing force in the world, the strongest man alive. Just the thought of him was enough to suffocate Teach with pressure. The time had not yet come. He had to continue playing the role of the naive, diligent, and loyal subordinate to Lewis. Disguise was one of his most proficient weapons and currently his only talisman. The Moby Dick cut through the azure waves, steadfastly sailing towards the next segment of the grand line of sea, filled with the unknown. The crew members each fulfilled their duties, and the deck was a scene of busy yet orderly activity. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from the main mast, accompanied by the sharp sound of a rope snapping. A young crew member responsible for adjusting the sails suddenly found himself stepping into thin air, losing his balance in an instant. He screamed as he fell rapidly from a height, like a kite with a severed string. Directly below him was an area piled with spare cannonballs and sharp maintenance tools. The closest to the falling crew member were Lewis, who was standing nearby, and Teach, who had just finished a task and was about to take a break. Almost instinctively, Teach's body recoiled slightly as his eyes quickly scanned the items below that could cause impact and danger. The instinct for self-preservation overwhelmed all other thoughts in that moment. However, just as he retreated in that trivial instant, a figure shot past like an arrow released from a bow. Lewis did not hesitate or think for a moment. He suddenly exerted force under his feet. A faint, almost imperceptible boom resonated through the air. His figure was already in the air, arms precisely and powerfully catching the rapidly falling crew member. The immense impact caused Lewis' arm muscles to tense instantly, veins standing out. Yet he held on firmly, skillfully dissipating the tremendous force, and then landed on the deck as lightly as a feather. The surrounding crew members finally reacted, as if awakening from a dream, rushing forward in surprise. They chattered anxiously, expressing concern for the still-shaken young crew member. "Are you okay, Tom? That really scared me." The young crew member named Tom was pale as paper, trembling in fear, instinctively gripping Lewis' arm tightly while gasping for breath. Lewis gently patted his back, signaling him to relax. Then he slowly raised his head, directing his gaze towards Teach, who stood not far away, still leaning back slightly with a hint of shock on his face. The surrounding noise seemed to suddenly freeze at that moment. Everyone's eyes followed Lewis' gaze, focusing on Teach like a spotlight. Lewis' eyes turned cold, devoid of any warmth. "Remember this, Teach." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the deck, carrying an undeniable authority and chill. "On my father's ship, every crew member is family. If you can't even manage this, you will never truly belong here." This statement pierced Teach's heart like an invisible, bone-chilling ice spike. He could clearly sense the cold, alienating gazes directed at him from those around, tinged with a hint of disdain. The lower-ranking crew members, who had just developed a slight fondness for Teach, now looked at him with entirely changed eyes. That slight fondness extinguished like a candle in the wind. In its place was a deeper wariness, an unabashed disdain. Lewis' words cut through Teach's facade of attempting to fit in with the crew like a sharp dagger. This was not merely a warning to Teach individually. It was a powerful reaffirmation and defense of the core values of the Whitebeard pirates, the concept of family. Teach's body stiffened slightly. He slowly lowered his head, adopting a seemingly submissive posture, concealing the intense disdain and mockery that flashed in his eyes. "Yes, Lord Lewis, I remember." His voice struggled to maintain a facade of simplicity and obedience, but only he knew the true thoughts hidden behind this mask. Family. What a laughable and fragile concept. It was merely a shackle used by the powerful to bind and exploit the weak. In this brutal sea where the weak are devoured by the strong, only absolute power remains the eternal truth. Yet at the same time, Lewis' unhesitating, instinctual actions, along with his words that struck deep, elevated Teach's evaluation of this young man to a new level. He keenly realized that Lewis was not merely brawn. This young man seemed to hold an almost naive idea of what it meant to be a partner in family. What was more terrifying was that he seemed to have truly garnered the respect and loyalty of his crew. To truly gain their trust, or to make his disguise more seamless, merely acting smooth and diligent was far from enough. He must at certain critical moments perform actions that align with this foolish value system. Today's blunder was a costly yet profoundly enlightening lesson. The night, as thick as ink, gradually consumed the sky and the sea. The waves gently lapped against the massive hull of the Moby Dick, producing a rhythmic sound. Lewis stood alone at the bow of the ship. The salty sea breeze tousled his dark hair and lifted the edges of his clothing. Teach. This ticking time bomb buried at the heart of the Whitebeard pirates was immensely powerful, but also perilously dangerous. How to make the best use of this unpredictable piece on the chessboard. How to extract its potential value to the fullest before it detonated completely. At the same time, he must remain vigilant, guarding against its potentially fatal backlash. He could distinctly feel Teach's lurking ambitions silently spreading. In the depths of the cabin, in a shadowy, unnoticed corner, Teach carefully pored over a slightly worn and yellowed piece of paper under the light of an oil lamp. On the paper, some fragmented and obscure information was recorded in rough handwriting. Among them were a few crooked, unintelligible symbols and some extremely crude drawings. This was the result of countless efforts and channels he had used to gather every little scrap of information about the fabled dark fruit. Every word, every mark encapsulated his long-suppressed desire, igniting the flames deep within his soul. The light of the oil lamp flickered uneasily. Shadows danced across his rugged face, illustrating the twisted expressions of greed and madness. Family, Teach whispered with utmost mockery in his throat. To him, the so-called bonds of kinship, friendship, and comradeship were ephemeral and insignificant, far less tangible than the devil fruit that could grant him supreme power, as long as he obtained it. As long as he acquired that unique fruit capable of controlling all darkness in the world. Then what Whitebeard, what Lewis, what nonsense, family. Everything would crawl at his feet, trembling and gazing up at his figure. He needed to be more patient. He needed to be more skilled at disguise. He must remain as the craftiest hunter, holding his breath and waiting. Until that fruit which haunted his dreams appeared. Until that foolproof, fatal opportunity truly arrived. He forcibly suppressed the madness and greed that threatened to overflow in his eyes, as if confining a beast ready to devour. Then he carefully folded the piece of paper carrying all his ambitions and treasured it close to his heart. This ship, symbolizing family, the Moby Dick, was merely a stepping stone on his path to the supreme dark throne, a mere launch pad. The Moby Dick sailed steadily across the surface of the Grand Line. Sunshine bathed the deck, reflecting the figure of Lewis drenched in sweat. With each punch and kick, he unleashed astonishing power, causing the air to crackle with faint explosions. Not far away, Teach still wore that honest, simple smile. He busily wiped the railing, his movements brisk and diligent. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, his gaze was like a lurking, venomous snake, occasionally sweeping over Lewis in training, scanning every corner of the ship, absorbing all information into his heart. The color of the sky changed without warning. The bright blue was rapidly engulfed by dark, ominous clouds, as if a massive black paintbrush had brushed across a clear canvas. The fierce wind began to roar unexpectedly, bringing with it the salty, humid air that violently beat against the sails. A terrifying storm beyond the experience of all the crew had descended. The waves were no longer gentle undulations. They suddenly surged, transforming into moving mountains that carried destructive force, crashing down upon the Moby Dick. The ship groaned under the unbearable load, violently shaking and tilting as though it might be torn to shreds by the furious forces of nature at any moment. Even the seasoned pirates who had followed Whitebeard for many years lost their usual composure, their faces heavy with gravity. Garara. Whitebeard Newgate stood imperiously at the bow, his towering figure resembling an immovable mountain. In the face of the towering waves, he let out a hearty, domineering laugh. The naginata in his hand sliced through the air with a shrill whistle as he swung it, every strike accompanied by the full force of his tremor fruit ability. Visible white cracks appeared in the air, spreading like a spider's web. In the next moment, those monstrous waves, capable of easily capsizing a steel giant, were forcefully shattered before him, turning into a shower of splintered water. The might of the world's strongest man was fully revealed at that moment, confronting the power of nature. Steady the helm. Reinforce the starboard sails. Immediately transfer all supplies to the lower hold. Lewis' voice rang clear amidst the storm, filled with undeniable calm. He moved through the chaotic deck, his gaze resolute, calmly directing and coordinating the actions of every crew member. His calmness contrasted sharply with Whitebeard's ferocity, yet they strangely complemented each other together, supporting the ship that swayed in the storm. Ouch! Teach stumbled, accidentally falling onto the slick deck, splashing water everywhere. He got up, grinning sheepishly despite his disheveled appearance, and offered a clumsy apology to his flustered companion. But in that unnoticed moment, his eyes precisely captured every minute, almost imperceptible rapid breath that followed Whitebeard's every powerful swing. His gaze swept over the sections of the ship, making strange sounds under the impact of the towering waves, silently noting the potential structural weaknesses. Whitebeard, undeniably formidable, stood like a stabilizing anchor. Yet the storm scope was far too vast, and its duration unreasonably long. The Moby Dick struggled like a resilient leaf amid the boundless fury of the waves. Its course was thoroughly disrupted, having long deviated from the established route of the Grand Line. In the core of the storm, the sight was even more terrifying. A gigantic, unimaginable waterfall appeared ahead. The seawater did not flow downward, but bizarrely curled upward towards the sky, forming a terrifying wall of water connecting sea and sky. A powerful suction emanated from the center of the waterfall, and the Moby Dick was swept by this relentless current, completely losing the ability to control its direction. "Hold on tight." Whitebeard roared again, his muscular arms taut, swinging the Naginata forward with unprecedented force, shattering the water ahead. Marco Jozu and other crew members also displayed their skills, doing everything in their power to protect the ship. Amidst violent jolts and the grating sounds of friction, the Moby Dick dashed through the towering waterfall, as if being swallowed by a giant beast. The ship sustained damage in multiple places, with cracks appearing in the mast. After the waterfall, the storm suddenly subsided. Before them lay an unfamiliar, strange island. The island was filled with uniquely styled Eastern architecture, with layered eaves hidden among lush trees. The air was permeated with a fresh scent of cherry blossoms, yet tinged with a faint, unsettling oppression. As if beneath the beautiful cherry blossom scenery lay something heavy. The Moby Dick creaked ominously, reminding everyone of the dangers they had just traversed. Repairs were necessary. Whitebeard surveyed the unfamiliar island, a hint of vigilance flashing in his deep blue eyes. "Make landfall. Temporarily rest here and check the damage to the ship." The crew, having survived the ordeal, finally relaxed their tense nerves and let out long breaths. The experience of that storm and waterfall was simply too harrowing. However, before their heavy breaths had even settled, a crew member on the lookout tower expressed doubt. At a distance on the shoreline, a figure was sprinting towards the Moby Dick at an astonishing speed. The person wore a bright kimono that was distinctly different, yet oddly fitting for the area. Two katana were strapped to his waist, and he sported an extraordinarily peculiar hairstyle, resembling an inverted pot lid. His face was alight with an almost manic excitement, as if he had spotted a long-desired treasure. His speed left only a blurred afterimage on the beach. "Wahaha! Finally here!" the man shouted excitedly as he ran, his voice booming and full of vigor. His target was unmistakably clear, fixated on the mountainous figure of Whitebeard Newgate at the ship's bow. The overwhelming aura he radiated was wild and unrestrained, infused with a primal vitality that made the pirates on the deck instinctively grip their weapons tighter. Among the crowd, Teach's honest smile faltered slightly. He looked at the swiftly approaching figure, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "This guy is no ordinary person." Teach's instincts screamed at him, warning that this sudden appearance of the kimono-clad stranger was undoubtedly a terrifying powerhouse. Lewis stood beside Whitebeard's broad back, arms crossed, quietly observing the peculiar man racing towards them. The sea breeze tousled his bangs, and his brow furrowed slightly. Kimono, dual swords, unusual hairstyle, and that bold spirit, fearless of heaven or earth, along with the underlying aura of Conqueror's Haki. Kazuki Odin. His name surfaced almost instantly in Lewis' mind. The key figure in the story, the legendary person from Wano, unexpectedly appeared here at this moment, in this manner. Thoughts raced through Lewis' mind. This sudden turn of events. Was it a crisis or an opportunity? What could he do? The figure of Guangyue Yutian surged forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. He completely ignored the anxious shouts of his retinue behind him, as well as the vigilant and hostile gazes from the members of the Whitebeard pirates. He stomped his feet firmly on the soft sand, unleashing an astonishing force. His entire body leaped into the air like a cannonball, exuding a fierce and unreasonable momentum as he charged straight towards the crowd on the shore. His target had always been singular. The man standing steadfast like a mountain on the shore, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. There was no fear of facing a powerful opponent on Yushin's face. Instead, it radiated an almost frenzied excitement. "Take this." In midair, Yushin's twin blades had already been drawn. Tianyu Feather Slash. Yinmo. The unparalleled sword energy mingled with the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, seemed to transform into a tangible storm sweeping towards Whitebeard. There was not the slightest hint of testing the waters. Not a trace of hesitation. Once he struck, it was with all his might. Whitebeard slightly raised his eyelids. Faced with this sudden and thunderous onslaught, Whitebeard did not even budge an inch. The enormous Naginata Tsongyun Chia was raised by him seemingly at random. A wave of Conqueror's Haki, equally deep and vast as Yushin's, erupted explosively from within him. Clang! The sharp and piercing sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. The blades of the twin swords and the Naginata collided violently in midair. Two peaks of Conqueror's Haki collided fiercely in the void. The invisible shockwaves erupted violently from the point of impact, radiating outward. The terrifying force of their initial clash coursed back along the blades. Yutian felt a powerful surge of force flooding into his arms, and a tearing pain shot through his palms, causing his arms to go numb. He staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance. In contrast, Whitebeard remained planted, standing tall and unmoving with his weapon. The ground beneath him showed no signs of damage from the impact. Yutian shook his still numb arms, feeling the unprecedented pressure bearing down on him. Yet instead of feeling any inclination to retreat from this pressure, it ignited within him an even fiercer battle intent and excitement, like a blazing fire. The outside world is indeed formidable. This is amazing. He laughed heartily, tightening his grip on the twin blades once more. With a flash, Yutian transformed into a shadow, charging once more towards Whitebeard. Yushin's two-sword style gun mimicked Ghost. The exquisite sword technique unfolded brilliantly in his hands. The twin blades became two deathly bolts of lightning, attacking Whitebeard's vital points from impossibly tricky angles. In an instant, the lights and shadows of the blades intertwined chaotically on the shore. The overwhelming Haki clashed and surged, releasing energy that impacted the ground. Whitebeard's gaze remained as calm as water. Faced with Yushin's tempestuous and fierce onslaught, he did not immediately unleash the world-destroying power of the tremor fruit. He relied solely on his peak martial arts skills. Using his mastery of Haki and the superb swordsmanship displayed by the Yunxia, he firmly suppressed Yushin's relentless assault. Every block was executed with pinpoint precision, and each counterattack was powerful and laden with terrifying force, compelling Yutian to exert himself fully, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After yet another violent exchange of blows, Yutian was violently sent flying by an overwhelming force. He skidded awkwardly across the sandy shore for several meters before finally coming to a halt. He abruptly raised his head, looking at the powerful figure before him. This man, relying solely on basic combat skills, exhibited an unimaginable despair-inducing strength. An intense surge of impulse flooded Yushin's heart. He suddenly shouted at Whitebeard, using all his strength to call out, "Let me join your ship. Take me to sea." This sudden request echoed on the battlefield, appearing utterly out of place, even somewhat absurd. Even Whitebeard's typically steady movements paused for a moment. A rare look of surprise flickered in his deep, calm eyes. Yutian charged at Whitebeard again, pouring every ounce of strength he had trained for a lifetime into the Tianyu feather slash and Yinma. The twin blades crossed as his body leaped high into the air once more. He seemed to transform into a brilliant stream of light in the sky. Yushin's two-sword style peach blossom, white dragon. This is the strongest strike I can deliver. Within the blade's light, he carried the determination and spirit to sever all things, fiercely cleaving down towards Whitebeard's head. As Whitebeard faced Yushin's ultimate strike, which risked everything, admiration flickered in his eyes. Yet more so was the absolute authority belonging to the world's strongest. He no longer held back. His right fist tightened fiercely, muscles bulging and veins standing out like coiling dragons. A visible layer of white light rapidly enveloped his fist. This was the telltale sign of the tremor fruit's power being fully unleashed. The surrounding air seemed unable to withstand this terrifying force, emitting faint cracking sounds under the strain. Whitebeard did not dodge or evade. His right fist met the descending twin blade strike, striking straight out, without any flashy techniques. Only pure domineering power capable of shattering all things in the world. The blades and the fist collided with a thunderous crash, all eyes on the deck watching. At the point of collision, the space itself seemed to visibly warp. In the next moment, after a brief, profound silence, the thunderous explosion erupted like a thunderclap. The powerful peach blossom white dragon, which Yutian had high hopes for, was as fragile as delicate glass before Whitebeard's fist, wrapped in terrifying tremor energy. The fierce blade momentum was instantly shattered and crushed. The fist, laden with destructive tremor power, brutally struck Yushin's face. Yutian coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with several shattered teeth. Like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying far away. Boom. A heavy thud sounded. Yushin's body crashed heavily onto the soft sand, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a deep human-shaped pit. Lord Yutian. At that moment, anxious shouts rang out from a distance. Kinemon Swanjuro Kiku, Nojo Reizo Kenjuro Ashura Doji Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi, Yushin's loyal retinue of samurai, finally rushed breathlessly to the beach. They happened to witness their lord being struck down by that pirate who resembled a demonic figure sent crashing heavily onto the sand. Seeing their lord spitting blood and in a state of life and death, all the samurai's eyes turned crimson, filled with rage. Damn pirates! How dare you harm Lord Yutian like this? Clang, clang, clang. The samurai drew their swords, the gleaming blades aimed directly at the pirates on the shore. A palpable aura of killing intent and determination emanated from them, standing in stark contrast to the powerful presence radiating from the Whitebeard pirates. The atmosphere had turned tense, as if a bloody battle was about to erupt. Marshal D. Teach, mixed within the crowd of the Whitebeard pirates, subtly lowered the brim of his hat. His eyes, hidden in shadow, gleamed with an inexplicable excited light. With just one punch, he could completely crush such a robust samurai. And that samurai named Guanyue Yutian, having endured such a terrifying blow, still had the breath to carry on. That peculiar, incredibly resilient vitality was also worth noting. Teach silently assessed the value and potential threats of both sides in his heart, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment of tense confrontation, when the air seemed to solidify the impending battle was on the verge of breaking out, a somewhat lazy, even playful voice rang out somewhat out of place. Lewis strolled leisurely out from the crowd, coming to stand before Whitebeard. He didn't even glance at the samurai glaring at him with murderous intent. Instead, he gazed with keen interest at the distant figure on the beach who was struggling to rise from the sand pit. Using a relaxed tone laced with clear sarcasm, Lewis spoke. "Old man, you really went too hard on him this time, didn't you? You didn't actually knock him out with a single punch, did you, eh?" This seemingly thoughtless remark was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It oddly broke the almost solid tension in the air. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him, including those furious samurai, and the pirates aboard the Moby Dick who were used to grand spectacles. Even the figure of Guanyue Yutian, who was struggling to raise his body on the distant beach. Their gazes involuntarily focused on the young figure Lewis, who had calmly walked out and stood before Whitebeard. Yutian shook his buzzing, somewhat dizzy head. Lewis' voice, filled with evident amusement, rang clearly in his ears. He struggled to raise his head, looking past the various expressions of the pirates, finally landing on Lewis and Whitebeard. Despite being beaten so badly, there was no trace of anger or resentment on his face after the severe injury. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing a smile mixed with sand and blood, yet still appearing brilliantly cheerful. As if that fatal punch had merely been an overly forceful jest between friends. He seemed to completely disregard the excruciating pain from his shattered bones. Gathering his remaining strength, he directed all his sincerity towards Whitebeard, repeating his previous request. His voice was hoarse, yet undeniably firm. "Please, take me to sea with you." Whitebeard looked down at the pitifully battered samurai on the beach. This guy was covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable, yet his eyes remained clear and bright, burning with the flames of yearning and persistence. With a singular focus, he only wanted to rush towards the vast, boundless sea. Then he turned to glance at his son, who always spoke unexpectedly and seemed to revel in chaos. Lewis' expression of enjoying the spectacle was so conspicuous. Whitebeard was first taken aback, then his signature laughter erupted unexpectedly, ringing across the entire coastline. "Gwaha! What an interesting samurai." This deafening laughter seemed to possess a peculiar kind of magic. In an instant, it dispelled the tense and chilling killing intent that had just lingered in the air. The potential bloody battle seemed to be temporarily put on hold with this laughter. Although the battle had ended, the Moby Dick had also sustained considerable damage during the recent voyage. The ship's hull required careful inspection and repairs to ensure safe navigation. The Whitebeard pirates quickly made a decision. They would temporarily dock and rest for 2 weeks on this unknown shore. As for Guanyue Yutian, he was forcibly taken back to Kuri by his loyal retinue of samurai. The Moby Dick lay quietly at anchor. On the shore, the wounds from battle on the ship's hull were being carefully tended to by the shipwrights. The members of the Whitebeard pirates seemed instinctively to keep a distance from the group of samurai in kimonos on the shore, especially the man named Kazuki Oden. His injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, visibly mending almost before one's eyes. However, Kazuki Oden himself was completely oblivious to this invisible wall. The face that had been bruised by Whitebeard's punch was now mostly healed, leaving only faint traces. But this did nothing to cool his fervent heart in exploring the new world. He was like a child with boundless energy, darting around the island, claiming it as leisure. In reality, he repeatedly approached Whitebeard, directly restating his request to join the voyage. "Hey, Whitebeard, you're so strong. Let's have another match. This drink is great. Bring me another barrel. Let me tell you about the 9 miles of Wano. It's truly amazing." Oden displayed a monstrous recovery ability, as well as an even more monstrous persistence. He would often excitedly run over to challenge Jozu to a strength contest. Then he would turn and pester Marco, filled with childlike curiosity about the mysterious blue flames of regeneration. "Hey, Pineapple Head, what's up with your fire? Does it hurt when it burns? Can it roast meat?" His rapid-fire questions made Marco's temples throb, and he could only respond with his signature, half-asleep, lazy gaze. Even Lewis could not escape his keen attention. Oden seemed particularly intrigued by this young boy, who could casually stand beside Whitebeard. "Hey, Lewis, He boldly approached. Is the outside world really that fun? Is it more interesting than cooking a pot of hot Odin? Not far from the shore, Kinnaman Kanjuro and the other retainers watched their lord's disgraceful behavior, anxious and agitated. Lord Odin, please remember your status. Wano cannot be without you. The responsibility of the shogun. Kinnaman, nearly in tears, urged him, his voice filled with anxiety. They were both terrified of the abyss-like strength of the Whitebeard pirates, and even more afraid that Odin might truly lose his soul to this boundless sea, forgetting the heavy mission he must bear in Wano. Odin, however, seemed not to hear the calls of his retainers. He waved his hand impatiently, continuing to eagerly inquire about the details of the outside world from the crew. Lewis leaned against the massive railing of the Moby Dick. His gaze followed the man who swept through the scene like a whirlwind with great interest. Kazuki Odin. He was indeed an extraordinary presence. There was an almost naive purity about him, a fervent dedication to his dreams that could almost burn those around him. But just as his father had worried, the reckless nature within him, unwilling to be bound by any rules, was equally evident. Hey Odin. Lewis dropped a pebble and took a few steps forward. Odin was pestering a helpless shipwright, asking about the mechanics of the ship's helm. Upon seeing Lewis approach, his eyes lit up remarkably. Oh, Lewis, you finally decided to pay attention to me. He threw his arm around Lewis' shoulder with enough strength to make Lewis frown slightly. Quick, tell me, how did you guys defeat that golden lion? It must have been thrilling. Lewis calmly peeled away from his arm, a faint smile on his face. He did not directly answer the question, but instead shifted the topic. To sail freely on the sea sounds incredibly tempting. But have you ever considered? Your freedom might be built upon the invisible shackles binding the countless people of Wano. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Odin's ears. Sometimes responsibilities can be far heavier than dreams. For a moment, Odin's trademark, bright smile froze. Very briefly. Then he reverted to his carefree and boisterous demeanor. Huh, why think so much? He patted Lewis hard on the back, causing Lewis to stumble. The most important thing in life is to enjoy it. As for responsibilities, I'll go out to sea first, see enough of this world, and have enough fun. I can take care of that later. Lewis looked at him and gently shook his head. This guy was not ignorant, he just chose to turn a blind eye at this stage. This brief exchange did not reach any consensus, but made Lewis' understanding of Kazuki Odin more three-dimensional and clearer. In the shadows of the deck corner, Marshal D. Teach still played his inconspicuous role as a diligent follower. He kept his head down, silently wiping the deck corroded by the sea breeze, seemingly oblivious and indifferent to everything happening around him. Yet secretly, he was watching Odin's robust physique, nearly perverse in its strength, and the occasionally revealed, overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. He had even tried several times to glean information about Wano and its legendary historical truths through indirect inquiries with the samurai. Unfortunately, the samurai under Kinnaman, although exasperated by Odin's behavior, were extremely wary of outsiders, especially someone like Teach, who appeared somewhat sinister. They gave him no chance to pry for information. Days passed quietly. Whitebeard stood at the towering bow of the Moby Dick. The massive Naginata leaned against his side as he gazed out at the distant land, gently covered by pink cherry blossoms. He truly admired Odin's strength and charisma. That pure and extreme yearning for freedom and adventure even made him momentarily see his younger self. But whenever he recalled the painful ending of the Rock's pirates' disbandment, a surge of uncontrollable vigilance and concern would rise within him. The rebellious nature in Odin resembled that of the members of the Rock's pirates. What Whitebeard wanted was a family he could trust with his back, partners who could share both storm and calm, not another uncontrollable member who could drag everything into the abyss. Old man, about that Odin. Marco appeared beside him at some point, his tone revealing evident concern. Are we really considering letting him on board? I can't shake the feeling that he has a very unstable aura. And those samurai on the shore don't look too friendly towards us. Jozu also approached, nodding in agreement. Old man, our ship's rule is to treat each other as family. That Odin feels like he's not one of us. Whitebeard remained silent, listening to his son's concerns. The sea breeze ruffled his iconic white mustache. After a long while, he sighed heavily. Goo-la-la-la, I understand. His voice was deep, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. Some guys are born destined not to belong on this deck. 2 weeks of rest passed in the blink of an eye. The Moby Dick was revitalized and ready to set sail again. The moment of departure quietly arrived without notice. That evening, the sunset painted the sea a golden red. Odin once again solemnly found Whitebeard. He stood before this mountain-like man, putting away all his playful demeanor. Deeply he bent his proud waist. With all his strength, he poured every bit of sincerity into his voice. Whitebeard, please, take me with you out to sea. I want to see this world with my own eyes. I want to become stronger. Whitebeard looked down, gazing at the warrior before him, whose eyes sparkled with almost fervent light. That expression was complex, filled with admiration, regret, but more so determination. He slowly shook his head. Goo la 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 la. His trademark laughter rang out, but it carried a hint of heaviness. Odin, your potential should not be diminished beneath anyone else. This ship carries my sons and his family. It cannot bear your ambitions. Whitebeard's rejection was clear, firm, and left no room for negotiation. Kazuki Odin's expectations and smiles shattered piece by piece. What replaced it was an unmistakable sense of profound loss and deep pain. To set out to see this vast world. This was a dream that had been rooted deep within his soul since childhood. The Whitebeard pirates were the only and the brightest ray of hope he could grasp at this moment. Could it be? Could it be that his dream was truly destined to shatter here and now, to avoid any potential entanglements and unnecessary conflicts that might arise later? Whitebeard made a decision. Under the cover of night, he set sail without a word. Without saying goodbye. The deep night enveloped the island, adorned with blooming cherry blossoms, casting its shadow over the boundless sea. The massive hull of the Moby Dick glided silently across the water. It began to depart from the coastline that had only recently witnessed a brief commotion. The bow broke through the waves, shimmering with phosphorescent light under the moonlight. The ship's speed steadily increased, and the atmosphere on the deck noticeably relaxed. Many crew members secretly sighed in relief, finally able to unwind after days of tension. The terrifyingly energetic samurai from Wano country had not followed them. They thought they had finally escaped that potential trouble. However, just as this tranquility was about to completely settle in, boom, a dull yet penetrating sound suddenly erupted from the rear of the ship without warning. Immediately after, the entire Moby Dick shook violently. The ship seemed to be gripped tightly from behind by an invisible giant hand. The shrill sound of the alarm instantly pierced the night sky. What happened? What did the ship hit? No, it feels like something is caught on us. The crew members shouted in confusion. They rushed toward the stern of the ship. When they caught sight of the situation at the rear and the flickering light of the ship, all their eyes widened in shock. A massive iron chain somehow had been tightly wrapped and secured to the sturdy structure near the bottom of the main mast. The other end of the chain was deeply submerged in the dark, cold, churning seawater. The lights flickered, barely piercing the darkness of the sea. Everyone gazed in the direction of the chain. In that icy and turbulent sea, at the end of the chain, a figure was desperately gripping the link. It was Kazuki Odin. He was drenched head to toe, being pulled by the immense force. His body rolled and surged violently in the seawater. The giant waves repeatedly battered and submerged him. Yet his arms, as if forged from steel, clung stubbornly to the chain, refusing to let go. Even more incredible was that just behind Kazuki Odin, the samurai often seen in women's kimono and appearing somewhat frail, he was also tightly wrapped around Odin's waist. He too struggled in the cold sea, his face filled with urgency and determination. Clearly he intended to use his own strength to drag his lord, who was determined to go to sea, back to their Wano country. The deck fell into a moment of deathly silence. Immediately after, it erupted into a cacophony of noise akin to a boiling pot. Shock. Unbelievable. This was the most intuitive expression on everyone's face. Then came a mix of various complex emotions. Some showed undeniable admiration in their eyes for Odin's almost mad persistence. Others frowned, their faces etched with anger, finding this guy to be a nuisance, unwavering and haunting. Untie it. Marco couldn't help but step forward, reaching out to untie the chain bound to the main mast. This guy is simply insane. Just then, a figure as steady as a mountain pushed through the crowd and arrived at the stern. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He looked at the two figures in the sea, who appeared incredibly small amidst the raging winds and waves, yet exuded astonishing vitality. His brows furrowed tightly. He fell into silence. Kazuki Odin's persistence, his reckless determination, clearly exceeded his expectations. Teach quietly squeezed to the edge of the agitated crowd. He watched the scene of struggle, yet incredible tenacity in the sea, his face habitually adorned with that signature pirate grin. Yet in his eyes flickered an elusive glimmer filled with calculation. Things seemed to be getting more interesting. The atmosphere on the deck became somewhat tense due to Whitebeard's silence. At that delicate moment, Luffy leisurely stepped out from the crowd once again. He approached Whitebeard, his gaze also directed toward the two struggling figures in the sea. Old man. Luffy's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. He turned to Whitebeard, wearing a look of contemplation. This guy's determination may deserve a chance. Why not give him a trial? Whitebeard raised an eyebrow at Luffy's words, looking at him. Luffy met Whitebeard's gaze and continued. If he can grab hold of that iron chain and endure being dragged by the ship across this sea for 3 days and 3 nights. If he doesn't get thrown off, doesn't drown, and can survive, then he would qualify to temporarily stay on our ship as an ordinary crew member to see the world he has always dreamed of. As soon as this proposal was made, a low murmur of discussion erupted on the deck. Many aggressive or simply curious pirates displayed keen interest in their eyes. 3 days and 3 nights. Being dragged at full speed by the Moby Dick through the waters of the Grand Line. This was simply a tall tale. An impossible task. Whitebeard looked again at the sea. Kazuki Odin's figure flickered in and out of sight among the giant waves, appearing so small, as if he could be swallowed at any moment. Yet his arms gripping the iron chain remained astonishingly steady. That unyielding willpower, even from a distance, was still unmistakably clear. Whitebeard turned to look at the calm Luffy beside him. A complex, indecipherable light flashed in his eyes, as if weighing something. After a moment, Garara la 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 la. Whitebeard suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily, that signature thunderous laughter once again resonating across the sea. All right, well, do it your way, Luffy. He swung his massive hand with undeniable authority. 3 days. If that samurai kid can hold on for these 3 days, then I'll make an exception and let him on board to properly see this sea, to witness the world outside. He then cast his gaze towards Aizu, who was also struggling behind Odin. Bring that troublesome kid behind him up here first. With the command given, Marco immediately flew forward to bring Aizu onto the deck. Hearing Whitebeard's voice, hearing the pronouncement that concerned his fate. Amidst the tumultuous waves, Kazuki Odin suddenly raised his head. He directed all his strength toward the Moby Dick, letting out a thunderous roar. That roar was filled with wild fury at accepting the challenge. More so, it brimmed with a more vigorous vitality ignited in the face of desperation. What? With Whitebeard's command, the Moby Dick disregarded all restraints and began to regain its normal sailing speed. The enormous ship rode the wind and waves, dragging along the heavy iron chain at the stern and the figure clinging tightly to the end of the chain. The raging waves of the Grand Line mercilessly tore at the figure gripping the iron chains. The icy, bone-chilling seawater violently surged into Guan Yue's mouth and nose. The unrelenting force of the drag felt as though it aimed to wrench his bones from their flesh. Every passing second was a dual pressure on his physical limits and mental will. Yet Guan Yue's arms remained as immovable as a rock welded to the cold chains. His crimson eyes fixed fiercely on the blurred outline of the Moby Dick, the sole beacon guiding him towards his dreams. On the deck, Zong wore a face etched with pain and struggle. He watched as Yutian was tossed up and down by the monstrous waves, each impact feeling as if it struck directly at his heart. Several times he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, to shout at the crew to lower the small boat and rescue the master who was on the verge of giving in. But each time Lewis' seemingly casual yet unequivocal gaze stopped him. This is his own choice, Zong. Lewis' voice was soft yet immensely persuasive. It is also a trial he must face alone. The atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick had already shifted subtly. The initial excitement and mocking comments had vanished. In its place was a growing sense of shock. When they saw Yutian forcefully strike a sea beast attempting to ambush him with the iron chains, shock turned into disbelief. As time passed, that disbelief settled into a heavy admiration. Old man. Marco approached Whitebeard again, his typically sleepy face now filled with gravity. Yushin's will is indeed admirable, there is no doubt about that. But such reckless obsession, such terrifying power. If he really comes aboard, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold him down. Jaws also silently nodded. He's too different now, old man. Whitebeard stood silently at the bow, his massive figure casting a heavy shadow over a corner of the deck. The sea breeze ruffled his iconic white crescent mustache. His gaze remained fixed on the resilient black that on the distant sea, rising and falling with the waves, yet never truly consumed. Occasionally, a glimmer of appreciation for that pure extreme vitality flashed in his eyes. But more often it bore the calm and dignified scrutiny of the world's strongest man. Lewis lazily leaned against the railing of the ship, toying with a smooth stone between his fingers. His gaze was equally locked onto Yutian in the sea, confident that he could subdue Yutian with Whitebeard's assistance. Occasionally their eyes would meet in the air for a fleeting moment. In that moment it seemed as if a tacit understanding passed between them, something only they could comprehend. In the corner, Teach continued to play the role of the diligent and honest servant. He worked hard to scrub the deck, humming a tuneless song, his face adorned with his characteristic mischievous grin. However, beneath those drooping eyelids, he keenly recorded every struggle of Guan Yutian as he approached his limit. To him, all of this was data, information, potential leverage for the future. One must be well prepared against such a formidable enemy. Time passed second by second. The dusk of the third day was approaching. Yushin's body had become utterly numb, covered in wounds with multiple muscles torn. The arm gripping the iron chains had nearly lost all feeling, every muscle crying out in unbearable agony. What sustained him was only that unyielding will, as if branded deep within his soul. Hey, Teach. Lewis had somehow approached the sweating Teach, who was hard at work mopping the floor. Do you think that warrior can hold out until the end? Teach paused his task, looked up, and revealed his characteristic toothy grin, missing a few teeth. Ha ha ha. Lord Lewis, you jest. This guy is such a silly but lovable warrior. To have held on this long is truly impressive. His tone was filled with genuine admiration, but his gaze was inscrutable, revealing no real thoughts. Only half an hour remained until the agreed 3-day time limit. On the deck of the Moby Dick, an eerie silence fell. All commotion had vanished. The crew held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on the direction of the ship's stern. They were witnessing a miracle. Yushin's vision dimmed, and all that remained was the roaring sound of the waves. His remaining consciousness screamed frantically, telling him it was almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Just a few more minutes. The dream of setting sail that he had longed for, that vast and boundless world, was right in front of him. So close, yet just a few minutes away from success. A faint yet incredibly clear cry for help from a terrified and desperate woman seemed to cut through the layers of roaring waves carried by the slightly salty sea breeze drifting into his ears. Help! Yushin's body jolted. His eyes, nearly dilated from exhaustion, suddenly focused in that instant. The cry for help came again. Help me! Yutian abruptly turned his stiff neck, looking in the direction from which the voice came. In the distance, on an island, a woman dressed in peculiar attire was being besieged by a group of hideous pirates. In that moment, Yushin's mind felt as if a celestial battle was raging. Hold on, just a little more. If he could hold on for a few more minutes, he could board Whitebeard's ship. He could achieve his lifelong dream. But that woman's cry for help. Should he abandon the dream so close at hand to save a stranger he had never met? Or, damn it, a roar filled with endless unwillingness and determination erupted from the depths of Guanyue Yushin's throat. Under the astonished, bewildered, and disbelieving gazes of everyone aboard the Moby Dick, Guanyue Yutian resolutely released the cold iron chains that he had clung to for nearly 3 days and nights, which bore all his hopes and dreams. At the moment of giving up his dream, which was so close to realization, he dragged his weary, battered body with astonishing speed towards the source of the cry for help. On that island, the woman named Tianyue seemed to possess an aura that was incongruous with her surroundings, exuding an indescribable sense of mystery. Facing the fearsome pirates, she appeared frail, yet deep within her eyes lay an unusual calm. Just as the octopus pirates closed in with sinister grins, boom, a figure descended upon the island's sandy shore like a ferocious tiger. Guanyue Yutian. Although his body had reached its limit, that incredibly formidable martial prowess, along with his unabashedly unleashed Conqueror's Haki, still made him seem like an unshakable god of war. He swiftly shielded Tianyue, behind him bravely confronting the group of grotesque pirates. An intense battle erupted in an instant. The deck of the Moby Dick erupted in chaos, boiling over in an instant. He let go. Has this guy gone mad? We were just a moment too late. What on earth is happening? Shock, confusion, and regret intermingled, resonating throughout the deck. Numerous hot-tempered pirates pounded the ship's railing fiercely, feeling an immense sense of regret for the trial that had slipped away just within reach. Marco's eyes became exceedingly complex. The face that always bore a look of lazy drowsiness was now filled with indescribable emotions. In the corner's shadow, Teach revealed his signature toothless grin. Yet the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Lewis quietly watched as Kazuki Odin rushed unhesitatingly toward the island. He tilted his head slightly. His gaze met the figure at the bow of the ship, silently connecting in the air. Lewis gave a slight nod. No words were exchanged. But the information conveyed in that gaze was crystal clear. At this moment, fierce battles had already erupted on the small island's beach. Though Kazuki Odin was utterly exhausted, his exceptionally robust physique and iron will sustained him. He burst forth with astonishing strength, like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. He firmly protected the uniquely charismatic and seemingly out-of-place woman behind him. The dual blades danced like the wind, creating sharp arcs of light that shook opponents many times his size. At that moment, a larger and grotesquely corpulent figure pushed its way roughly from the back of the pirate crowd. It was a fisherman with slick skin and sticky octopus tentacles. A greedy and sinister smile hung on his face, inducing nausea. Hee. Who's this fool who dares meddle in the affairs of our octopus pirate crew? The octopus captain swung his slippery tentacles and shouted, spitting as he did so. This woman is a precious prey we've been tracking for a long time. His eyes sparkled with avarice. More pirates, grinning maliciously, surged forward like sharks smelling blood. Odin was already nearing his physical limits. At this moment, facing many opponents, he gradually felt his strength ebbing away like the tide. The fierce light of his blade still flashed, but his steps began to falter. New wounds kept appearing on his body, blood staining his clothes. Danger was ever present, yet not a hint of retreat could be seen in his eyes. He stood steadfastly in front of Taimatsu like a rock, refusing to budge. just as he was about to collapse, his vision darkening and consciousness blurring in a critical moment. Splash! A tremendous sound like thunder broke through the waves. A massive shadow suddenly enveloped the entire small island. The enormous body of the Moby Dick, akin to a moving island, returned. It appeared in the near sea like a prehistoric giant beast, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression. Whitebeard Edward Newgate loomed at the ship's bow like a deity. Merely standing there, his gaze felt as substantial as reality. An invisible, overwhelming pressure vast beyond imagination descended. Whitebeard slowly raised his arm. That enormous fist covered in pure white light casually struck at the shabby pirate ship below, and that grotesquely fat octopus captain. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. The air ahead was filled with spiderweb-like cracks as fragile as a mirror. The terrifying power of the tremor traveled across the distance in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar seemed ready to shatter eardrums. The pirate ship carrying the octopus pirate crew along with the octopus captain, who had been grinning just a moment ago, was struck down like a fragile biscuit by an invisible giant's hammer. In an instant it shattered into pieces, completely disintegrated. Wood chips, broken sails, and dismembered limbs of pirates were crushed to bits by that unmatched ferocity. They scattered into the sky, then were violently rolled into the depths of the turbulent sea, disappearing from sight. Dominant. Exceptional. The power of a single strike was terrifying indeed. Kazuki Odin stood stunned on the beach, feeling both the relief of survival and the immense disappointment of failure in the trial. Two vastly different emotions collided violently on his face. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. Behind him, Taimatsu quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of shock. She carefully adjusted her exquisite kimono, which seemed out of place in the surrounding bloody environment, maintaining a dignified and graceful demeanor. First, she bowed deeply toward the direction of the Moby Dick, expressing her sincere gratitude for Whitebeard's timely rescue. Then she turned around, her gaze seriously focused on the warrior before her, who was covered in wounds in a pitiful state, yet had fought desperately to save her. "Thank you very much for your assistance." Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying a unique rhythm, as if it belonged to a different era. "My name is Taimatsu." She paused and said clearly, "My destination is Wano country." The words Wano country fell like a bucket of ice water poured over him. Instantly, Kazuki Odin's expression changed drastically, as if he had heard the most terrifying and unbearable news, resembling someone who had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Huh, Wano country." He took a large step back, his voice rising several octaves due to extreme agitation, filled with an indescribable disdain and rejection. "What kind of joke is this? I absolutely do not want to return to that closed and utterly boring country. Never. Not even in death." A fierce, irreconcilable conflict erupted between him and Taimatsu over the mere mention of Wano country. Meanwhile, in a dark corner deep within the cargo hold of the Moby Dick, two furry figures quietly peeked out from behind a pile of rough ropes. One resembled a dog, its eyes filled with loyalty and simplicity. The other resembled a cat, its eyes shining with cunning and cleverness. They were none other than Inazuma and Nico Mamushi, who had secretly followed the ship. Their curious eyes widened as they excitedly and nervously observed everything happening on the deck. Returning to the deck of the Moby Dick, the atmosphere grew subtly tense due to Odin's intense reaction. Whitebeard's massive figure cast a heavy shadow. His deep gaze swept across the new faces in the center of the deck. The downcast yet stubbornly unwilling Kazuki Odin. Beside him stood Taimatsu, resolute and determined to go to Wano country. Also standing a little farther away was Izo, seeming somewhat at a loss and uneasy. The air was thick with an almost palpable awkwardness and uncertainty. Suddenly, gulalala. Whitebeard's signature thunderous laughter erupted once more. This laughter instantly shattered the brief silence on the deck, dispelling the awkwardness. He took heavy mountain-like steps to approach Kazuki Odin. That massive palm akin to a fan thudded heavily on Odin's shoulder. Thud. Odin stumbled from the seemingly casual pat, nearly falling, unable to suppress a grimace. Whitebeard did not mention the failure of the trial. Instead, his eyes were filled with evident and unabashed admiration. "You gave up your dream that was so close at hand for a woman you had never met before." He looked at Odin, his tone carrying a unique sense of approval. "That kind of foolishness to the extreme." Whitebeard grinned widely, revealing his snow-white, even teeth, his smile radiant. "That's precisely the quality I value most, a trait only family possesses." Gulalala. He laughed heartily again, his voice filled with genuine recognition and joy. "Kazuki Odin." Whitebeard's voice resonated like a bell, carrying undeniable authority as he solemnly declared, "From this day forth you are my brother." Odin's head snapped up and he was left stunned. The disappointment and unwillingness on his face were instantly replaced by an overwhelming, incredible joy. Yushin's smile was as bright as the sun, clearing away the previous gloom. "Whoa, really? Brother Whitebeard. He danced with excitement like a child who had just received candy. Seeing this, Izong finally relaxed his long-held tension and let out a long sigh of relief. Lord Whitebeard, I am Izong, willing to follow Lord Yutian and pledge my loyalty to you. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the corner. Inuran and Nikobakushi were spotted by the keen-eyed crew members. The two of them faced Whitebeard and the numerous pirates without a trace of fear. They puffed out their chests and bravely admitted to secretly following Lord Yutian aboard. Yutian looked at these two loyal companions with a mix of annoyance and amusement, ultimately scratching his head in exasperation. Whitebeard gazed at these vibrant fur tribes with a hint of warmth in his eyes. He waved his hand. Gulalala, since you've come, you might as well stay. My ship can afford two little ones. Tianyuesher stepped forward to express her gratitude to Whitebeard. Whitebeard observed this mysterious woman. Seeing that she seemed to have nowhere to go and had a life-saving bond with Yutian, he nodded in agreement for her to stay on the ship temporarily. Upon hearing that Tianyuesher also wanted to board the ship, particularly heading to the land of Wano, which he disliked most, Yutian immediately became displeased. Hey, why on earth do you want to go to that boring place, eh? The outside world is so vast. It would be wonderful to go on an adventure with me. Tianyuesher simply looked at him calmly. I have my reasons for going to Wano, Mr. Yutian. The two immediately fell into their usual banter, one desperately wanting to escape Wano for a broader world. The other was determined, insisting on heading to that isolated country. This peculiar combination added an unprecedented, noisy, yet interesting atmosphere to the Moby Dick. Lewis leaned against the ship's railing, keenly observing all of this. His gaze swept over the newcomers, especially Tianyuesher. Her sense of mystery and the ability to traverse time caught his special attention. Traveling 800 years into the past coincidentally fell into the blank period of 100 years, didn't it? And her desire to go to the land of Wano, where the king of hell resides, seemed to hold secrets. He began to discreetly pay attention to this woman's words and actions. Teach, with a broad smile, warmly welcomed the arrival of the new companions, especially Yutian, who was powerful, yet somewhat eccentric, and the enigmatic Tianyuesher displaying exceptional attentiveness. To welcome the new members, a grand banquet was held aboard the ship. The deck was brightly lit with the aroma of food and the sound of laughter filling the atmosphere, creating an incredibly lively ambience. However, beneath this noisy facade, each person harbored their own thoughts. Yutian drank heavily, loudly recounting his heroic tales in Wano, yet his eyes sparkled with endless curiosity for the outside world and an obvious aversion when mentioning Wano. Izong sat quietly in the corner, trying to adapt to the rugged atmosphere of the pirate ship, his gaze occasionally following his master. Inuran and Nikobakushi, on the other hand, were completely engrossed in their playful antics, chasing each other on the deck with boundless energy. Tianyuesher sat upright, sipping juice, seeming somewhat out of place amidst the festivities, her gaze firm, lost in her own thoughts. Lewis, holding a glass, wove through the crowd, his gaze appearing casual, yet capturing every detail. Teach continued to play his dutiful role, bustling about with a smile, taking in everyone's performances. Halfway through the feast, Marco approached Yutian, who was arm wrestling with Jozu holding a glass. He patted Yushin's shoulder, and in his usual lazy tone, whispered a reminder. Hey Yutian, what Dad means by family is not just about drinking and eating meat. That also signifies responsibility and protection. You should probably rein in that overly carefree nature of yours. A little while later, Lewis found Teach, who was humming a tune in the corner while cleaning his weapons. He casually handed over a note. Teach, I have a task for you. Lewis' tone was flat, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Gather and organize recent information about the Grand Line, especially details regarding special abilities and ancient history. The more detailed, the better. Teach hurriedly took the note, his face lighting up with a surprised and honest smile. Hee. No problem, Lord Lewis. It's on me. Lewis nodded, his gaze casually sweeping over the distant figure of Tianyuesher, saying nothing more before turning to leave. He was not only utilizing Teach's hidden information-gathering ability, but also observing Teach's reaction when exposed to historical information potentially related to Tianyuesher. At the bow of the ship, Whitebeard stood alone against the sea breeze, gazing at the distant horizon. Watching the gradually growing family on the deck, he felt satisfied. Yet he also felt a sense of nostalgia. Yutian, Izong, and Yurin, Nikobakushi, and that mysterious Tianyuesher. The addition of these new members undoubtedly injected new vitality into the Moby Dick. But perhaps it would also bring unprecedented changes to this great vessel. As the night deepened and quieted, the raucous banquet had long since dispersed, and most crew members had fallen into a deep sleep. Teach stayed alone in the information room, carefully organizing the intelligence that Lewis had instructed him to gather during the day under the dim light of the oil lamp. He sifted through yellowing bounty notices and old newspapers, greed flashing in his eyes as he searched for any potential clues. At that moment, an extremely faint, nearly imperceptible whispering sound drifted from the direction of the corridor outside. Teach's movements suddenly halted, his ears perked up with caution. He held his breath and quietly crept to the door, peering through the crack. At the end of the corridor near the ship's side, Tian stood with her back to him, gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky. In her hand, she seemed to hold an ancient ornament, emitting a faint glow resembling a peculiar bracelet. The sea breeze tousled her long hair as she softly spoke to the ornament in a dreamy, somewhat wistful tone. Soon, in another 20 or so years. By the time that promised year comes, Wayno will definitely. Teach's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of pinpricks upon hearing this fragmented whisper. 20 years into the future. What in the world is this woman? A chilling dread shot up Teach's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Teach hid in the shadows at the door of the information room. All his senses were focused on his ears, greedily capturing the whispers coming from the end of the corridor. In 20 years, the land of harmony will surely establish a nation. The future in 20 years. The establishment of the land of harmony. What is the true background of this woman named Tian Yushur? An uncontrollable flame of greed burned wildly in his eyes. The value of this secret is immeasurable. Kill her. Force out all the secrets. Countless frenzied thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and a fierce glint flickered in his gaze. Just as he was internally battling, almost consumed by the surging desire and preparing to act recklessly, a calm voice unexpectedly sounded behind him. Teach, eavesdropping is not a good habit. The voice was not loud, yet it fell upon Teach like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all his greed, ferocity, and schemes in that instant. Lewis stood not far behind him in the shadows, his indifferent eyes calmly watching him. Though there were no imposing actions and his tone remained undisturbed, Teach felt an invisible heavy pressure descend upon him like a mountain. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. He quickly reined in all his exposed emotions, swiftly putting on his characteristic honest smile, trying to mask his earlier slip. "Ha, Lord Lewis, what brings you here?" He rubbed his hands together, his tone laced with deliberate surprise and flattery. "I was just organizing materials and felt a bit bored, so I came out to get some fresh air." "Just some fresh air." Lewis' gaze showed no change, as if he had already seen through Teach's clumsy act. He ignored Teach's implausible excuses and simply stated, "Return to your post." His voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable tone of command. After a brief pause, he added, "What you shouldn't hear, don't listen to." Teach's smile froze. Under Lewis' calm, yet seemingly all-seeing gaze, he dared not defy him in the slightest. He nodded eagerly. Yes, Lord Lewis. I will return at once. Right away." He practically fled, turning and quickly slipping back into the information room, not daring to linger for another second. But in the moment he turned his head, deep in the recesses of his sunken eyes a thick shadow of resentment and unwillingness flashed by. Lewis did not look back at Teach's departing figure. He walked slowly, taking his time as he approached the end of the corridor, standing not far behind Tian Yushur. In the moonlight, the woman still faced away from him, gazing out at the inky sea. The ancient ornament she held in her hand emitted a faint glow under the cold moonlight. Lewis' gaze fell on that peculiar ornament before slowly returning to the woman's back. His tone carried an investigative quality. 800 years precisely. He paused, his voice clearly reaching Tian Yushur's ears. "You mentioned the future in 20 years again." Lewis' voice remained calm, yet held an air of insight. "You women are indeed filled with suspicious elements." Tian Yushur stiffened slightly at the sound of his voice and slowly turned around. Upon seeing Lewis, a brief flash of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her inherent calmness and composure. She instinctively tightened her grip on the ornament in her hand, but did not deny or explain anything. Lewis continued to observe her tense eyes and spoke. "But rest assured, I have no habit of prying into others' secrets." His tone conveyed a powerful confidence. "The mysteries surrounding you I will not inquire about. I will personally uncover all the secrets of the past 800 years. Hearing Lewis' words, a complex emotion flashed through Tian Yushur's eyes. She slightly bowed and offered a greeting to Lewis. "Thank you, Lord Lewis, for resolving my predicament earlier. While I do have reasons to go to the land of harmony, I will never bring any harm to the Whitebeard pirates. This is a serious promise." Lewis nodded noncommittally. "I hope so," he said lightly. "Take care of yourself." After saying this, he turned and walked away, leaving the space for this woman still shrouded in mist. Moonlight fell upon Tian Yushur, illuminating the increasingly complex and inscrutable expression on her face. On the other side of the deck, the warmth of the banquet had not yet completely dissipated. Kazuki Odin had fully immersed himself in the wildness and clamor belonging to the pirates. He was enthusiastically draping an arm around Jose's shoulder, excitedly recounting his glorious deeds in Wayno, where he slayed the boar known as the Mountain Lord. In a corner, Aizo held a cup of wine, maintaining the composure of a samurai. He was trying to adapt to the rough and unrestrained atmosphere on the ship, while his eyes discreetly observed everything around him. Especially towards that man named Teach, who always wore a strange smile, he instinctively remained more vigilant. In contrast, Inu Arisher and Nico Mamushi were completely losing themselves in the fun. They chased and played on the spacious deck, their exuberance seemingly endless. Just moments ago, they had been warned by the still sleepy Marco, who grabbed them by the scruffs of their necks and scolded them to quiet down. But in the blink of an eye, taking advantage of Marco's distraction, the two were laughing and wrestling with each other again. Meanwhile, an invisible storm was spreading from the Moby Dick centered on the ship towards the entire Grand Line. The daimyo of Wano Kazuki Oden has set sail and has joined one of the legendary pirate crews of the current world, the Whitebeard pirates. This news spread through various channels at an astonishing speed, like wings taking flight. The news bird tirelessly flew, scattering newspapers bearing this explosive announcement to various islands. Intelligence agencies of major factions, whether the Navy, the world government, or other pirate crews and underground world rulers, all turned their attention to the Whitebeard pirates, to the massive ship named Moby Dick. The land of harmony. This mysterious nation closed off from the world for hundreds of years. With the emergence of the anomaly known as Kazuki Oden, it has once again entered the center of the world's attention in an unexpected manner. Deep night. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. The lights in the marshal's office remained on. The tall and steady Marshal Steelbone Sora was staring at the top-secret information that had been urgently sent to him. The contents of the intelligence were simple, yet heavy. Kazuki Oden has joined the Whitebeard pirates. Sora's expression turned incredibly serious, his brow tightly furrowed, and his knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure. He understood very well that this was not merely a powerful warrior joining a strong pirate crew. Kazuki Whitebeard and the Land of Harmony. These names, when linked together, represented a significance and potential chain reactions that could lead to unpredictable upheavals in the entire world structure. At the naval headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the marshal's office was heavy. Steelbone Kong, the highest commander of the Navy, was deeply embedded in the chair behind his desk. On the desk, a golden transponder snail opened and closed its mouth, conveying words. Closely monitor the Whitebeard pirates, especially the newly joined Kazuki Oden. This voice emanated from the pinnacle of world power, from the holy land of Mariawa, from the 5 elders who overlooked the world. The methods to interpret ancient texts must not be allowed to circulate again in the world. The command was resolute, carrying an undeniable absolute authority. The Kazuki family holds the key to interpreting the true history. Oden's journey at sea poses one of the greatest potential threats to the existing order that the world government painstakingly maintains. If necessary, the voice on the other end of the transponder snail momentarily hesitated. Stop him at all costs. Understood. Steelbone Kong's throat rolled as he responded in a deep voice, decisively cutting off the communication. The office was instantly plunged into absolute silence. He slowly stood up, moving to the window, casting his gaze down at the formidable port, always in a state of readiness for battle. Kazuki Oden. Whitebeard. Wano country. These words swirled in his mind, intertwining. Did Whitebeard, who only thought about protecting his family, also harbor ambitions of becoming the pirate king? After a moment of silence, he pressed the internal communication button. Assemble all senior officers at headquarters. Immediately convene in conference room 1. The Navy, this colossal war machine, representing the strongest military force of the world government, was set into motion once again, driven by a samurai from Wano country, far away in the New World. In the New World, on a peculiar large ship, the air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol mixed with the rough and boisterous clamor that filled the vessel. Kaido the Beast, with his massive frame, resembling a demon god, was lazily reclining on a throne sculpted from giant rocks, casually lifting a giant wine bowl nearly the size of a bucket to his lips, preparing to drink deeply. At that moment, a pirate subordinate rushed in. He reported in a low voice the latest intelligence he had just received. Report, Lord Kaido. Regarding the latest news from Wano country, the samurai Kazuki Oden has joined the Whitebeard pirates. Bang! A loud noise. The incredibly hard giant wine bowl in Kaido's hand shattered into pieces. Under his terrifying grip, the solid material turned to dust, splashing the rich wine everywhere. His eyes, resembling those of a ferocious beast, widened suddenly, revealing a fierce light, with murderous intent boiling. Humph, this reminds me of that annoying old hag. The old hag he mentioned was the imitator of the devil fruit user Korizumi Kanjuro from years ago. Go find her. Kaido suddenly stood up from the throne, his massive figure bringing an astounding sense of oppression, and he let out an earth-shattering roar. Find the exact location of Wano country. That country will eventually be mine. He was determined to seize that closed-off nation and the methods of interpreting the true history said to be hidden there. In another completely different sea area, the sun shone brightly. The sea breeze was warm, gently blowing the golden waves. A legendary massive pirate ship, the Oro Jackson, was sailing swiftly across the azure sea, riding the wind and breaking the waves. On the deck, the first mate, known as the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, was leisurely leaning against the ship's railing, holding a copy of the latest newspaper. He read the headline with great interest. "Oh, the famous Kazuki Odin from Wano country has joined Whitebeard's crew. Wow, this is truly interesting." Beside him, a man wearing a signature straw hat burst into a hearty, infectious laughter. This was the captain of the ship, the future pirate King Joel D. Roger. His eyes sparkled with a childlike curiosity and excitement, completely devoid of the seriousness and calculations that other prominent figures exhibited upon hearing this news. A samurai from Wano country. Sounds quite strong. I really want to go see it for myself. He always held the most primitive and vigorous curiosity toward all unknown powerful beings and intriguing matters in the world. The winds and clouds of the world seemed not to immediately convey the heavy pressure to the eye of the storm. On the Moby Dick. At this moment, Kazuki Odin appeared somewhat flustered, darting around on the vast deck. Hot on his heels was the furious chef of the Whitebeard pirates, wielding a giant metal ladle. "You brat Odin, how many times have I told you? The kitchen is a sacred place. Look, you almost set my kitchen on fire." As Odin skillfully ran and dodged, he was loudly defending himself. "I just wanted to see if I could cook the fish faster with my method." The surrounding crew members burst into laughter at this scene, clearly accustomed to such playful antics. His overwhelming curiosity and overly free-spirited, carefree behavior indeed brought a number of amusing troubles aboard the ship. Rue leaned against the ship's railing, arms crossed, quietly observing Odin being chased all over the ship by the angry chef. A subtle smile curved his lips. In contrast to the chaos often caused by Odin, another new guest on board, Tenku, appeared much quieter. She chose to spend most of her time in her cabin. Alternatively, she would go to the ship's library, reading books that recorded ancient history and long-forgotten nautical charts. Occasionally, she would seek out Rue to discuss some details about ancient history or the geographical features of a certain remote island. Her knowledge was astonishing, and her understanding of certain obscure historical details even surpassed that of many experienced old pirates on board. In an inconspicuous corner of the ship's cabin, Marshal D. Teach continued to diligently play his role as the honest and hard-working deckhand. He made full use of his duties in cleaning and transporting goods, moving more actively than ever through various areas of the ship. He always kept his ears perked up like a greedy sponge, striving to absorb all possible snippets of information around him, especially any intelligence regarding Wano country. Fragments of whispers regarding the true history and discussions about various powerful devil fruit abilities. His ambition twisted and spread like poisonous vines, crazily growing in dark corners, distorting and thriving in the unnoticed shadows. The Moby Dick, a great ship resembling a moving island, continued to sail valiantly, steadfastly continuing its voyage. The feasts on the ship continued day and night, and the sounds of laughter seemed never to cease. The Moby Dick sailed steadily through the waves, traversing the Grand Line. The deck was as lively as ever. Suddenly, a shout came from the lookout tower. "Land ahead. There's thick smoke on the island." Experienced old pirates instantly tossed aside their wine cups and grabbed their telescopes. They looked towards the direction indicated by the lookout. The drunkenness and laughter on their faces vanished in an instant. In the distance, the silhouette of an island emerged at the horizon. What should have been a green island was now completely shrouded in rolling black smoke. A huge fire filled the port, painting the sky red. Amidst the sea breeze, faint cries and the sounds of clashing weapons reached their ears. At the island's port, several menacing pirate ships lay anchored. A horde of pirates ravaged the town like locusts. They cackled wildly as they chased down fleeing civilians. This was truly a scene from hell on earth. Whitebeard Newgate had unknowingly made his way to the bow of the ship. He took the telescope offered by a crew member and silently gazed at the horrific scene through the lens. His iconic massive white crescent mustache trembled slightly with silent rage. This man at the pinnacle of the sea could barely be bothered to utter a single word. His deep voice resonated throughout the Moby Dick. "Turn the ship. Full speed ahead. Prepare for battle. Goma Goma no." Kinnaman could hardly contain his excitement. Upon hearing Whitebeard's command, a spark of thrill ignited in his eyes. He was the first to leap out, gripping his twin swords tightly, his fighting spirit almost palpable. "Brother Whitebeard." His voice boomed, filled with the thirst for battle. "Let me go first. I'll chop those bastards down." Lewis stood at the ship's railing, the sea breeze stirring his clothes and hair. He quietly watched the rising black smoke and flames from the distant island. A slight frown crossed his brow. Truly a pack of lowly pirates. Just the perfect opportunity to test how much his strength had grown recently. The Moby Dick suddenly turned sharply. The crew sprang into action. The ease on their faces vanished, replaced by fierceness and confidence. The sounds of weapon checks echoed. Phoenix Marco flared his arms. A brilliant azure flame shot up into the sky. The immense wings of the phoenix spread wide as he soared aloft, conducting reconnaissance over the battlefield. The crew quickly allocated combat zones for landing based on Marco's brief information from the air in conjunction with the island's terrain and enemy distribution. Inside the island, in a restaurant that had been smashed to bits, the air was filled with a nauseating mix of blood char and cheap alcohol. The slightly plump restaurant owner lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, devoid of life. A few cackling pirates were ransacking the place, upturning tables and smashing pottery in search of anything valuable. One pirate noticed a large, half-turned wine barrel in the corner. He walked over and lifted his dirty boot. Bang! He brutally kicked it open. The heavy barrel rolled and crashed against the cracked wall with a muffled thud, revealing a small figure curled up inside. A little girl about 6 or 7 years old. Dressed in a simple yet clean cloth skirt, her face was smeared with dirt and tears. She trembled violently, her small hands tightly covering her mouth, desperately suppressing a scream. In her clear, large eyes there was an expression of extreme fear and despair. The pirate who kicked the barrel grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, his eyes gleaming with a beast-like cruelty. He slowly raised the large knife in his hand, the very knife that had just slain the girl's father. Fresh blood still dripped from the blade. The cold edge of the blade glimmered with a deadly light in the dimness, aimed directly at the shivering girl in the barrel. The little girl looked up at the slowly descending blade, shimmering with a deadly chill. In her eyes, the twisted, ferocious face of the pirate was clearly reflected. The cold, merciless metallic sheen was mirrored back at her. She despairingly closed her eyes, waiting for death to descend. Clang! A crisp sound suddenly erupted. The pirate about to commit the act felt a sharp pain shoot through his wrist. A tearing pain radiated from his hand. The large knife in his grip was struck fiercely by an overwhelming force that came from the side. The force was so precise, targeting only the blade. Buzz! The knife flew from his hand, spinning rapidly in the air. Finally, with a thud, it embedded deeply into the distant cracked wall. The pirate looked up in horror. In his line of sight, a figure loomed closer, almost within reach. Fast. Too fast. He barely had time to react or defend himself. A fist accompanied by a dull whooshing sound struck his chest like a battering ram. Bang! A painful, heavy impact echoed. The pirate couldn't even let out a groan, his eyes bulged out bloodshot. His body flew back as if struck by a speeding train, arching like a shrimp as he was sent crashing against the wobbling bar. The bar shattered with a loud crash, splintering wood flying everywhere. Then he collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before falling completely silent. Don't be afraid, the bad guy has been chased away. The little girl's trembling eyelashes fluttered a few times. She slowly opened her eyes tentatively. What met her eyes, still clouded with fear, was no longer the twisted, ferocious face of the pirate. Instead, it was a calm, youthful face with eyes filled with concern. On the other side of the battlefield, in the port area, Kinnaman had completely ignited his fighting spirit. He charged into another densely packed area of pirates like an unyielding whirlwind. With a wild laugh, he entered the fray, wielding his twin swords Tenryubido and Inma, as if they possessed a life of their own. They transformed into two streaks of white lightning tearing through the air. Wherever the blades passed, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Each strike was precise and fierce. Accompanying this were the dreadful cries of the evil pirates before their demise, and the heavy thuds of their bodies hitting the ground. His movements were bold and expansive, filled with raw primal power that held immense visual impact. Oh woo! So exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. As he shouted excitedly, he swung his twin swords with unrestrained vigor. He cut down those pirates who just moments ago had been burning, killing, and looting as easily as slicing through vegetables. Without mercy. For such bullying of the weak and trampling of life, he was filled with boiling rage and murderous intent deep within. In other areas of the island, battles were similarly marked by overwhelming dominance. Even the ordinary crew members of the Whitebeard pirates far surpassed these ragtag pirates from the Paradise in strength. Whether in combat experience, physical attributes, or fighting spirit, there existed a chasm-like gap. The pirates cried out for their mothers, completely crumbling, scattering in all directions. In a panic, they attempted to hide in dilapidated houses or recklessly rush towards the sea, hoping to jump in and escape. But soon they were easily intercepted, divided, and surrounded by the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Then they were thoroughly and cleanly exterminated. This sudden battle, rather than a fight, was more akin to a cold and efficient one-sided purge. The absolute power of the Whitebeard pirates was vividly displayed on this island, soaked in the flames of war and blood, unshakable. The battle in the port area was nearing its end. Only a few scattered resistances remained, swiftly being suppressed. In a nearby restaurant, Lewis gently patted the trembling girl's back, soothing her fearful heart. After calming the girl down and arranging a new hiding place for her, he slowly stood up, his gaze firmly locked onto the captain in the center of the square, who was still stubbornly resisting. This was the one, a foe capable of exerting immense pressure on him, yet not completely devoid of resistance. A perfect sharpening stone to test his own strength. Lewis stepped forward, crossing the still chaotic battlefield. "Old man, please let me handle that, Captain. I want to try it myself." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates almost simultaneously paused, casting curious glances at him. Lewis. Not far away, Kazuki Odin, who had just defeated the last resisting enemy with a single slash, rested his swords on his shoulder and shouted boisterously. "You want to fight him? That guy looks tough as nails, not an ordinary opponent to deal with." Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, furrowed his brows, slightly a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Though the pirate captain's strength was not far off from Lewis, the fierceness of his struggle as a cornered beast should not be underestimated. After all, Lewis was still too young, and his actual life-and-death combat experience was rather shallow. However, Whitebeard Edward Newgate simply watched Lewis quietly. Moments later, "All right, Lewis." Whitebeard's hand gently patted Lewis' shoulder, agreeing to his request. "Since you want to give it a try, then go ahead. Don't be reckless, kid." The crew members playing with the pirate captain exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. They almost simultaneously leaped back, their movements clean and swift, quickly escaping the battle circle. Other crew members rapidly spread out, clearing a spacious area. A temporary coliseum belonging solely to Lewis and the pirate captain was formed in an instant. The pirate captain gasped heavily, his crimson eyes fixated on the suddenly retreating attackers. He was initially stunned, then saw the young figure approaching him slowly. Looking at this kid, who was clearly much younger and physically weaker than the previous monsters, he immediately realized he had become someone else's practice target, a stepping stone for others to test their skills. A wave of extreme humiliation mixed with madness surged violently in his heart. His eyes sparkled with the ferocity and violence unleashed after being pushed to a dead end. "Hey, you want to use me for practice? You ignorant little brat. I'll take you down first." He suddenly erupted into a deafening roar, dragging the immensely heavy giant axe charging towards Lewis like a mad bull. Lewis slightly bent his knees, his body lowering its center of gravity, adopting a steady defensive stance. The great battle was about to begin. In the distance, the little girl who had sneaked out of the restaurant clung to a low, broken wall. Her face was filled with tension and worry, her gaze fixed tightly on the young figure who had just rescued her from despair. The pirate captain rushed towards him, the giant axe, powered by his furious momentum, swung down heavily towards Lewis' head. This strike was tremendous. Lewis closely tracked his attack path calmly and swiftly sliding to the side. Boom! The heavy giant axe slammed down on the spot where he had just stood. The ground instantly exploded with spiderweb-like cracks. Dust and debris surged violently. Lewis chose not to clash head in, relying on his extraordinary reaction speed and precise timing. He continuously dodged and maneuvered under the torrential assault of the giant axe. His figure nimbly weaved through the gaps between the heavy strikes. In the early stages of the battle, he was clearly in absolute defense, facing numerous perils. Several times the heavy giant axe almost crashed down right next to him. The fierce wind it created stung his cheeks painfully, yet he did not panic. His mind was racing at an extraordinary speed, calmly analyzing every movement of his opponent, every method of exerting force, and every tiny habit. Occasionally, he would suddenly kick up dust and debris from the ground. This was to disrupt his opponent's line of sight and create brief confusion. He attempted to attack the relatively vulnerable joints and wrists of his opponent. "Damn little slippery guy. If you have the guts, face me, Hedon." The pirate captain, unable to break through Lewis' defenses, felt his anger boiling within. He also knew full well that he had already fallen into a dead end with no way out. The rage within him was finally ignited completely. He abandoned all defenses, his attacks becoming more frenzied and reckless. The giant axe swung wildly without any pattern, with numerous openings, yet because of that it became even more unpredictable and deadly. Swoosh! Lewis couldn't evade in time. His arm was harshly swept by the edge of the giant axe. In an instant, a fiery red gash appeared on his arm. Following that, the side of his torso was struck by the violent fist wind of his opponent. A surge of intense pain rushed over him like a tidal wave. Lewis, Odin, watching from the sidelines, felt anxious, fidgeting, and almost unable to resist rushing in to help. "Don't move, Odin." Marco reached out, his hand firmly pressing on his shoulder, his tone still lazy, yet his eyes appeared extremely serious. "Trust Lewis, this is his own choice and the challenge he must face." Lewis' stamina was rapidly depleting, his breathing becoming heavy and hurried. Large beads of sweat continuously slid down his forehead, blurring his vision, and he had several injuries on his body. Yet his spirit remained highly tense, not daring to slacken even slightly. At that moment, the pirate captain keenly caught the flaw in Lewis, who had slowed down due to the rapid depletion of stamina. He poured all his remaining strength into the giant axe in his hand. Die, little brat. The massive ship anchor, carrying unprecedented might, turned into a shadow of death. It launched a decisive fatal blow towards the already exhausted Lewis. There was no way to dodge. At this moment, the shadow of death enveloped every inch of Lewis' senses, cold and tangible. In a moment of life and death, Lewis' mind flashed back to when he first arrived in this world, being driven out of the village by the villagers. It was a vow he made deep in his heart upon crossing into this cruel world of the weak eating the strong. I must grow stronger. I must firmly grasp my destiny in my own hands. A fierce unwillingness surged within him, erupting like a volcano in his chest. He did not want to die. He wanted to live. He wanted to become stronger than anyone else. As if responding to this intense will, a dormant power deep within his body broke free from invisible shackles, suddenly awakened. At that moment, when the huge axe infused with the breath of death was about to shatter his skull, Lewis instinctively raised his bloodied, scarred arm to block it in front of him. Boom. In that instant, the strong will seemed to condense into something tangible. A faint yet extremely solid black sheen like that of an abyss suddenly seeped out from under the skin of his forearm. It was not merely a coating, it was as if his arm itself had been dyed in ink, becoming unbreakable. The armed color Haki. Under the ultimate pressure between life and death, this hidden power was finally pried loose, awakening for the first time. Clang! A dull metallic sound so heavy it made the distant spectator's teeth ache erupted in the center of the square. That dark arm, covered in nascent Haki, truly managed to block the fiercely descending, unstoppable giant axe. A tremendous force surged through Lewis' entire arm like a violent current. His bones seemed to groan under the unbearable weight, the pain and numbness threatening to tear apart his nerves. But he, after all, managed to block it. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The ferocious, crazed smile on the pirate captain's face froze and shattered. In its place was disbelief and a dazed shock. He saw it. He clearly saw it. The black sheen covering the little boy's arm. Was that Haki? How could this be possible? How could a boy who hadn't even fully grown hair manage that? This moment of astonishment and distraction was Lewis' opportunity. Enduring the agonizing pain in his arm and the feeling of being drained, he poured every last ounce of strength that remained within him. He channeled that unwilling will crazily and unreservedly into his other uninjured arm. He took a sudden step forward. His body sank, his core muscles tightened, and strength flowed through him. There were no fancy techniques. In this moment, only the purest, most primal and direct power erupted. This punch encapsulated all his struggles and desires since crossing over. The fist, covered in a faint black sheen, tore through the air like a cannonball. It struck precisely and fiercely at the pirate captain's chest, which was slightly exposed and unguarded due to his extreme shock. Bang! A sound like a heavy hammer striking a muffled drum rang out briefly, drowning out all the chaos of the battlefield. The astonished expression on the pirate captain's face became an eternal freeze frame. His bloodshot eyes bulged uncontrollably, his mouth opened wide, but only meaningless gasps escaped. That massive, oppressive body crashed backward. Thud! The heavy body hit the stone-strewn square with a loud thud, raising a cloud of choking dust. He completely lost all signs of life, leaving only those wide-open eyes staring at the sky, reflecting the ultimate shock and unwillingness before death. Who? Confirming the opponent's death, Lewis could no longer support himself. The nerve that had been taut to the limit suddenly relaxed, and an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. He staggered and knelt on one knee. Using his uninjured fist, he heavily supported himself on the cold, rough ground, gasping for air. With each breath, it felt as if his lungs were being burned by flames. He slowly raised his trembling arm, still resonating with a faint black sheen. He carefully felt it. He sensed the unprecedented, indescribable hardness and solidity on his skin, filled with power. Though still very weak, it truly existed. The armed color Haki. He succeeded. In such dire circumstances, he truly relied on his will to pry loose the power that belonged to the strong. A smile mixed with exhaustion, yet filled with immense relief and satisfaction, slowly blossomed at the corner of his sweat-soaked and dirt-streaked mouth. After a moment of suffocating silence, oh. The members of the Whitebeard pirates around, after a brief stupor, erupted into a deafening cheer like a tsunami. Well done, Lewis, kid. Ho. This kid really has guts. Marco, who had been watching the battlefield intently, finally relaxed his tense expression, revealing a sincere smile of relief, clapping his hands together with a crisp sound. Whoa! Lewis, you're amazing. Kazuki Oden could no longer contain himself, excitedly rushing over, and lifting the nearly exhausted Lewis from the ground, laughing loudly in celebration. From a distance, Whitebeard, who had been silently watching the battlefield, looked at Lewis, who was being carried on Odin's shoulder. Though he was in a disheveled state, his eyes shone extraordinarily bright. His iconic hearty laughter, "Gurra," echoed again, resonating like a great bell over the harbor. In that laughter was heartfelt praise and relief. Amidst the cheers and commotion, the little girl whom Lewis had saved from despair timidly ran out from behind a broken wall. Her small face still bore traces of tears, but the fear in her large eyes had been dispelled, replaced by immense gratitude and a glimmer of admiration as she looked at her hero. She hurriedly ran to where Lewis had been carefully set down by Odin. Standing on tiptoe, she used all her strength. With both hands, she carefully offered an apple, which she had cleaned repeatedly with her dirty clothes, to Lewis. "Thank you, big brother." Lewis was slightly taken aback, looking down at the innocent and timid little face before him, and then at the apple still warm from the girl's touch. The fatigue and pain from the battle seemed to be soothed considerably by this small act of kindness in that moment. He smiled, reaching out with his uninjured hand to gently stroke the girl's soft hair. "You're welcome." The rescued islanders cautiously gathered around, their faces still pale with shock, yet their gazes towards Lewis were filled with gratitude for having survived the ordeal. Many were so overwhelmed with emotion that they could hardly speak, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Lewis' gaze swept over the jubilant crowd, landing upon the devastated village before him. Rubble and ruins lay all around, with debris scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood that had yet to dissipate. Fragments of memories from the grand era of pirates flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. The Whitebeard pirates were undeniably powerful and free, treating their crew as family. However, this nearly nomadic life, though romantic, concealed significant dangers. In the future, the seas would be dominated by the four emperors, with various factions rising. Without a solid base and clear territory, one would be like a rootless water plant. Amidst the raging tides of the ocean, one would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage, potentially facing the danger of capsizing. Look at Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and former Rocks Pirates member Wang Ji. They both understood the importance of establishing a base. They had already begun taking action, whereas Whitebeard's territory was largely claimed on a whim, lacking a systematic foundation. In contrast to Big Mom's Tato land and Kaido's Wano, one could say that Whitebeard's domain was merely a collection of scattered forces, with his dream being family. But family also needed a true home, a place that could shield them from storms, provide a safe harbor, heal their wounds, and replenish their supplies. Lewis took a deep breath. The air mingled with dust, gunpowder, and the scent of the sea was somewhat choking, yet sharpened his mind. He gently pushed aside the crew member who tried to assist him. His steps were still somewhat unsteady, yet remarkably firm. He parted the celebrating crowd, walking step by step towards the massive figure standing at the edge of the port. The surrounding noise seemed to fade into silence. All eyes, whether those of the Whitebeard pirates or the grateful islanders, focused intently on this young man who had just created a miracle. Lewis stood before Whitebeard, gazing up at the legendary pirate. In his bloodshot eyes, a rare seriousness and solemnity flickered. "Old man," he began, his voice slightly hoarse from exhaustion. "I propose that we plant our flag on this island, officially declaring that this is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates." Boom. The declaration was earth-shattering. The entire port seemed to freeze in place. Whitebeard lowered his head slightly, his eyes fixed on Lewis, silently waiting for him to continue. Facing the invisible pressure, Lewis continued with clarity and coherence. "Old man, we sail freely, and that's great. But as our crew grows, small factions will inevitably form, and merely drifting will not suffice for everyone's logistics. The brothers also need a place to recuperate. When injured, they shouldn't have to worry about being pursued by the Navy or other enemies, allowing them to recover properly. We need a stable base of operations to replenish supplies, repair ships, and give our family a real place to lay their heads rather than drifting endlessly at sea." More importantly, Lewis' voice slightly rose. "A clear sphere of influence is the most direct and effective deterrent against those with malicious intentions. Look at Big Mom, look at Wang Ji. They are all managing their own territories, their power growing ever larger. The tides of the ocean will only become more turbulent. Future conflicts will be far more complex than mere battles at sea. Having our own base, which can be both offensive and defensive, is the long-term strategy." He did not explicitly mention the future structure of the Four Emperors era, but the trends he subtly hinted at stirred the hearts of many perceptive individuals present. The crowd began to stir again, discussions rising. "Territory. We're pirates, why do we need territory?" A somewhat older crew member furrowed his brow and muttered, "That's right, the sea is our home. What kind of pirates settle in one place?" Many veteran crew members accustomed to freedom and drifting clearly expressed confusion, even resistance. They felt that a fixed territory was a form of constraint betraying the original intention of following Whitebeard to sea. However, the newcomers led by Marco and Josu fell into deep thought. Marco's lazy gaze sharpened, clearly weighing the pros and cons quickly. Josu's expression also grew unusually serious. They were now Whitebeard's most core subordinates, better understanding the deeper strategic significance hidden in Lewis' words. A stable rear is of immense importance for a large pirate crew. Oh. Sounds like a lot of fun. Kazuki Odin's eyes lit up in an instant. He might not understand what long-term strategy entailed, but the idea of establishing a nation or territory belonging to the Whitebeard pirates excited him. Like Wayno. We should build a big castle, he exclaimed excitedly. Whitebeard remained silent. He looked at Lewis, whose eyes were resolute and unwavering, this young man who had just demonstrated incredible willpower. He glanced at the islanders who had just been saved from despair and were now looking at him with hope and gratitude. He slowly scanned the faces behind him, some filled with doubt, some in thought, and others in excitement. Those faces of his sons whom he cherished. He was weighing the balance between freedom and stability, between drifting and having roots, and the inertia of an old era against the impending tidal wave of a new age. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire port, like the brief calm before a storm. The heartbeat of every individual seemed distinctly audible. Everyone was waiting for Whitebeard's judgment. Suddenly, Gururora, Whitebeard's iconic thunderous laughter erupted. This laughter was filled with unparalleled power, absolute confidence, and a fearless attitude towards all future challenges. It instantly dispelled all gloom and oppression. Well said, Lewis. Whitebeard's massive hand came crashing down on Lewis' head again. The force was just right, both a heavy encouragement and a silent promise. To give my sons a place to rest and recuperate. This idea I approve. Whitebeard grinned broadly, revealing his signature crescent-shaped mustache. The decision fell with that boisterous laughter. Oh. After a brief, suffocating silence, the cheers erupted with a force 100 times stronger than before. This time it was not just for the victory in battle, but for a brand new hopeful future. Bring the flag. At Whitebeard's command, his voice thundered like rolling thunder across the port. Soon a massive brand new flag was brought over by the crew. The flag bore the iconic skull with a crescent-shaped white mustache of the Whitebeard pirates. It was enormous, fluttering gently in the evening sea breeze, radiating a reassuring aura. Under the expectant and excited gazes of all Whitebeard pirates members and islanders, the flag representing the will of one of the world's strongest men slowly rose on the island. The flag unfurled at the highest point of the ruins, flapping in the wind. Whitebeard's voice resonated like a great bell, echoing throughout the island, carrying undeniable authority and a promise of protection. From today onward, this island is under the protection of Edward Newgate. Whitebeard, Gururora. With these words, his deafening laughter echoed once more. The islanders fell to their knees, bowing devoutly to the flag fluttering in the wind and to Whitebeard's towering figure. Hope after despair, rebirth after destruction. They finally had the mightiest umbrella of protection, a strong support that would allow them to rebuild their homes and live in peace. The voices of loyalty surged like waves, one after another, merging into a massive sound that reverberated throughout the war-torn port. After the ceremony, the massive uproar gradually settled. People began to take on their respective tasks, clearing the battlefield, carefully treating the wounded, while others started planning temporary shelters, taking the first steps toward rebuilding their home. Marco appeared nearby. He found Lewis, who was quietly resting to recover his strength and spirit. Marco reached out and gently patted Lewis on the shoulder. Your vision extends further than most of us, Marco said with a hint of sentiment. Old man values family the most. Giving him the concept of a true home has indeed touched the softest part of his heart. But once this move is made, there will be no turning back, Lewis. Having a fixed territory means we must bear unprecedented responsibilities. It also means we will become a more conspicuous target on the sea, easily eyed by various forces. I hope the choice we made is the right one. Lewis met Marco's worried gaze and nodded solemnly. He fully understood Marco's concerns. Any significant change would inevitably come with unknown risks. Yet deep down he understood even better that clinging to the old ways and remaining stagnant was the greatest risk of being completely eliminated in the increasingly turbulent and cruel tides of the future. I will do my utmost to grow stronger and protect all of this, Captain Marco. Lewis' voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable strength. On the other side, Kazuki Odin was already in a state of excitement. He was pulling a few crew members with whom he had a good relationship, gesticulating wildly and passionately, envisioning future plans. Hey, listen to me. We must build the biggest dojo here. I want to personally teach the kids on the island how to wield swords. Yes, we also need a huge banquet hall that can accommodate everyone. From now on, we will hold grand banquets every day. His overwhelming enthusiasm infected many surrounding pirates and temporarily diluted the slight anxiety about the future that hung in the air. However, not everyone felt purely excited about this decision like Odin. In a less conspicuous corner of the crowd, several older crew members, showing signs of wear from years of following Whitebeard into battle, silently gazed at the newly hoisted flag fluttering in the wind at the highest point of the ruins. Their expressions were complex, interwoven with confusion and unease. Having followed Whitebeard since the Rocks era, they had never heard of this fixed foundation pirate approach. Even the formidable Rocks pirates engaged in continuous guerrilla warfare against the Navy and the world government. The strength of the Rocks pirates meant they did not need a base. Their so-called Hive Island was more of a hideout than a true base. This fixed pirate model resembled more of a nation than a pirate crew. They had long been accustomed to the freedom of riding the waves to the drift of the Moby Dick as their home. This new lifestyle resembling settlement stirred a sense of unfamiliarity and subtle resistance from deep within them. "So it seems like we won't be so carefree anymore." "Yeah, how could the captain suddenly agree to this?" Another replied, confusion evident in his tone. Their low conversation flowed like an undercurrent beneath the surface, attracting little attention. Yet these subtle ripples hinted that within the future Whitebeard pirates, not everyone might be as united and solid as they appeared. Lewis took all of this in silently. He saw the islanders joyfully weeping and filled with renewed hope. He saw his companions busily clearing the debris and treating the wounded. He saw Kazuki Odin burning with passion and infinite dreams for the future. He also saw in the corner the old crew members, their doubts and bewilderment barely concealed in their eyes. A tremendous sense of accomplishment filled him for having personally pushed the historical turning point. Yet simultaneously an unprecedented heavy sense of responsibility weighed upon his heart like a mountain. This flag was not just a symbol of protection, it was a promise, a commitment to this island and to all of his family. Lewis clearly realized that what he had just done was far beyond winning a fierce battle or simply awakening Haki by chance. He had personally steered the Whitebeard pirates, this vessel carrying countless dreams and glory, into a brand new course, a direction filled with unknown risks but also endless possibilities. To safeguard this heavy responsibility, to ensure that the Black Skull flag would forever flap high in this sky, he must become stronger and think more deeply. Lewis slowly clenched his fist, which still seemed to retain the hard sensation of being covered by the armed Haki. He felt the power and will surging within him like magma. In the coming era of great pirates, while everyone walked on thin ice, he would surely reach the other shore. In the year 1495 of the Oceanic era in the New World, the air was filled with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the deafening roar of cannon fire seemed capable of tearing one's eardrums apart. As far as the eye could see, a multitude of pirate ships were fanned out across the sea, encircling the Oro. Jackson tightly in the center. Shiki the Golden Lion. This legendary pirate who stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard was now personally leading his massive fleet, so large it was almost suffocating. The target was to launch a devastating encirclement against his archrival Gold. Roger. Gulalala. A bit farther out on the sea, the massive whale ship Moby Dick stood silently. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, stood at the bow of the ship with the supreme blade, Song Yun Chia, in hand. Behind him, on the broad deck, members of the Whitebeard pirates displayed a variety of expressions. Some shone with excitement, eager to try their luck. Others furrowed their brows, their faces displaying grave concern. "Old man, are we really not getting closer?" "That's Roger." A young crew member could not help but speak up, his tone revealing an unmistakable urgency. "Yeah, old man. There are too many of those golden lions. It's simply bullying." "Shut up, rats." Whitebeard's voice was deep and steady, carrying an unquestionable authority. "This is a battle between Roger and Shiki, and we will only watch." His gaze was sharp as an eagle, piercing through the smoke to sweep over the chaotic center of the battlefield in the distance. "Gulalala, those two fools, are they clashing again with that damn power?" Even without being on the battlefield, Whitebeard could sense it clearly. Those two terrifying wills seemed as if they could tear the very sky apart. Their Conqueror's Haki was engaged in an incredibly fierce clash. That was a quality only kings could possess from birth. It was proof of a power that surpassed millions. The battle on the Oro. Jackson was extremely intense. However, it did not present a completely one-sided defeat. The resilience of the Roger pirates was beyond imagination. Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, wielded his sword with ease, the blade flickering unpredictably. With each swing, he accurately sliced through incoming cannonballs or repelled groups of attacking enemies. His calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the brutality of the surrounding battlefield. Douglas Bullet, the terrifying man known as the Devil's Child, exuded an extremely fierce aura. Each heavy punch he threw was enough to shatter the enemy ship's deck. Even two seemingly inexperienced apprentices on the ship, Shanks with red hair and Buggy the Clown were fighting fiercely in their respective positions. They displayed courage and determination far beyond their ages. What was even more astonishing was that it was not only Roger from the Roger Pirates. More than one equally powerful Conqueror's Haki occasionally leaked out, clashing and resonating with the wills of Roger and Shiki. That golden lion, although not the sharpest tool in the shed, does indeed have a significant numerical advantage this time, Whitebeard leisurely commented while stroking his iconic white mustache. Just as his words fell without any warning, the sky suddenly darkened. The previously slightly chaotic sea winds abruptly transformed into a terrifying hurricane that roared through the heavens. Dark clouds spilled like a giant ink bottle, instantly blackening the entire sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, while purple serpents danced wildly. Following that, a torrential downpour fell like a heavenly river. The sea surface was stirred up into towering waves one after another, as if they wanted to completely swallow every ship on the water. What a... This is... a storm? How could it be so sudden? Oh heavens! The Golden Lion fleet was instantly thrown into chaos. Those proud, giant warships became as fragile as children's toys in the face of the unmatched fury of nature. Masts were easily snapped by the hurricane. The ships were constantly capsizing in the massive waves. Countless crew members were swept into the icy sea, letting out desperate cries before being swallowed by darkness. In just a moment, the Golden Lion's fleet, capable of shaking the world, suffered heavy losses in this sudden natural disaster, leaving them severely weakened. However, at the center of the storm, the Oro Jackson seemed to be under the protection of some mysterious power. It deftly maneuvered through the gaps in the waves like the most agile fish in the sea. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Golden Lion fleet, the Roger Pirates successfully tore open a gap and broke free from the encirclement. Their ship quickly vanished beyond the stormy horizon, leaving behind the disheveled Golden Lion fleet. On the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard pirates stared dumbfounded at this dramatic turn of events. One moment they were in dire straits, and the next they were saved from despair. Is luck also a part of strength? Whitebeard withdrew his gaze and once again let out his signature gullalala laughter. Yet this time there seemed to be an inexplicable meaning in his laughter, leaving one pondering. Time flowed on like a fleeting white horse. In the blink of an eye, months had passed since that event in Ed. Whoa! Since the storm, the Golden Lion had vanished without a trace on the ocean. Meanwhile, Roger's fame soared, and he was on the verge of becoming the legendary pirate king. The Moby Dick continued to sail on the waves of the New World. However, the atmosphere on the ship now carried an indescribable warmth and anticipation that surpassed past days. A grand feast had just concluded. The decks still lingered with the enticing aroma of food and the chaotic remnants left behind after everyone was in high spirits. Suddenly, Tianxia covered her mouth, her face turning pale. She quickly ran to the side of the ship and bent down, violently retching. Lewis, who was tidying up the aftermath with a few crew members, keenly noticed this scene. He approached calmly and handed her a cup of water he had prepared earlier. "Lady Tianxia, are you all right?" Lewis asked softly, his tone carrying just the right amount of concern. Tianxia took the cup, rinsed her mouth, her breath a bit unsteady as she forced a smile. "Thank you, Lewis. It might be that the seafood earlier was a bit too fishy." Lewis' gaze inadvertently fell on her abdomen, a flicker of thoughtful light passing through his eyes. He remembered that recently Lady Tianxia seemed particularly sensitive and resistant to certain foods she used to enjoy, especially seafood with a fishy taste. Considering a certain possibility, Lewis' heart stirred slightly. He clearly remembered that on the original timeline, Kazuki Momonosuke should have been born a year after Odin set sail, but now 2 years had passed since Kazuki Odin left Wano, and Tianxia was just beginning to show signs of pregnancy. Could it be that this unexpected butterfly effect caused by him had altered the course of time and triggered unforeseen changes? Lewis remained silent, maintaining his composure. Later, he discreetly sought out Kazuki Odin. "Mr. Odin," Lewis carefully began, "have you noticed any abnormalities in Lady Tianxi's health recently?" What happened to Ashi?" Kazuki Odin put down the enormous wine bowl in his hand, immediately displaying a concerned expression. Lewis conveyed his observations and the hypotheses stemming from them to Odin in a tactful manner. Odin was initially taken aback, seemingly not reacting. Then his face instantly blossomed with immense, incredulous joy. He almost immediately jumped up, excitedly rushing to find the ship's doctor for confirmation. After a thorough examination by the ship's doctor, the results came out quickly. Tianxia was indeed pregnant, and based on calculations, it had already been over 3 months. This news hit like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring the entire Whitebeard pirates into a frenzy. Kazuki Odin was even more overjoyed, excited to the point of speechlessness, almost never leaving Tianxi's side, constantly inquiring after her well-being. Considering that pregnant women require more detailed and attentive care, and understanding some basic modern medical knowledge, Lewis voluntarily took on part of the responsibility for caring for Tianxia. With some special knowledge, he prepared more suitable nutritional meals for her and often reminded her to rest and engage in moderate activity. As the days went by, Tianxi's belly gradually began to show. Months later, the Moby Dick docked at a pleasantly climate-controlled serene island to prepare for the upcoming new life. In a clean and tidy room carefully arranged by the crew, accompanied by several vibrant and lively cries of a newborn, a new life finally arrived in this world. To everyone's surprise, Tianxia successfully gave birth to a pair of twins. A boy inheriting his father's name, Kazuki, was called Momonosuke. The girl, as gentle and lovely as the legendary Yamato Nadeshiko, was named Hiyori. While everyone was delighted for Kazuki, Odin, only Lewis pondered quietly whether these two children would still be the original Momonosuke and Hiyori. These two delicate and adorable little ones immediately became the darlings of the entire ship. These pirates, who usually roamed the seas with rugged and bold demeanor, became especially cautious around these two little ones. The expressions on their faces were filled with genuine affection and tenderness, especially the retainers from the Kazuki family, who treated these two children as treasures, protecting them as if guarding the most sacred of possessions. Izo gently and awkwardly held the swaddled Momonosuke, his eyes filled with unprecedented tenderness and determination. To protect the young lord was to safeguard the future of Wano. This heavy belief was never so clear and profound at this moment. About 2 months after the children were born, a piece of news capable of shaking the entire new world reached the Whitebeard pirates, who were enjoying tranquility through the news coup. "Old man, it's news about Roger." A crew member waved the newspaper in his hand, panting as he rushed onto the deck. Whitebeard paused, his drinking the massive bowl in his hand, seemingly no larger than a cup. His gaze swept over. "The newspaper says that Roger's pirate crew seems to have clashed with the Big Mom pirate crew." Charlotte Lean, the woman known as Big Mom. As one of the great pirates reigning over this new world, her strength and the vast power under her command are certainly not to be underestimated. Whitebeard's deep laughter broke the silence, carrying a hint of amusement. "Is that gluttonous madwoman?" His eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something. "That bastard Roger, why is he provoking her again?" Whitebeard knew better than anyone the terror of that woman. She was a monster capable of effortlessly destroying a nation for a few desserts. Roger's active conflict with her is undoubtedly not simple. Is it for territory? Or for that legendary historical text? Or is there some deeper reason? Whitebeard fell into a brief contemplation, while Lewis, standing in the crowd, appeared calm, yet his heart was already aware. At this point in time, the clash between Roger and Big Mom is almost certainly for that red landmark historical text that guides to the ultimate location. That is one of the 4 keys to reach Raftel and unveil the world's ultimate secrets. However, it is not yet time to reveal this information. Lewis silently suppressed this thought deep in his heart. Just as he anticipated, the conflict between Roger and Big Mom was like a meteor thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up enormous waves in the new world. The collision between great pirates instantly intensified the already chaotic situation of the seas. Many long-hidden, ambitious figures began to stir. The friction and warfare in the new world became increasingly frequent and brutal at a visible rate. As another extreme of the new world, the Whitebeard pirates naturally felt this surging undercurrent. Provocations and tests from all sides have clearly increased. Confronted with the increasingly complex situation, the Whitebeard pirates did not retreat, but instead expanded against the tide. Their influence continuously stretched, with more and more territory being consolidated and the number of pirates under them rapidly swelling. Managing such a vast force required a more effective system. Finally, Whitebeard made a decision with far-reaching implications. "Boys." Whitebeard loomed over the figurehead of the Moby Dick, casting a heavy shadow like a mountain. His voice carried unparalleled authority, clearly resonating across every corner of the flagship, and even spreading to other docked vessels nearby. Countless gazes instantly converged, filled with awe and anticipation. "From today onwards, our Whitebeard pirates shall establish a captain system. With the Moby Dick as the flagship, we officially form branch fleets. We will appoint 5 captains for the first time, each responsible for leading their respective divisions." As the words fell, the deck fell silent for a moment before erupting in thunderous cheers. This was a milestone decision. It signified that the Whitebeard pirates, this colossal entity upon the sea, was about to enter a brand new, more systematic phase of development. The appointments quickly began to be announced, each name ringing out clearly. First Division Captain Marco, the young man, always appearing drowsy with a unique pineapple hairstyle, stepped forward. His expression remained calm, but in his half-open eyes glimmered a reliable flame-like light. "Yes, old man." Second Division Captain Kazuki Odin. The boisterous warrior from Wano, Kazuki Odin grinned broadly, revealing an infectious smile. "Oh, leave it to me, big brother." He responded grandly, exuding great momentum. Following that, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Division captains were announced one by one, just as Lewis remembered them without a hitch. 3rd Division Captain Jozu, who possessed the diamond fruit ability. 4th Division Captain Sachi, an excellent cook wielding twin swords. 5th Division Captain Bista, with superb swordsmanship. They were all sons who had followed Whitebeard for many years, seasoned warriors who had fought countless battles, and the core members that old man trusted earliest capable of taking on the heavy responsibility of division captain. The crew cheered for the new captains. However, amidst the fervent atmosphere, one person's position seemed somewhat delicate. Lewis. All eyes instinctively fell upon him. Whitebeard looked at him, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration and expectation. As for Lewis, Whitebeard intentionally paused, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd, causing everyone to hold their breath. You kid have boundless potential and your future is limitless, but you still need more training. So for now you will not take on the role of division captain. Upon hearing this, some people showed expressions of as expected, while others frowned slightly. However, Whitebeard's next words stunned everyone once again. You will stay on the Moby Dick. Be my right-hand man. Help me manage this flagship and handle the various important affairs of our crew. Right-hand man. Flagship manager. This appointment was more surprising than any division captain, yet it also seemed reasonable. Lewis' strength might not yet match that of the established strongmen like Marco and Jozu. But his astonishing growth rate, along with the extraordinary wisdom and decisiveness he displayed in previous crises, made Whitebeard regard him with new eyes and place high hopes upon him. He placed him by his side, personally teaching and entrusting him with important responsibilities. This was not only the highest form of training, but also an unconditional trust. Lewis stood on the deck, sunlight casting upon his youthful face. He could clearly feel the various gazes directed at him, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, recognition, and curiosity. He slowly lifted his head, meeting Whitebeard's imposing figure. Whitebeard's right-hand man, the manager of the flagship Moby Dick. Such a heavy responsibility truly made him feel a rush of excitement. On the lookout, Marco spotted a rapidly approaching black dot on the distant horizon. The shout shattered the brief tranquility on the deck of the Moby Dick. In the sunlight, two legendary ships, the Moby Dick and the Oro Jackson, faced each other in silence. Whitebeard Newgate stood proudly at the bow of the massive whaling ship, the Moby Dick, wielding his naginata. Across from him, at the bow of the Oro Jackson, Joel D. Roger donned a vibrant red captain's cloak, grinning widely with his signature smile. An invisible aura of dominance resonated across the sea, echoing in response to Whitebeard. Diamond Jozu, Flower Sword Vista, and other captains followed closely behind Whitebeard, their expressions solemn. On Roger's side, the Dark King Rayleigh and Spark Jabba were also in position, their eyes burning with fervent battle intent. The apprentice crew member Shanks tightly gripped the sword at his waist. His face was a mix of uncontainable tension and excitement, while beside him Buggy's complexion had turned pale with fear. He quietly shrank back towards the crowd, only his pair of darting eyes visible as he desperately searched for the safest corner. Yo, Newgate. Looking pretty good, huh? Roger broke the silence, first his voice booming with unabashed provocation. It hasn't been long since we parted, what missing me? Whitebeard's lips curled into a bold arc, letting out his unique laughter. Grrr. Roger, you bastard, every time you show up it's never for anything good. Is it that you're itching for a fight? Want me to loosen your bones? That's exactly my intention. Roger suddenly drew his sword, ace, pointing its blade directly at Whitebeard. Boys, let's start the banquet. Before he finished speaking, Roger's figure leaped from the deck like a cannonball into the air. Almost simultaneously, Whitebeard also brandished his naginata, the deck beneath him suddenly sinking, his massive body soaring into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. The two figures rapidly approached in midair. Before they truly collided, an invisible, terrifying force erupted between them with a thunderous impact. Boom! The sky tore apart, audibly revealing terrifying cracks. The clouds spun wildly around the two, gathering until they turned pitch black. Crimson lightning danced within the dark clouds, a manifestation born from the clash of pure power. Below, the sea was violently upheaved, surging with towering waves threatening to swallow the two great ships. The collision of invisible conquerors Haki created shockwaves that swept across the surroundings. Is this the clash between the world's strongest men? Lewis gazed up at the nearly apocalyptic scene in the sky, his heart filled with shock. What amazed him even more was that such terrifying power was being precisely controlled at the point of collision by the two men. Though the dissipating aftershocks were powerful, they did not directly destroy the ships and crew below. This level of control over power was simply unfathomable. The battlefield expanded instantly. The crews from both ships erupted into cheers like two torrents, surging toward each other's vessels or leaping toward the affected island to engage in fierce combat. Oh, the 2nd Division captain of Whitebeard's ship, Kazuki Oden. Dark King Rayleigh swung his sword, skillfully deflecting the heavy dual-wielded strikes from Kazuki, Odin, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. I am the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Silver's Rayleigh. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. Roger's vice-captain hummed. As expected, you live up to your name. Kazuki Odin's fighting spirit surged as he swung his dual swords in a flurry. Take this. The two men clashed in a dazzling display of swordsmanship. On the other side, Marco transformed into a phoenix engulfed in blue flames, fiercely grappling with a muscular man with a fierce gaze. The opponent's punches were incredibly heavy, each strike carrying the power to split mountains and shatter stones. It was Douglas Bullet. However, Marco, relying on the astonishing recovery ability of the phoenix fruit, endured the violent attacks, while continuously countering with fiery claws and kicks, temporarily gaining the upper hand. At the chaotic edge of the battlefield, Buggy was stealthily observing his surroundings. He noticed Lewis was completely focused on the stunning duel between Whitebeard and Roger, seemingly unaware of what was happening here. Opportunity. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Buggy's eyes. He silently crept up behind Lewis and leaped forward, the short knife in his hand, aimed straight at Lewis' back. However, the tip of the blade didn't even touch Lewis' clothing. A large hand appeared out of nowhere, impossibly fast, precisely grabbing Buggy's wrist, holding the knife, rendering him completely immobile. Lewis didn't even turn around. He swung a punch backhandedly. The fist landed solidly on Buggy's prominent red nose. Oh! Buggy let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from his nose, and he flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground, dazed. Buggy, Shanks, not far away, saw his companion get hit, and immediately rushed over to help. Your opponent is me, red-haired kid. A gloomy voice rang out. Blackbeard Teach appeared in front of Shanks, grinning and blocking his path. Lewis easily repelled Buggy, his movements fluid and natural, as if he had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. He turned his gaze back to the distant, more intense battle, seemingly disinterested in the scuffle between these kids. Buggy covered his bleeding nose, feeling both angry and frightened. He glanced around and saw Shanks entangled with Teach, who seemed entirely focused on Shanks, leaving an opening behind him. Fueled by rage, Buggy leaped from the ground, seizing the fleeting moment when Teach was distracted by Shanks, and delivered a swift, powerful kick to Teach's face. Crack! Teach was caught off guard by the kick, staggering backward and spitting out a few teeth. Bastard! Teach was enraged, retaliating with a claw strike that cut through the air with a fierce wind, aiming directly for the sneaky Buggy. Shanks, seeing this, hurriedly sidestepped to block the attack, but was still a moment too late. Teach's claw grazed Shanks' cheek. Although it didn't grab hold, it left 3 deep, bleeding gashes on his left eyelid. Hiss! Shanks winced in pain, instinctively covering his eye. Enough of this. Lewis' voice suddenly rang out, tinged with clear impatience. He glanced around, seeing that these 3 kids were actually fighting seriously. Shanks covered his eye, blood seeping through his fingers. Teach's face was bruised, and he spoke with a lisp, clearly having lost several teeth. If this continued, someone might really get killed. Lewis' figure flickered. Almost the instant his voice fell, he appeared at the center of the 3's fierce battle. On his fists, the dark armor-coated Haki instantly enveloped them, solid as ink. Without any hesitation, he swung both arms, landing a precise punch on each of them. One punch struck Buggy's chin, while the other slammed into Shanks' neck. Ugh! Buggy and Shanks couldn't even see Lewis' movements, only feeling an irresistible force surge through them. Their vision darkened, and they both emitted muffled groans before collapsing to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Teach watched the fallen duo with a wary glance at the expressionless Lewis. He instinctively touched his painfully burning cheek, an empty mouth swallowing hard. In the end, he wisely chose silence and did not make another move. Yet the shadow in his deep-set eyes grew darker. This earth-shattering confrontation ultimately transformed into a grand banquet that lasted for 3 whole days and nights. The fierce battle completely altered the island's landscape, leaving it in ruins. Finally, it was only when Whitebeard and Roger mutually agreed to cease that this special exchange came to an end. The crews from both ships, although exhausted and injured, looked at each other with eyes that reflected not only unquenched battle intent, but also a deeper recognition of heroes respecting heroes. As the smoke of battle cleared, the real banquet began. The members of the 2 legendary pirate crews started to exchange their spoils and treasures on the ravaged island. Rather than a transaction, it was more of a generous mutual gifting, showcasing the grandeur of great pirates. A massive bonfire blazed, dispelling the lingering scent of gunpowder. The rich aroma of fine wine and the savory scent of roasted meat wafted through the air, gradually heating up the atmosphere. At the banquet, Roger heard from someone about how Lewis had effortlessly knocked out Shanks and Buggy. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, directing an intense gaze at the young man who had been quietly sitting beside Whitebeard. Hey, Newgate. Roger raised his massive wine cup, pointing towards Lewis from afar. Who is this kid? He's got some skills. He actually knocked both those little punks Shanks out. Whitebeard picked up a wine bowl as large as a basin and took a hearty drink, letting out his signature hearty laugh. Garurr. His face bore an unmistakable pride, his voice booming. Roger, you better see this clearly. This is my son Lewis. He is my most valued family. Oh. A glint of sharpness flashed in Roger's eyes. The next moment, an invisible, yet palpable, terrifying pressure, like a tsunami, instantly enveloped Lewis. Whitebeard's son, huh? Roger's voice carried an evaluative tone. Then let me see what kind of caliber you possess. Lewis instantly felt that unparalleled domineering aura, as if it were about to crush his very soul. His expression changed slightly, his breath momentarily halting. But soon he straightened his back. A similar aura of dominance, imbued with the qualities of a king, erupted from within him, meeting Roger's pressure heat-in. Lewis Conqueror's Haki, while not as refined or grand as Roger's, was like the most resilient reef, standing firm against raging winds and monstrous waves, without any sign of retreat. The two invisible auras of Conqueror's Haki briefly collided in the air. A flicker of surprise crossed Roger's eyes, followed by a satisfied nod as he slowly retracted his pressure. Not bad, he praised, a kid with boundless potential. Newgate, you really struck gold with this one. Afterward, he turned to Shanks, who was covering his eyes, having just woken up after the ship doctor had tended to his wounds. Shanks, did you see that? Your Haki still needs a lot of honing. Compared to this kid Lewis, you're still far behind. Rayleigh also timely patted Shanks on the shoulder, a silent consolation. The clamoring of the banquet continued. Whitebeard found an opportunity to quietly pull aside Dark King Rayleigh, lowering his voice to ask, Rayleigh, is it true what they say about Roger? Rayleigh paused for a moment, his hand holding the wine glass, slightly halting. He remained silent for a while, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh and nodding. Yes, it's true. The ship Dr. Carocas had done his best. He said Roger only has about a year left to live. Whitebeard went silent upon hearing this. He raised his wine bowl, gulping down a large sip, his gaze fixated on Roger, who was still laughing heartily and drinking, his eyes filled with complexity. Shortly after, Whitebeard approached Roger again. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked, Roger, what was the reason for your fierce conflict with that crazy woman Lin Lin? Roger wore a mysterious smile, not answering directly. He carefully took out a large rubbing from his bosom and slowly unfolded it before Whitebeard. For this, the rubbing depicted densely packed, never-before-seen, peculiar red characters emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Kazuki Odin happened to be holding a wine bowl and leaned over to see what was going on. Upon seeing the red characters on the rubbing, he froze as if struck by lightning. This is... His voice trembled, filled with incredulity. This is the ancient script passed down through generations in the Kazuki clan. I can understand it. What a... Roger, upon hearing this, excitedly grasped Kazuki Odin's shoulders, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. You say you can understand it. Really? That's great. Odin, you're exactly who I've been looking for. There are a total of 4 such red historical text road signs in the world. Only by deciphering the information recorded on them can we find the endpoint of the Grand Line, that legendary final island. Odin, I need your strength. Please lend me your time for the next year. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who shook the world unexpectedly knelt before Kazuki Odin in front of everyone. He deeply lowered his proud head. Please, Roger, you bastard. Whitebeard, witnessing Roger kneeling before his brother, instantly erupted in fury, his aura exploding as he was about to lash out. Brother Whitebeard. But Kazuki Odin reached out to stop the furious Whitebeard. In his eyes there flickered an intense desire for unknown adventures and a yearning for the truth of history. I want to go, he said firmly. I want to see for myself. To see what the end of this world is truly like. Whitebeard looked at Odin's unwavering gaze and thought of what Rayleigh had told him about Roger's dwindling life. The anger in his heart gradually simmered down as if doused with cold water. After a long silence, he finally sighed deeply and nodded. Since it's your own decision, then go ahead, Odin. Thank you. Newgate. Roger exclaimed in delight, suddenly standing up and patting Whitebeard's shoulder vigorously, everything unspoken. Once the serious matters were discussed, the atmosphere of the banquet seemed to become even more lively and pure. In the chaos, Teach quietly approached Lewis, lowering his voice to indicate Buggy, who was talking to Shanks not far away. Lewis, brother, Teach said with a hint of suspicion, that red-nosed guy is no ordinary fellow. During these days of battle, I always felt like someone was watching me from the shadows, like a ghost haunting relentlessly. Now that I think about it, it must have been him. Meanwhile, Buggy, still shaken, whispered to Shanks, who had just regained full consciousness and still had bruises around his neck. Shanks, that Blackbeard is terrifying. Truly terrifying. Let me tell you, during these 3 days and nights, I kept a close eye on him, looking for a chance to take revenge. Can you believe it? I never saw him sleep even once. Not once. He's practically a monster. Shanks rubbed his still sore neck, feeling the throb from the wound on his left eye, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. If you ask me, Shanks whispered, Lewis is even more terrifying, right? I've been secretly observing him too, trying to see how strong he really is. Guess what? He also kept an eye on you for 3 days and nights. He hardly left your side, and I didn't see him rest at all. From a distance, Lewis keenly caught the conversation between Shanks and Buggy, glancing at Teach, who wore an expression of having discovered a great secret. He couldn't help but start to mentally mock, I'm just a little curious, is Buggy really as cowardly as he appears in the future? I wanted to see if he really had the guts to tail that cunning Teach for 3 days and nights. Turns out he actually did it. Damn it, I followed him for 3 days just to watch the show. With that kind of perseverance and guts, how did the future Buggy become who he is, eh? This grand banquet continued until deep into the night before gradually dispersing. The next day, the morning sun bathed the earth, heralding a new beginning. Kazuki Oden, accompanied by his wife Toki, along with their young children Momonosuke and Hiyori, prepared to officially leave the Whitebeard pirates and temporarily join Roger's crew. Lord Oden, please take care. The retainers of the Kazuki clan held back tears, their eyes already red. But he made his decision to stay on the Moby Dick. He would wait here steadfastly for his Lord Kazuki Oden's return. Toki wore a gentle smile, bidding farewell one by one to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. In everyone's eyes, deep reluctance was clearly evident. Thank you, Whitebeard, and everyone for your care during this time. Toki smiled, her voice carrying a solemn promise. Soon after, Kazuki Oden, Toki, and their young children Momonosuke and Hiyori boarded the legendary ship of the Roger pirates, the Oro Jackson. The two great ships, laden with countless dreams and legends, docked side by side at the shore. They were about to set sail, embarking on completely different journeys, pointing towards their respective legends. Boys, Whitebeard stood at the massive bow of the Moby Dick. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, instantly echoing throughout the ship, resonating through the skies. Set sail. Continue our journey. The enormous Moby Dick raised its iconic sails, riding the wind, cutting through the waves, steadily sailing towards the boundless horizon. Meanwhile, the Oro Jackson also adjusted its course, carrying new companions in the hope of deciphering the historical texts, heading towards the endpoint of the Grand Line, beginning the legendary voyage destined to be recorded in history with a countdown of 1 year. The small town of Hyaport. The air is thick with the unique salty tang of sea salt mingled with the sickly sweetness of cheap rum and a faint hint of gunpowder. Inside a tavern exclusively catering to pirates, the noise is deafening. Members of the Whitebeard pirates occupy most of the space. They are engaged in a rare moment of resupply and rest. The heavy wooden mugs clink together, producing dull thuds. The boisterous laughter of the crew rises and falls, brimming with vitality. A damp newspaper stained with alcohol is carelessly spread out on the bar. The headline features the notorious Douglas Barrett. The report states that the powerful man who once fought alongside the Pirate King Roger has officially left the Roger Pirates. Beside it is a less conspicuous news piece that has sparked some scattered discussions. A newcomer pirate named Crocodile reportedly had a confrontation with Barrett not long ago, which ended in a draw. Gwaha. So Roger's crew is starting to go their separate ways. A burly man with a face full of flesh chugged down a large gulp of rum, his voice booming like a bell. But that kid Crocodile is quite interesting, huh? Another person chimed in, his tone laced with incredulous amazement. He actually managed to draw with Barrett. Really? At the bar, Marco held his drink, a faint blue flame flickering at his fingertips before quickly vanishing. His gaze fell upon the newspaper, his expression calm and unperturbed. The new era will never lack challengers, he said softly. Beside him, the swordsman Vista was carefully stroking his proud mustache, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this sea will never be truly calm. However, speaking of the most talked about newcomer recently, it has to be our Lewis, right? Vista's tone shifted slightly, his gaze drifting towards a corner of the tavern. Marco followed his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yeah, that kid is a true monster. He has only recently grasped the use of armament Haki, yet he seems to have subtly touched upon the threshold of observation Haki. His swordsmanship is advancing rapidly, already reaching the level of a sword master capable of cutting through iron. Several familiar captains and seasoned crew members who overheard this conversation displayed looks of astonishment, their gazes instinctively drifting towards that corner. In the corner, Lewis quietly drank from his cup. The surrounding clamor and noise seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, leaving him undisturbed. He sat there, his presence not particularly strong, yet exuding an undeniable calming power that made him impossible to ignore. The potential lurking beneath his calm exterior was breathtaking. At that moment, heavy footsteps accompanied by the rugged and cautious voice of Diamond Jaws sounded. Hey, look at the entrance. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn there. At the tavern entrance, backlit by the afternoon sun, stood the silhouette of a tall and slender man. He wore a dark long coat, the collar raised high, obscuring most of his face. A burning cigar was clutched between his long fingers, wisps of pale smoke curling upwards. A somber, cold aura radiated from him like the most venomous scorpion in the desert, starkly contrasting with the fervent atmosphere inside the tavern. The newcomer was none other than the up-and-coming pirate who had drawn with Barrett the sandstorm Crocodile. Crocodile stepped forward, entering the tavern. His leather boots thudded against the worn wooden floor, producing a dull sound with each step. His sharp eyes quickly scanned the entire tavern. It seemed he was searching for a specific target. Soon he frowned slightly. He did not see the person he was looking for. He let out a faint, displeased tisk from his throat. The sound was soft, but in the suddenly quiet tavern it clearly reached the ears of Marco Jaws and several other captains. Crocodile walked straight towards the bar. He completely ignored the scrutinizing and unfriendly gazes cast upon him by the members of the Whitebeard pirates. He stopped in front of the bar, his voice hoarse and gravelly, coldly stating, "Where is Whitebeard?" The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The tavern, which had been so loud just moments ago, fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates focused their gazes on this uninvited guest like arrows. Marco slowly set down his drink. He stood up, subtly positioning himself in front of Crocodile. His expression still bore the calm and composure expected of a captain, but the depths of his eyes betrayed a strong vigilance. "What do you want with our old man?" Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, tilted his head slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Marco with the corner of his eye. That gaze was filled with unabashed ambition and arrogance. He cracked a smile, revealing a cold and extremely self-satisfied grin. "Of course I'm here to take him down." His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly throughout every corner of the tavern. "And then to take his place. To become the new legend of this sea." The moment his words fell, the tavern sank into a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, like a volcano erupting, uncontrollable fury surged. "What did you say, you bastard? Do you want to die? Looking for death?" The members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly leaped from their seats. Tables and chairs were violently knocked over by their abrupt movements, creating a cacophony of scraping and crashing sounds. The anger erupted like a lit powder keg in the hearts of every crew member. Some instantly drew their long knives, their blades shimmering with a cold light. Others clenched their fists, the knuckles cracking loudly. A palpable killing intent spread through the air, making the temperature in the tavern seem to drop several degrees. In their hearts, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was an untouchable deity. This newcomer who appeared out of nowhere had uttered the most serious and unforgivable provocation against the entire Whitebeard pirates. A glint of cold light flashed in Marco's eyes, the blue flames of the phoenix already flickering faintly at his surface. Vista's hand was firmly resting on the hilt of his twin swords, ready to spring into action. Jaws was even more direct, his massive body pressing forward a step, the sturdy wooden floor groaning under his weight, trembling slightly. However, just as the captains were about to give this arrogant fool a lesson he would never forget, a figure stood up even faster than they. It was Lewis. He had been quietly sitting in the corner, but now he abruptly appeared in front of Crocodile, blocking his path. Lewis' hand holding the drink remained steady. The amber liquid in the cup did not even ripple from his sudden movement. His gaze was sharp like a blade, carrying a calmness and indifference that did not completely match his age. He stared at Crocodile before him, his tone indifferent, yet imbued with undeniable strength. "You want to challenge our old man?" Lewis' voice rang out clearly. "You are not qualified yet. If you want to see our old man, you must first get past me." This calm statement held no ripples, yet contained absolute confidence. It was not merely a rebuttal to the challenger. It was also a test of his rapidly growing strength over this period. He needed a sufficiently weighty touchstone. At the same time, maintaining the dignity and honor of his father and this pirate crew was his unshakable responsibility as Whitebeard's son. Crocodile finally halted his steps. For the first time, he truly looked at the young man blocking his path. He appraised the seemingly young but exceptionally steady black-haired swordsman, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, as if recalling certain rumors. He widened his grin, the mockery in his tone growing more pronounced. "Oh, so this is the rumored treasure of Whitebeard. Well then." Crocodile's tone was imbued with condescension. "I guess I'll just have to defeat you first. Perfect. This will serve as a warm-up before challenging that strongest old man in the world." In his view, defeating Whitebeard's son, especially a newcomer who was highly regarded and gaining momentum within the Whitebeard pirates, would undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to that old man and his crew's prestige. Marco, Vista, Jaws, and the others were taken aback. They truly did not expect Lewis to so decisively step forward to accept the challenge. But upon reflection, Lewis' growth rate recently could only be described as terrifying, and their father had been favoring him, placing high hopes on him. A spark of brightness flickered in Marco's eyes, and he signaled with his gaze. Jaws Vista and the others who were ready to act temporarily halted their movements. They chose to trust Lewis. Trust this young family member who was valued by their father and carried their hopes. The atmosphere in the tavern once again became tense. The surrounding members of the Whitebeard pirates instinctively stepped back, quickly clearing a sufficiently spacious area in the center of the tavern. Lewis gently placed the half-empty wine cup in his hand on a relatively intact table nearby. Clang! A clear metallic vibration echoed. The dagger at his waist was already drawn, its gleaming blade reflecting a chilling light under the dim illumination of the tavern. In the next moment, a pitch-black armed Haki surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the entire blade and emanating a heavy and dangerous aura. No unnecessary words were spoken. Lewis' gaze sharpened. With a sudden forceful push from his feet, the wooden floor shattered instantly. His figure vanished in an instant, transforming into a nearly imperceptible streak of black. Carrying unmatched sharpness, he plunged straight towards Crocodile. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, its momentum fierce and unmatched. Faced with this rapid and unparalleled strike, Crocodile didn't even budge an inch. On his face, he still wore that signature infuriatingly arrogant smile. At the very moment the blade wrapped in thick armed Haki was about to make contact, Crocodile's entire body suddenly crumbled without warning. He transformed into a flurry of dry yellow sand. Swish! Lewis' determined strike pierced through the illusion made of yellow sand without any obstruction. The yellow sand surged rapidly behind Lewis, and in the blink of an eye it reformed into Crocodile's familiar defiant figure. He still wore that signature seemingly mocking smile on his face. The sand crocodile slowly raised his right hand. Dry, scorching sand began to gather in his palm, as if it were alive, spinning wildly. An ominous aura spread out. Sandstorm! Crocodile shouted in a low voice, flicking his wrist to hurl the rapidly spinning sandstorm towards Lewis. Whoosh! At the moment it left his hand, the originally palm-sized sandstorm seemed infused with violent energy, wildly stirring the surrounding air. It expanded rapidly at a visible rate, growing larger. A terrifying suction force erupted, pulling in the remaining tables, shattered wooden planks, and even the floor itself into the storm's center. Crack! Crack! All objects caught in the vortex were instantly ground to dust, mixed with the swirling yellow sand, forming a devastating torrent that roared towards Lewis. Wave slash! Lewis' gaze was sharp, already on guard. With a flick of his wrist, the long knife traced a fierce trajectory in the air, instantly unleashing the Gold Lion's signature sword technique youth version. A highly condensed flying slash broke through the air, accurately confronting the rampaging sandstorm. Boom! The sandstorm and the flying slash collided violently. Amidst the deafening roar, a powerful shockwave erupted from the point of collision, violently spreading in all directions. Bang! 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 The remaining wine bottles in the tavern were swept aside as if by an invisible giant hand, shattering everywhere, while crimson or amber wine flowed freely on the ground. However, the wine barely had time to dampen the slightly trembling wooden floor. The sandstorm, gaining even more power, devoured these liquids without leaving a trace. This is the terrifying aspect of Crocodile's sandstorm. It can continuously absorb surrounding materials to grow stronger, and if not destroyed with absolute power, in an instant it will evolve into an uncontrollable disaster. Ziz. Ziz. Lewis clearly felt the increasingly overwhelming pressure. No more delays. His gaze sharpened, and he made a decisive move. Let's try this move. Lewis gripped the hilt tightly. His armed Haki surged once more, enveloping the blade and emitting a deeper, more dangerous sheen. He forcefully propelled himself upward, shooting into the sky like a cannonball, adjusting his position midair, hands raised high above his head. Target the core of the sandstorm. Tao Yuan by Long. With a clear shout, the long knife struck down with overwhelming force. In an instant, the violent sword energy fiercely impacted the pivot point of the sandstorm. The internal structure of the previously rapidly spinning sandstorm was instantly disrupted. The yellow sand wrapped around countless debris began to uncontrollably swirl, clash, and expand. Finally, it reached a critical point. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed throughout the sky. The violent shockwave completely blew off the already damaged roof of the tavern. It burst through the surrounding walls like a piece of dry wood, tore apart the thick wooden floor beneath. Ultimately, the grand pudding tavern collapsed with a thunderous roar. The swirling yellow sand and smoke soared into the sky, burying everything within, leaving only a chaotic ruin behind. The smoke and dust enveloped the area, nearly obscuring all vision. Before the dust could settle, a lithe figure leaped out from the ruins. It was Marco. He lightly landed on the street opposite the tavern, his expression calm, as if the recent explosion was merely a gentle breeze. He casually swept away the yellow sand and smoke drifting before him, his light blue eyes calmly gazing towards the center of the swirling dust. Following closely, swish, swish, swish. Several figures also sprang from the ruins, led by the floral sword Bista and other captains and elite crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. They each found their positions, leaving the center of the chaos for the two still engaged in battle. Thus, only Crocodile and Lewis remained at the center of the chaotic ruins. This earth-shattering roar immediately attracted the attention of countless people in the Black Crow port town. The pirates who had been indulging in other taverns and casinos were startled and rushed outside. When they saw the Pudding Tavern now completely reduced to ruins, they were all dumbfounded, gasping in shock. Black Crow port, a place devoid of the navy, a paradise for pirates. But it was precisely because of its chaotic, disorderly, and survival-off-thefitist environment that most people dared not easily stir up trouble here. No one knew which corner concealed a deadly snake. Those making a living here were mostly desperate individuals. What was that noise? The Pudding Tavern collapsed. Damn, who had the audacity to tear down a building in Black Crow port? Hiss, what destructive power. Which big shot did this? Apart from the shocked onlookers, some fierce-looking pirates with brutal auras had greedy and bloodthirsty glints in their eyes, ready to act. A pirate leader with a face full of muscle and a spiked club even licked his lips and sneered. Great. It's been a long time since Black Crow port has been this lively. Isn't this just a business opportunity dropping right into our laps? Boys, get ready. Let me see which blind fool is causing trouble. If it's a bounty criminal. Before he could finish, he strained his eyes to try to see through the smoke and dust. When he barely recognized one side's distinctive features, the grin on his face froze, instantly replaced by boundless fear. His eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, and his mouth uncontrollably gaped wide open. One could even clearly see his trembling tongue from extreme fright. Whitebeard pirates. Isn't that the immortal bird Marco, floral sword Bista, Diamond Joseph, and that guy playing with sand, Sandstorm Crocodile, and that black-haired kid fighting him? Oh damn, isn't that the son of the devil from Whitebeard, Edward Lewis? This pirate leader, who was just thinking of making a fortune, now looked like he had seen a ghost. His voice changed pitch. Boys, quickly, run away, pack your things and get out of here. Having struggled for years in the cruel seas of the New World, this pirate leader had a top-notch instinct for assessing situations and avoiding danger. He instantly realized that this murky water was not something at his level could wade through. He turned tail and fled with a bunch of equally terrified subordinates, moving swiftly without a hint of hesitation. If they didn't run now, once caught in the aftermath of such a divine battle, they wouldn't even know how they died. Seeing these notorious individuals flee faster than rabbits, the other pirates who had been watching the commotion also belatedly reacted. Neither side of this battle was something they could provoke. Run! Get out of here! In an instant, the entire Black Crow port town fell into greater chaos, countless pirates scattering like frightened fish, fleeing in all directions away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the center of the gradually dispersing dust, clang, 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 the crisp and urgent sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. Each collision was accompanied by a powerful shockwave, further impacting and dispersing the surrounding dust. Finally, after another earth-shattering violent collision, the remaining dust was instantly blown away, revealing the figures within fiercely engaged in battle: Crocodile and Lewis. The yellow sand flew wildly, sometimes turning into sand blades, sometimes coalescing into giant claws, mysterious and unpredictable. The sharp sword energy crisscrossed, each containing the brilliance to sever steel. The intense battle caused Lewis' blood to boil. An invisible domineering aura began to unconsciously emanate from him. That was Conqueror's Haki. The field of yellow sand clashed with the black-red Conqueror's Haki, forming an invisible boundary between the two, neither yielding an inch. Jozu, who had retreated to a safe area, watched the fierce situation in the arena, his resolute face showing a hint of astonishment. He whispered gravely, "This guy Lewis can really hold his own against Crocodile to this extent." On the other side, Bista, arms crossed over his chest, watched Crocodile, with sharp eyes, shaking his head slightly. He saw it more clearly. No, Crocodile, I'm afraid, hasn't even finished warming up yet. As soon as Bista's words fell, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. The confrontation between the yellow sand and the Haki began to tilt. Lewis Conqueror's Haki, when faced with the well-developed strength of Crocodile, ultimately seemed a bit immature. After a stalemate of several seconds, Lewis' momentum was eventually eroded and suppressed by the all-pervasive yellow sand. It was in this moment of vulnerability. A cold glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes as he seized the opportunity, delivering a swift and fierce high whip kick, bringing with it a whistling wind, forcefully striking towards Lewis' abdomen. This kick was fast, precise, and ruthless. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Lewis was sent flying uncontrollably as if struck by a rampaging sea king. He crashed heavily into the wall of the casino where the previous pirate leader had stayed. Boom. Bang bang bang. In an instant, rubble flew and the already flimsy wall collapsed with a loud noise. The casino's tables, chairs, counters, and other furnishings were shattered by this immense impact. As far as the eye could see, it was yet another chaotic ruin. Huff. Lewis slowly stood up from the debris, brushing off the dust from his body. He looked down at his abdomen. The black-armed Haki that had covered it was slowly dissipating, revealing unscathed skin. At the moment Crocodile kicked him, he had already utilized exquisite Haki techniques to mitigate most of the force, minimizing the impact on himself. Even so, there was still some chi and blood roiling within him. As expected, Lewis lifted his head, gazing at Crocodile, who was regenerating his form in the distance, still wearing that infuriating smile. Compared to these truly grown strong ones, I am still lacking quite a bit now. Lewis wiped away a trace of blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. Those black eyes showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, they appeared to be fueled by a new fire. A fierce and wild battle intent ignited, almost frenzied. So this is it. Is this the power of the 7 warlords, eh? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling with an excitement that originated from the depths of his soul. Indeed, it's powerful. Crocodile let out a disdainful snort from his nostrils, his hoarse voice laced with heavy sarcasm. Oh, you can still get up. The brat of the Whitebeard pirates. Crocodile's lips curled into a cruel arc. Don't get me wrong, this is just a warm-up exercise. Lewis took a deep breath, feeling the lingering pain in his lungs from the earlier impact. He forcibly suppressed it and quickly adjusted his bodhi state and the rhythm of his breathing. Lewis clearly realized that simply relying on the clash of strength and sword techniques would not suffice. Facing this opponent who had perfectly fused the mysterious abilities of the sand fruit with his own battle-hardened martial arts experience, he found himself at a clear disadvantage. He could not afford to engage in a heating collision like before. His mind was concentrated to an unprecedented degree. He poured more of his focus into the perception of observation Haki, sensing every minute tremor of sand particles in the air. The subtle signs of Crocodile's elemental transformation nearly impossible to catch, and the secret trajectories of the flowing sand. All of this began to amplify infinitely in his perception, gradually becoming clear and comprehensible. He no longer fixated on direct confrontation. Using the broken walls and toppled pillars as cover and springboards, his steps were as swift as the wind, moving rapidly in the confined space, constantly changing to dazzling positions. Each dodge felt like dancing on the edge of a blade, perilous yet precise, as if rehearsed countless times. He was attempting to use this high-speed maneuvering to continually compress the absolute domain of sand that Crocodile could manipulate at will. Searching for fleeting gaps in his attacks, Crocodile's brow twitched slightly. This bothersome fighting style like an irritating fly buzzing around him. Indeed, it made him feel a slight trivial sense of disturbance. But it was merely a disturbance. He could barely be bothered to move, remaining rooted in place. Just a cold thought flashed like an invisible command. Suddenly the patch of sand where Lewis had just landed collapsed without warning. In an instant it transformed into a rapidly spinning whirlpool of sand, drawing him in with a terrifying force. At the same time, several sharp sand blades compressed from high-density grains shot in from tricky angles beyond Lewis' perception. Above were the deadly sand blades, below was the deadly whirlpool. A simultaneous assault. The timing was impeccable, nearly sealing off all his escape routes. For a moment Lewis appeared somewhat flustered. Even with his quick reflexes, he found himself in a precarious situation fraught with danger. The blade light flashed wildly as he struggled to block the dense attacks raining down from all sides. At the same time, he had to divide his focus to resist the increasingly terrifying pull beneath him. But it was now. At the moment Crocodile was distracted by manipulating the quicksand and consolidating new sand blades, Lewis' observation Haki detected a slight flaw. He suddenly unleashed all of his armament Haki. Coupled with the precise predictions of observation Haki, the long blade in his hand transformed into a streak of rapid black light. Ignoring the incoming sand blades, he accurately stabbed at the source of one of the sand blades. There lay the critical juncture between Crocodile's elemental body and solid form. Swish! A faint yet palpable sensation traveled from the blade tip, as if cutting through some tough leather, accompanied by the sensation of sand grinding. Though it was fleeting, it was indeed a solid hit. This trivial success felt like a spark falling into a powder keg. It completely ignited the rage that Crocodile had been suppressing. The smile on his face vanished completely. Looks like I underestimated you. Or perhaps I underestimated the name of Whitebeard. No longer holding back, Crocodile's right hand slammed down onto the ground. Erosion reincarnation. Boom. A terrifying, suffocating pull erupted suddenly from the center of his palm. All surrounding matter, whether hard debris, broken wood, or the thin moisture in the air, was crazily pulled and absorbed by this force. The ground beneath Lewis' feet rapidly dried up and lost vitality at a visible speed. The earth began to crack, gaping fissures spreading like a spider web. Then it quickly turned to sand and disintegrated. The horrific area of sandification continued to expand at an alarming rate. Crocodile's momentum surged wildly. The sand swirled around him as if he were the sole ruler of this region, intent on transforming the entire Black Crow Harbor into his endless desert domain. In the distance, Marco and Vista, who had maintained relative calm, finally changed their expressions. Their voices became unusually grave. This guy means business. The range of this move is too vast, and it can continually absorb surrounding matter and moisture to enhance itself. It's like a moving natural disaster. Lewis, in the center of the erosion reincarnation's radius, felt it most acutely. He sensed the moisture in his body being forcibly drained by an invisible, yet domineering force. His skin began to dry, his lips cracked, and even breathing brought a searing pain. His movements inevitably started to slow and become heavy. I must interrupt him. Lewis' gaze hardened. He made a decisive resolution in his heart. Retreating would lead to death. He resisted the pervasive, draining power. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He gathered the remaining Haki frantically to the tip of his blade. The blade emitted a strained hum. He prepared to unleash the peach blossom, white water again breaking through with the strongest force. But Crocodile was faster. Just as Lewis was gathering strength, Crocodile's empty left hand suddenly shot up. Pointing at Lewis from a distance, his fingers suddenly curled and clenched tightly. Desert sunflower. Crash. The sand beneath Lewis, which had just started to stabilize, suddenly collapsed again. This time it was no longer a whirlpool, but a vast, powerful quicksand trap with an even greater sucking force. Like the gaping maw of a monstrous swamp beast, the powerful pull yanked him downward. At the same time, Crocodile raised his right hand that had been pressed against the ground. With his palm facing up, endless yellow sand wildly gathered and compressed. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic sand blade took form. The blade was heavy, yet its edge shimmered with a sharpness capable of cutting through steel. Desert treasure blade. Crocodile roared. He swung his arm down. The sand blade, imbued with terrifying power, came crashing down with an unstoppable force aimed at Lewis, who was trapped and unable to move. The shadow of death loomed instantly. Above was the howling descent of the desert treasure blade, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Below was the terrifying quicksand accelerating to drag him into endless darkness. Lewis' pupils contracted sharply at that moment. They formed a dangerously pointed needle. Life and death hung by a breath. He squeezed out the last bit of strength from his body. He pushed his armament Haki to an unprecedented peak. He let out a beast-like growl. With all his might, he raised his blade to block. At the same time, his leg muscles strained as he struggled like mad, trying to break free from the quicksand that clung to him like a parasite, pulling him down. Crack! A crisp sound sharp enough to make one's teeth ache suddenly erupted. The blade, covered in armament Haki, let out a mournful cry as it neared its limit against the pure, brutal force of the sand blade. Cracks. A clear crack. It rapidly spread from the point of contact along the dark blade's body. It looked like it would shatter completely. In a critical moment, just as Lewis' long blade was about to shatter, and he was about to be buried and devoured by the desert treasure blade and endless quicksand. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the side. The sound of the blast even drowned out the howling of the yellow sand. A massive figure that sparkled with dazzling diamond light. Like a meteorite, it crashed down with an absolute impact that could crush everything, striking precisely against the side of the massive desert treasure blade. Clang! The collision of the diamond fist and the sand blade erupted with a deafening metallic explosion that could shatter the eardrums of an ordinary person. The terrifying shockwave swept outward from the point of collision, dispersing the swirling sand. The desert treasure blade, which had gathered Crocodile's immense power and fury, was violently deflected by this even more solid and brutal force. Then, beginning at the point of impact, it shattered bit by bit. Ultimately, it completely disintegrated, turning into ordinary yellow sand devoid of power, cascading down. Diamond Jaws. His robust, dazzling figure landed steadily beside Lewis. He stood in front of Lewis, becoming the most solid and reliable shield. That arm covered in sparkling diamonds remained in a punching posture. The light refracted from the diamond was blinding. "This ends here, Crocodile." Jaw's voice was deep and resonant. "Bullying our brat from the Whitebeard pirates like this," Jaw's tone carried a hint of anger. "Isn't that a bit too much?" Crocodile's indifferent expression finally showed a crack. He slowly raised his head, his cold gaze fixing on Jaw's diamond-framed face. The yellow sand around him seemed to sense its master's emotions beginning to stir uneasily and swirl. "Diamond Jaws." Crocodile's voice carried displeasure at the interruption of the battle. Jaws did not respond immediately. Meanwhile, Marco had approached without anyone noticing, hands in his pockets, wearing his characteristic lazy expression as if he had just woken up. Yet deep in his eyes was a clarity. Vista also grasped the hilt of his sword, his elegant posture refracting a sharp intent ready to draw. The atmosphere had solidified to an extreme at that moment. It seemed that the next second would bring an even more earth-shattering clash. However, just as tension filled the air, without warning, a vast pressure suddenly descended. The remaining buildings of Black Crow Harbor groaned under the overwhelming weight. The ground trembled slightly. The last trace of composure on Crocodile's face vanished completely. He suddenly looked up towards a certain direction. His eyes were filled with uncertainty, even carrying a hint of fear he was unwilling to acknowledge. Jaws, Marco, and Vista's expressions shifted from grave to a mix of reverence and reassurance. Lewis also sensed it, a feeling of awe arising from the instinct of life. He didn't even need to look, he already knew who was coming. A towering figure appeared not far away, merely standing there, casually resting his iconic giant naginata on the ground. His crescent-shaped white beard radiated authority. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. His gaze lingered on Lewis for just a moment, seemingly confirming his condition. Then he turned his gaze towards Crocodile. No words, no actions, just the sudden eruption of Conqueror's Haki. Crack! The sand that Crocodile had just gathered beneath his feet, preparing to launch another attack, was suddenly gripped by an invisible hand. In an instant it shattered. Crocodile let out a muffled grunt as his elemental body wavered slightly under this invisible shockwave. His form staggered backward a few steps. His expression turned extremely grim. The swirling yellow sand, like soldiers losing their commander, abruptly halted. Then it fell to the ground feebly. Gururara. The distinctive booming laugh of Whitebeard echoed. It shook the air, making it buzz. Kid, you have quite the nerve daring to mess with my son near my territory. His tone was not stern, even carrying a hint of teasing like that of an elder. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. However, your sand manipulation ability is quite interesting. So what do you say, kid? Be my son. This sudden invitation left everyone present momentarily stunned. Crocodile stared at Whitebeard in shock, as if he had heard something absurd. Ha. He chuckled dryly, his voice filled with unabashed sarcasm. A defiant smirk returned to his face. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, put away your childish tricks. You think I, Crocodile, am interested in being anyone's son? You want me to submit? You're not qualified. Even facing the legendary world's strongest man, he held his head high, refusing to back down. That innate pride and ambition of a warlord forbade him from bowing to anyone. Greya. Whitebeard's laughter grew even more unrestrained than before. Not a trace of anger flickered across his face at Crocodile's near-blasphemous refusal. On the contrary, a spark of genuine amusement glinted in those sharp, piercing eyes. An intriguing brat. His laughter ceased abruptly, and his voice dropped to a low, resonant timbre. To dare such insolence before me. Before the final syllable had left his lips, Whitebeard's gaze froze, suddenly utterly still. That Haushika Haki was no longer an indiscriminate aura. It now possessed form and will. An invisible cataclysmic tidal wave striking with lethal precision straight down upon Crocodile's head. This was a soul-shattering assault. Crocodile's face paled, instantly ashen and bloodless. He felt his very soul convulse violently beneath that irresistible force. As if in the next heartbeat it would be torn apart, shredded into oblivion. Primal fear, cold and suffocating, flooded him, drowning his famed aloofness and defiant pride. Before absolute power, such stubborn resolve seemed laughably fragile. His elementalized body could no longer hold its shape. The edges of his sand-formed silhouette began crumbling, uncontrollably scattering into fine grains. Puff! A metallic tang rose in his throat. He choked out a stifled grunt. His knees buckled violently, threatening to slam onto the cracked earth. This was the world's strongest. This was true authority. Raw, unadulterated power. Brutal, uncomplicated, irrefutable. Whitebeard delivered the answer in the most direct way possible. His jaw clenched so tightly blood seeped from his gums. In Crocodile's eyes burned boundless frustration and a desperate, cornered fury. He knew better than anyone against such a monster resistance was tantamount to suicide. Whitebeard's masterful application of Haushiko Haki perfectly countered Crocodile's sand fruit, robbing him even of the chance to vanish into the earth. He needed a breakthrough now. A flash of ruthless determination blazed in Crocodile's eyes. His hands slammed down once more upon the ground beneath him. This time the ripple emanating from his palms was utterly different. No longer the chilling, life-draining erosion of before, but a high-frequency vibration. Something's off. What's this fellow up to? Marco, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, arched an eyebrow sharply, his gaze snapping into sudden, razor-edged clarity. Years at Whitebeard's side had honed his instincts into those of a wild beast. Crocodile's movements radiated profound unease, a stark, unnatural warning of imminent peril. Whitebeard, too, sensed the anomaly. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. At his side, the massive Naginata Caracusa struck the ground once, its butt-tin tapping lightly, almost casually. Thump! A muffled resonance. A colossal yet tightly coiled shockwave rippled silently along the earth in a fan-shaped pulse. It locked precisely onto Crocodile's fading presence, aiming to disrupt his technique. Yet Crocodile moved faster. He jerked his head upward. A cruel, dangerous smirk twisted his hard-lined features, triumph gleaming in his eyes. Whitebeard! He roared with every ounce of strength, his voice raw and shrill, piercing through the lingering reverberations of Haki and the trembling air. You are strong, stronger than any monster. But this place is far more than just your territory. Boom! At the instant his final syllable echoed, the entire underground of Black Crow Port detonated. Black Crow Port, a once thriving harbor, boasted a labyrinthine substructure. Abandoned pipelines, ancient warehouses, vast natural caverns, and deep deposits of highly flammable natural gas. All Crocodile had done was breach the barriers between them and ignite friction among the sands. Boom, boom, boom. The ground heaved violently, far more fiercely than during Whitebeard's earlier Haki descent. Structures already weakened crumbled beyond endurance. With shrieks of tortured metal and splintering stone, they collapsed en masse. A maelstrom of smoke and flame erupted. Gouts of searing crimson fire burst forth, from fissures tearing open in the earth from the rubble of shattered buildings. These were infernal pillars, ignited by the instantaneous combustion of trapped volatile gas. Thick, oily black smoke billowed skyward, staining the heavens an ominous, suffocating black. Within moments, Black Crow Port had become a roaring, chaotic hellscape. Yet the explosion itself was not Crocodile's ultimate aim. This sudden, all-consuming chaos, the sole escape route he had meticulously engineered. And at the very instant the firestorm and smoke plumes erupted, Crocodile dissolved into a swirling tempest of golden sand, hurtling away at breakneck speed directly opposite Whitebeard and his crew. He exploited perfectly the barrier of blast flame smoke and collapsing ruins. At the precise moment every eye was drawn to the catastrophe, he vanished, utterly, into the churning depths of that roiling black smoke. Whitebeard stood motionless, radiating sovereign composure. He did not immediately order pursuit. Garea! A low rumbling chuckle rose again, laden with inscrutable meaning. Boy, did you see. His voice, though quiet, carried with crystalline clarity to Lewis's ears. Sometimes absolute strength cannot solve every problem. He paused briefly, his gaze deepening, as if sifting through distant memories. A sufficiently cunning mind, and pieces laid out well in advance, can carve a sliver of survival even before the mightiest hunter. The chaos did not rage long, for this was Whitebeard's domain, and his commanders were no mere namesakes. Cree! A clear, piercing avian cry split the night sky. Marco transformed instantly into the phoenix, his body wreathed in azure flames, as he soared through the smoke, intercepting the uncontrolled subterranean fire columns. His unique blue fire brought not destruction, but regeneration and purification. Wherever he passed, towering flames dimmed and died before the naked eye. The violent tremors subsided gradually. Only ruins remained, and the acrid, clinging stench of burnt earth and charred timber. Vista swept the port perimeter swiftly, twin blades drawn. Moments later he returned to Whitebeard's side and bowed slightly. Old man, he said, voice steady, confirming what he'd found. That sand crocodile has fled far beyond our senses. His presence completely vanished. Jozu wore unmistakable frustration and fury on his face. Damn it, let that bastard slip away like that. He drove a furious fist into a nearby broken wall, sending up a dull, heavy thud. How dare he pull such a despicable trick on your turf, old man? Marco extinguished his flames, returning to human form, and slid his hands back into his pockets as usual. Old man doesn't seem particularly bothered, he observed, glancing at Whitebeard with quiet insight. And I must admit, that fellow came prepared. He exploited the underground structure flawlessly, and timed his move to perfection, to truly pin him down in that single fleeting moment. Marco shook his head faintly, leaving the rest unsaid, yet the implication unmistakable. Lewis stood quietly, the acrid scent of scorched air filling his nostrils. He gazed at the ruined port before him, Whitebeard's seemingly casual, yet profoundly weighted words echoing repeatedly in his mind. And Crocodile, the sand crocodile, whose astonishing calculation and execution under near hopeless circumstances had left an indelible mark. That resolve to snatch life from the jaws of death. That meticulous observation and exploitation of his environment. That ruthless and scrupulous cunning, bent solely on survival. Indeed, none of this could ever be fully countered by sheer, overwhelming power alone. For the first time, Lewis grasped with startling clarity intellect and foresight, when wielded with precision, could in certain moments tip the very scales of power. Whitebeard stepped beside Lewis, placing a firm, warm hand upon his shoulder. "Boy, how do you feel? What new insights did you gain from sparring with that young man?" Lewis drew a deep breath. Even the thick, smoky air felt less oppressive now, the tightness in his chest rapidly easing. His depleted strength surged back, replenishing with remarkable speed. He lifted his head, his eyes sharper, steadier, more resolute than ever before. "Immense gains. I've seen the rawness in my own power's application, and glimpsed the path ahead for refinement." He paused then. Crocodile's face reappeared in his mind, that sly, sand-veiled grin twisting amid golden dust. "And never underestimate any warrior who has carved his name upon the grand line, even when he seems utterly spent." Whitebeard's eyes gleamed with unmistakable approval. "Great." This time his laughter rang louder, rich with genuine, heartfelt satisfaction. Days later, the Moby Dick cleaved through sapphire waves, sailing across the boundless sea. The Black Crow port incident appeared to have cast little shadow over the ship's buoyant, joyous atmosphere. Laughter and boisterous chatter still filled the deck, until a news bird arrived bearing the latest edition of the World Economic News. A single newspaper stirred no small commotion among Whitebeard's lawless crew. Its front-page headline blazed in extravagantly oversized type. "A challenger of the new era. Sandstorm Crocodile assaults Whitebeard's stronghold, clashes with the world's strongest, overpowers demon's son Lewis, and departs unscathed." Its subheading was even more incendiary. "Black Crow Port Cataclysm. Sandstorms shake the world. Is the old order under siege? Will the sea's balance shatter?" The accompanying image was carefully selected. Black Crow Port ablaze, thick smoke boiling skyward, and faintly amidst the chaos a blurred, sand-shrouded figure suggested mystery and terrifying might. Cough, cough, cough. Sachi 4th Division commander spat a mouthful of rum, choking violently as he stared at the paper. His eyes bulged wide. He jabbed a finger at the headline, as if confronting a myth. Hey, what kind of nonsense is this? What utter balderdash does this thing claim?" Sachi's booming voice instantly drew every gaze on deck. Other crewmen, clutching copies of the paper, erupted into uproar. "Overpowered the demon's son. Did I misread that? Isn't Lewis alive and kicking, granted somewhat battered? Clashed with the world's strongest. That scoundrel was flattened by old man's Haki, barely able to move, then escaped only by blowing up the whole port. Departed unscathed. He fled, tail tucked between his legs. How much did Crocodile pay this rag to print such tripe?" Jozu and Bista joined the crowd, scanning the absurd report and shaking their heads in bewildered amusement. "Morgan, that man will fabricate anything for circulation," Bista murmured, stroking his mustache with weary resignation. Marco remained lazily nonchalant. "Well, I'm not surprised at all, wino," he drawled, glancing at the paper with detached calm. "After all, it's news. Without sensationalism, how does one capture attention or coin?" Lewis took a copy himself and studied it closely. When his eyes landed on "Overpowers demon's son Edward Lewis," his lips twitched involuntarily. "Overpowers me. I'll grant you, I was thoroughly beaten. Nearly didn't make it out alive." His finger traced down to "clashes with the world's strongest, departs unscathed," and his expression turned flatly incredulous. "But this part is outright ludicrous. Clashes with old man." Lewis's voice rose involuntarily. That man couldn't lift a finger against old man. He only slipped away after detonating the entire port. This isn't a clash. It's the year's most spectacular escape performance. "Ha! Lewis, you nailed that description perfectly. Brilliant. Pure unadulterated flight." Crewmen roared with laughter at Lewis's self-deprecating wit and vivid phrasing, the deck's energy surging higher still. "Still, this stunt will make Crocodile's name echo across the seas." Sachi pointed to a corner of the paper where the latest bounty notice was printed. "Look quick, his bounty's been updated." Every eye converged on the line. "King of the Desert, Sir Crocodile, bounty 8100 berries. 81 million. In the first half of the Grand Line, this was a sum that commanded awe from pirates and dread from marine bases alike. At that number, Lewis's eye twitched involuntarily. He instinctively touched his own bounty poster, 7900 berries. Holy hell. Lewis muttered a crude idiom from his homeland. So this guy, a runaway who blew up a port and got inflated by tabloid hype, just shot up to 81 million. He stared at the headline, so audacious it seemed ready to burst from the page. He felt less like a combatant, and more like a disposable prop in a reckless media spectacle propped up to elevate another. Where could one possibly lodge a complaint? It was maddening. Yet, frustration flared fast and faded just as quickly. Lewis steadied himself. Crocodile had fled, but the brilliance of his mind, his methods. And that ferocious, unwavering will to survive at any cost had delivered Lewis a visceral, unforgettable lesson in real-world combat. Though the newspaper's fabrication rankled, it also served as grim testament to Crocodile's danger and his tenacity. His reputation forged in this battle would surely ignite across the new world. As for himself, Lewis slowly clenched his fist. His surging power, reforged in that life-or-death crucible, not only recovered fully, but now flowed with greater density, greater vitality. The fight with Crocodile had been agony and alchemy. He felt his own growth tangible and undeniable. Their next meeting would bear no resemblance to this day. Lewis lifted his gaze toward the horizon, toward that endless mercurial expanse of sapphire sea. The Black Crow port episode was merely the opening act. Everything had only just begun, and he, Edward Lewis, would be ready. During this period aboard the Moby Dick, Lewis diligently trained while the Roger pirates traveled across the entire Grand Line. They left their own engravings beside the historical texts on the Sky Island. Deep within Fishman Island, the historical texts unveiled the ancient secrets of Poseidon the Sea King, as well as the will of Joy Boy that transcended the centuries. Passing through Wano country, they obtained the crucial historical road sign. The ultimate destination was Zo. With the last piece of the historical road sign in hand, the location of the legendary final island finally became clear under the interpretation of Kazuki Oden. After several weeks of tumultuous sailing, the Roger pirates finally set foot on that uncharted land, the final island. However, there was a small twist. On the eve of landing on the island, the apprentice crew member Buggy suddenly fell ill with a high fever, prompting Shanks to stay behind and care for his comrade. Thus, these two future great pirates could not witness the secrets of the island firsthand. Those members of the Roger pirates who truly set foot on the final island glimpsed the reality of the world. What exactly happened during the blank 100 years? What does the will of the D signify? Where does the power of the ancient weapons point? When these secrets hidden by the world government for 800 years were laid bare before them, the entire crew of the Roger pirates erupted into thunderous laughter. In their laughter, there was bewilderment, sarcasm, and relief. Soon news of the Roger pirates completing an unprecedented journey around the world and successfully landing on the final island spread like a hurricane to every corner of the world. At that moment, the entire sea was in an uproar. Towns they had visited and people they had known were all cheering for them. In the eyes of countless people, GOLD, Roger was no longer just a pirate. He was the king who conquered this boundless sea. Pirate King. This title undoubtedly fell upon Roger's head. Bang! At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Kong's fist slammed heavily onto the table, his roar nearly bringing down the roof. What Pirate King? Damn Roger pirates. It truly infuriated me. In the waters of the New World, amidst the booming cannon fire, a hearty and grand laughter suddenly rang out. Grrr, old man, what's going on? Why are you so happy? Lewis casually cut down an enemy attempting to climb aboard the Moby Dick and asked curiously. Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, grinned. That bastard Roger has succeeded. His voice drowned out the cannon fire. He has completed the feat of sailing around the world. Lewis' eyes flashed with understanding. Roger found the final island so quickly. Yes. Whitebeard gulped down a large mouthful of drink, his gaze filled with complex emotions. At least he completed what he wanted to do before the end of his short life. I can't let him outdo me. With those words, Whitebeard raised his right hand enveloped in Haki and clenched it into a fist. He brought it crashing down upon the opposing pirate crew that was still holding out below. Crack! The space seemed to shatter like glass. An invisible shockwave instantly spread out. Towering waves rose, easily engulfing the shattered remnants of the pirate ships. Whitebeard withdrew his fist and surveyed his sons around him. This sea is about to become completely chaotic. Boys, are you ready to face the challenge? Of course, old man. The Whitebeard pirates fear no challenge. Old man, I can hardly wait. The developments unfolded just as Whitebeard had anticipated. The Roger pirates reached the final island and named it Raftel. The news itself was a strong signal. It told the world that the legend was not a fantasy. Raftel truly existed. Pirates are mostly greedy beings. Countless ambitious pirates set sail, surging towards the New World like a swarm. The sovereigns of the New World would naturally not allow these ants to easily tread upon their territory. Many top pirate crews, including the Whitebeard pirates, erupted into continuous fierce battles with these newly arrived pirates. The seas of the New World were stained red with blood and cannon fire. Meanwhile, the Marine headquarters was too preoccupied to attend to these matters. Whether it was Sengoku's fleet or the Marine ships stationed across the world, they were all executing the same highest priority task, searching for the whereabouts of the Roger pirates worldwide. To the world government, the Roger pirates who knew the truth of the world represented a far greater threat than those insignificant rookie pirates. They were an existence that must be eradicated at all costs. However, the Marines expended tremendous manpower and resources laying out a net. The result, however, was nothing. The Roger pirates seemed to have evaporated into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Little did the Marines and the world government expect that this pirate crew, which had just reached the pinnacle of the world and glimpsed the greatest secrets, would choose to dissolve quietly at this moment. The crew members each went into hiding like droplets merging into the sea, scattering across the world. Roger, having dissolved the pirate crew, arrived at Bartolomeo Island in the South Blue. There he quietly married his beloved woman Port-Gastee Rouge and successfully conceived his bloodline, the future Fire Fist Port-Gastee Ace. Subsequently, Roger had a private meeting with Whitebeard. He intended to inform this lifelong rival and friend of the location of the final island, but was rejected by Whitebeard. Thus, Roger only revealed the secrets contained within the D lineage to Whitebeard. The spring sea breeze carried a salty warmth, caressing an unnamed small island. Cherry blossoms bloomed exuberantly, their pink petals dancing gracefully in the air like silent spirits. Eventually, they quietly fell, landing beside an ancient stone table. By the stone table sat two figures. One was a towering figure marked by a distinctive white crescent-shaped beard signifying his identity, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Before him lay a massive wine bowl filled with clear liquor that emanated a rich aroma. Opposite him sat a man. He wore a captain's hat, had a striking handlebar mustache, and always bore a carefree smile. It was none other than the Pirate King, who had just shaken the entire world, Gold. Roger. Yet at this moment his complexion bore a sickly pallor, and his breath seemed weak and unsteady. Clearly the life force of this legendary pirate was flickering like a candle in the wind, with little time left. Gururur. Whitebeard's iconic boisterous laughter shattered the tranquility of the cherry blossoms swirling around. Roger, you rascal, wherever you go you can stir up a tempest. He lifted the large bowl and took a hearty drink. The entire navy around the world is frantically searching for you like rabid dogs. Roger grinned, his smile still radiant, as if his physical frailty did not exist. He picked up the wine jug on the table and filled his small wine cup. Those Navy men, he said dismissively. They are merely the guard dogs raised by the world government. Oh, let them be. But how about you, Newgate? How have you been lately? Roger's gaze swept over Whitebeard. Those little brats coming for your territory haven't caused you too much trouble, have they, eh? Trouble? Whitebeard burst into another hearty laugh, his voice filled with absolute confidence and dominance. Gururur, they're just a bunch of ignorant little fish. Just right for my sons to stretch their muscles. Whitebeard lifted the bowl, nearly the size of a small bucket, and gulped down a large mouthful. As the strong liquor went down his throat, he set the bowl down with a heavy thud. But you, it seems. His gaze fell upon Roger's somewhat frail and sickly body. Not so good, huh? His tone carried a hint of complexity. They had been adversaries throughout their lives, enemies. Yet at the same time they were the ones who understood each other the most in this vast ocean. Roger seemed to miss the concern, merely shrugging indifferently. He lifted his own small wine cup and downed it in one go. The spicy liquor choked him, provoking a series of uncontrollable coughs. After a few coughs, an abnormal flush appeared on his pale face. People, after all, must die. He regained his breath and smiled, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Seeing the final scenery with my own eyes before I die, I am already quite satisfied. Roger's voice momentarily paused, and his expression suddenly turned serious as he looked directly at Whitebeard. Newgate, I came to find you today to tell you. Whitebeard abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him. If what you want to say is the location of Laughtail, then spare me. Roger was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled knowingly. In that smile there was a sense of relief and an understanding of inevitability. I knew you would say that. Besides, having you walk the path I've walked, that would indeed be too boring. Gururur. Whitebeard's iconic boisterous laughter rang out again, causing the cherry blossoms on the branches to flutter down like pink snow. I have never been interested in the treasures of others. His voice was filled with unmatched dominance and confidence. Whatever I want to know, I will see for myself. Wherever I want to go, I will pave my own way. I don't need anyone to tell me how to walk. I have already found my final island, and that is my family. This was the pride of the world's strongest man. His life trajectory needed no one's guidance, not even the newly crowned Pirate King. Roger looked at Whitebeard's defiant demeanor, and his smile grew even brighter. This was the Edward Newgate he knew. Forever so unruly, forever so steadfast. Well said, Newgate. Roger excitedly slapped the stone table. This is the you I know. But, he shifted his tone. You may choose not to listen to the location of Laughtail, but there are some matters I believe are still necessary to tell you. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened slightly. He understood that what Roger was about to say was likely the true purpose of his visit. It would not be as simple as treasure or a specific island. Roger leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice as if afraid of disturbing something. Newgate, how much do you know about the name D? Whitebeard repeated the letter, his brow instinctively furrowing. In his long life, he had indeed encountered some individuals whose names included D, including the man before him whose life was nearing its end. Roger gazed at Whitebeard's contemplative expression and continued, "We reached Laugh-Tale and saw the truth of the world. We understood that erased history the blank 100 years. We also learned of the heavy fate borne by the clan of D." He did not elaborate on the wonders of Laugh-Tale, nor did he specify the astounding content of the blank 100 years. He merely conveyed the will regarding D, a secret fiercely concealed by power, yet resiliently passed down through the sands of history to this old rival. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the sea breeze rustled through the cherry blossom treetops, producing a gentle whisper, and Roger's deep magnetic voice narrated softly. Whitebeard listened quietly. His expression shifted from initial calm to gradually becoming grave, and the depths of his eyes slowly filled with shock. What Roger narrated was a grand epic spanning a full 800 years. It was a story about freedom, heritage, and relentless struggle. D is not just an identifier of a name. It is a symbol of spirit. A spirit that the world government views as a serious threat and will go to any lengths to erase. Yet it burns fiercely like wildfires, resiliently living on in the ashes of flame passed down through generations. After a long while, Roger stopped narrating. He lifted his wine cup and drank it all in one go, then let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden pressing on his heart. "I see," Whitebeard murmured, his voice carrying a complex and indistinct emotion. "The will of D." He recalled the figures in his memory, those individuals with D in their names. The ones who could always stir up the tides of the era and shake the world. Was this merely a coincidence? No. It seemed more like a fateful guidance from the universe. "What do you think, Newgate?" Roger asked with a smile, breaking the silence, though his smile carried fatigue. "Isn't this story more interesting than merely seeking treasure at Laugh-Tale?" Whitebeard suddenly raised his head, staring intensely at Roger. "You rascal," he said in a low voice. "You've truly left me with an enormous trouble." "Garur." Roger laughed heartily, his laughter filled with relief and a hint of cunning. "Whether it is trouble or opportunity depends on how you choose, Newgate." He stood up, the spring sea breeze blowing through his crimson captain's coat. His figure appeared somewhat slender in the wind, yet the aura of the pirate king did not diminish in the slightest. "The time is almost up." Roger adjusted his captain's hat, and his face once again bore that iconic warm smile that could illuminate all shadows. "I must be off now. There are still some matters I need to arrange." What he referred to Whitebeard did not inquire further. He knew that Roger had his own ultimate plan, just as he himself had the path he must uphold. "Are you going to surrender?" But Whitebeard suddenly asked, his voice low and certain. Roger's forward steps halted abruptly. He turned back, his face first displaying surprise, then he smiled in relief, saying, "Indeed, nothing escapes your eyes, Newgate. To use your death to usher in a brand new era." Whitebeard's voice grew even lower, as if containing a storm. "You always like to do such grand things that shake the entire world. What can I do?" Roger shrugged, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. "Who told me that my remaining time is short? I must add a fierce fire to this dull and boring world." As he spoke, a wild and passionate light flickered in his eyes. That was the unique, irreplaceable brilliance of Gold. Roger about to burn out his life. Whitebeard gazed deeply at him, falling silent for a moment. Then he lifted the massive wine bowl again. This time he drained the remaining liquor in one go. Thud! The empty bowl landed heavily on the stone table. "Then go ahead." Whitebeard's voice returned to its usual resonant and imposing tone. "Go accomplish what you need to do last. Your will." His gaze seemed to penetrate the cherry blossoms, and time, seeing a distant future, a scene that might unfold, "will be inherited." Roger deeply looked at Whitebeard. This rival he had fought against for a lifetime seemed at this moment to be the one who understood him the most. "I know." Roger smiled broadly, revealing a row of neat white teeth, his smile radiant like the sun. "Then Newgate, take care. I hope that in the next life we won't be rivals again, but it's too tiring." After saying this, he turned around, not looking back, striding toward the depths of the cherry blossom forest. His silhouette was graceful, his steps resolute, without any hesitation. It was as if he was not walking toward the end of his life, but going to attend a grand banquet that had long been prepared. Whitebeard sat by the stone table, watching Roger's figure disappear at the end of the swirling cherry blossoms, remaining motionless for a long time. "Old man." A somewhat worried voice came from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Lewis had quietly appeared not far away. Seeing his old man alone, gazing at the figure deep in the cherry blossoms, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Though the figure was some distance away, he still recognized it. The pirate king Gold. Roger. Whitebeard did not turn back immediately. His gaze continued to follow the direction Roger had vanished, as if wanting to see further beyond the dancing cherry petals. After a long time, a low and powerful laugh finally broke the silence of the place. Garurr. This laughter was his signature boisterous sound. Yet at this moment it seemed to be mixed with some indescribable complexity. The will of D.A. Whitebeard murmured to himself. Truly. He paused as if searching for an appropriate word. A grand era. He slowly turned around once again, lifting the massive wine bowl on the stone table. He filled it again. The clear liquor reflected the tumultuous emotions in his eyes. Then he raised his head and drank the liquor in the bowl in one go. The spicy liquor burned down his throat like fire, igniting the dormant power within his chest. It also ignited the stirring brought by the heavy secret just learned. My sons. Whitebeard suddenly stood up. His voice thundered like a storm, causing the air to vibrate. Are you ready, old man? Lewis was taken aback, and the other captains who had rushed over showed puzzled expressions. Whitebeard turned around, facing his sons. On his weathered face, a confident and majestic smile blossomed at this moment. This world is about to become much more interesting. His voice was filled with anticipation. In the future, there will be more and more people inheriting the will of D. Garurr, how incredibly exciting. Roger, you rascal. Whitebeard thought of that name. Even if heading toward the end of life, he would use his own life as fuel to ignite such a great storm in this world, leaving behind such a shocking riddle. Indeed, a farewell that suits your style? Whitebeard slowly raised his head, his gaze directed toward the vast sky. He saw countless figures, each carrying their dreams and ambitions, about to embark on the quest for One Piece. A tumultuous, chaotic, yet destined to be a great era ignited by Roger's hand is about to arrive. A flock of newsbirds soared through the sky, delivering urgent breaking news to every corner of the world. They precisely dropped the latest newspapers onto the deck of the Moby Dick. The white sheets of paper scattered about. The most eye-catching headline struck like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. Pirate King Gold. Roger captured. Bold black letters carried a formal, official tone. Below was the official announcement from the Navy headquarters. It confirmed a piece of news capable of shaking the entire ocean structure. What a... Are you kidding me? Pirate King Roger has been caught. The deck of the Moby Dick erupted with chaos. Gasps, questions, and incredulous roars rose and fell in a cacophony. The crew quickly gathered around. They widened their eyes, repeatedly confirming each word on the newspaper, fearing they might have misread. This was Roger, the living legend, the man who stood at the pinnacle of all pirates. The Pirate King who had outsmarted the Navy countless times and even conquered the Grand Line. They had imagined countless endings for Roger. Perhaps he would die of illness. Perhaps he would perish at the end of some earth-shattering adventure. But they never imagined that he would be captured. Moreover, the newspaper stated that he was defeated and captured by Admiral Carp alone. This was more absurd than hearing the sun rise from the west. In the center of the bustling crowd, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, stood alone at the ship's railing. He also held a newspaper in his hand. The sea breeze ruffled his iconic white mustache and billowed his enormous cape behind him. Unlike the astonishment and uproar of the other crew members, there was hardly a trace of surprise on his face. His eyes calmly scanned the report, merely confirming something he had long expected. As expected, he understood in his heart. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, in the heavily guarded top meeting room, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Admiral Sengoku, the highest authority commanding the Navy, sat upright in his main seat, his face exceedingly serious. Below, the Navy's top combat forces had gathered. The news of Roger's surrender was undoubtedly a long-desired victory for them. Uncontrollable joy was evident on the faces of some commanders. But for many, their faces were marked with deep doubt and unease. What on earth does that guy intend to do? Surrender? Gold. Roger would choose to surrender. There must be a tremendous conspiracy behind this. Is it just for his crew? I don't believe it. Whispering was filled with strong uncertainty. Roger's strength and cunning were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. No one believed he would surrender so easily. Amidst the discussions, the Marine Admiral Sengoku suddenly slammed the table and stood up abruptly. His face, filled with authority, now bore a resolute expression. No matter what Roger's purpose is, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sengoku's voice was loud and firm, instantly suppressing all the noise. We must seize this opportunity to show the world the justice and strength of the Navy. Public execution, he declared decisively with a resounding tone, right at his birthplace Logtown in the East Blue. Let the whole world witness the downfall of the Pirate King. This will intimidate all pirates with ill intentions, completely ending his era and solidifying our Navy's rule. This proposal was filled with a sense of power and symbolism and was immediately approved by the majority of the Navy's high-ranking officials. Admiral Kong pondered for a moment and finally nodded heavily. It's settled then. Orders were swiftly issued through the global network of transponder snails and the overwhelming flock of newsbirds. The news that Pirate King Gold. Roger will be publicly executed in Lobetown, spread like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up colossal waves that swept across the world. East blue, west blue, south blue, north blue, the first half of the Grand Line, and even the stronghold of the New World. Countless people were thoroughly shocked by this news. In taverns, on streets, by the ports, no matter where, people were frantically discussing the final fate of this legendary pirate. Curiosity, excitement, regret, and fear intertwined in a complex mix of emotions. All eyes were firmly focused on the impending day on the small East Blue town called Lobetown. In an unknown sea area of the New World, a massive aerial fortress made up of countless shipwrecks and island fragments floated mysteriously above the clouds. Here was the new stronghold of the legendary pirate, the flying pirate Haki. When the news of Roger's surrender reached here, this sea overlord, renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard, let out a world-shaking roar. Haha, those Navy bastards are really a joke, capturing Roger. It's absolutely laughable. Haki, with his wild golden mane like a lion's mane. But absurdly, half a ship's helm protruded from the top of his head, raising doubts about whether such a serious injury could truly allow him to survive. His hand involuntarily tightened, crushing the wine glass. The crystal clear wine splattered everywhere. His face was filled with fury. What a joke! How could the mere Navy capture that bastard Roger? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Roger, what on earth are you doing? Haki could not believe that Roger had been captured, even less so that the newspaper claimed he had been defeated by Carp alone. In his eyes, Roger was the only opponent he acknowledged on this sea. The only man who could vie for the title of Pirate King with him. Such a man, how could he fall into the hands of the Navy so disgracefully? It must be a Navy conspiracy, or that Roger guy was forced into a corner. Haki's eyes flickered with a nearly mad light. I'm going to find out the truth. Roger, you bastard. Even if I have to die, it can only be at the hands of Haki. He suddenly drew his famous sword from his waist, drawing a chilling light in the air, radiating murderous intent. You lot, don't follow me. I will single-handedly take down the Navy headquarters. Before his words fell, Haki's figure had already transformed into a dazzling golden streak shooting up into the sky. With the terrifying ability granted by the float fruit to control non-living objects he touched, he turned himself into a human-shaped super cannonball. The target was none other than the Navy headquarters Marineford. He would personally storm into the heart of the Navy. He needed to find Roger and ask him face to face. Even if it meant becoming enemies with the entire Navy, he would not hesitate. Boom. Marineford, a symbol of the Navy's highest authority and absolute power, suddenly came under devastating attack. In the sky, Haki's figure plummeted alongside an enormous island. He laughed maniacally, wielding two swords, stirring up a gale that tore through the atmosphere. He manipulated countless large objects influenced by his power: Navy warships, coastal artillery, and even the huge structures of the fortress itself. These things fell like a dense meteor shower, smashing down on Navy headquarters. In an instant, the ground trembled and violent explosions echoed endlessly. Navy headquarters was instantly engulfed in flames and chaos. Countless Navy soldiers suffered heavy casualties under the sudden terrifying attack. Wailing filled the air. Enemy attack. It's Haki, that legendary pirate. He came alone. The shrill alarm finally echoed throughout the panicked Marineford. Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, and the Navy hero Carp, who had just arrested Roger and was resting at the headquarters, were all stirred by this earth-shattering commotion at almost the same time. Three figures charged out of the crumbling command center ruins with unparalleled momentum. They looked up, their gazes like lightning locking onto the golden figure rampaging in the sky. Haki, you hopeless madman. Carp's roar sounded like thunder, his iron fist clenched tightly, the dark armament Haki spreading over his body like ink. Fist of Buddha. Sengoku's deep roar caused his body to suddenly swell. A towering golden light pierced through the smoke, soaring into the sky. He transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha, majestic and sacred, yet containing the terrifying power to destroy everything. Admiral Kong also erupted with a strength akin to a monumental tsunami, ready to join the battle at any moment. The Navy headquarters' top combat forces locked onto their enemy simultaneously at this moment. An epic clash capable of entering the history books and representing the pinnacle of the old era's power suddenly erupted in this plaza of the Navy headquarters that had turned to ruins. Haki was astonishingly formidable. His float fruit powers were unpredictable, and with a wave of his hand, countless shipwrecks and debris came to life, howling down like a cataclysmic disaster. His swordsmanship had already reached perfection, despite the helm on his head affecting his Haki, it remained exceptional. With his famous swords Yonkong and Kurigane, he swung, creating impenetrable golden storms that tore through the air and sliced space. However, what he faced was the Navy's anchor standing firm at the top of the sea. The Navy Admiral. Sengoku's Buddha form possessed boundless might. A massive golden hand struck out, creating a deafening sonic boom. The solid shockwave containing the purifying Buddha light and boundless force swept across the sky. Carp's iron fists were the ultimate expression of pure power. Ignoring gravity, he leaped high, each punch delivered with the terrifying might to shatter mountains and tear apart the earth, the air exploding wherever his fists passed. The combined assault of these two top-tier forces generated a destructive power that was far more than mere addition. The golden Buddha light shockwaves and the pitch-black destructive iron fists intertwined, crashing violently into Shiki like two colliding stars. In the sky, the battle reached an unprecedented level of ferocity. The clash of Conqueror's Haki ignited black-red lightning, tearing the sky with hideous rifts. Each collision triggered violent explosions, the shockwaves raising monstrous waves in the sea below. Though Shiki was strong, Sengoku and Carp were also monsters standing at the pinnacle of this era. Under the unreserved full-force assault of the two, even the formidable flying pirate began to show signs of defeat. His aerial advantage was firmly restricted by Carp's unreasonable leaping ability and Sengoku's far-reaching shockwaves. His proud swordsmanship and Haki gradually became ineffective under the relentless bombardment of the brilliant Buddha light and unmatched iron fists, revealing numerous flaws. Puff! After an unknown number of rounds of fierce combat, the helm on Shiki's head began to throb painfully, his stamina waning. Accompanied by a thunderous sound that shook Marineford, Shiki was first penetrated heat by Sengoku's fully concentrated shockwave, the golden Buddha light scorching half of his body black. Then Carp's figure appeared above him like a specter, the iron fist infused with boundless fury and power smashing violently into his chest. Boom! Shiki plummeted like a kite, with a severed string akin to a falling meteor trailing a long plume of smoke as he crashed down. Dust soared into the sky, the earth trembled violently, cracking open a horrifyingly large, deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, Shiki lay there in a disheveled state. He was drenched in blood, his golden mane covered in dirt, his breath weak to the extreme. This once formidable pirate, renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard, had ultimately been defeated. Defeated under the combined might of the Navy's two legends. The elite Navy troops, who had long been on standby, surged forward, binding him tightly with special seastone chains. Shiki was taken to the world's most indestructible prison, the underwater prison Impel Down. Moreover, he was directly thrown into the bottom level, the infinite hell of Level 6, where legendary criminals are confined. Shiki's solo assault on Navy headquarters ended in defeat and capture. This news spread across the world like wildfire, even faster than before. The sea, already tumultuous due to Roger's impending execution, boiled over completely. The Navy headquarters' power and terror were once again vividly displayed to the world through this battle. Simultaneously, however, people felt even deeper shock and confusion regarding Roger's surrender and Shiki's nearly insane actions. The legends of the old era seemed to be truly approaching their end in their own ways. A chaotic, unknown new era seemed to already bear the scent of blood. Naturally, the news also reached the Moby Dick. Nanny, that old madman Shiki, actually stormed into Marineford alone. Diamond Jozu trembled at the battle report, his massive frame unable to contain disbelief, and ended up being taken down by Sengoku and Carp together. What a short-sighted fool. He had it coming. 4th Division Captain Sachi couldn't help but laugh, a clear sense of glee on his face. After all, Shiki had had numerous conflicts with their Whitebeard pirates. Only the immortal Marco furrowed his brows tightly, his expression more serious than ever. The Navy headquarters' strength is terrifying to such an extent. He murmured softly, his tone filled with deep apprehension. Even a monster like Shiki had suffered such a miserable defeat under the combined might of Sengoku and Carp, even being directly thrown into infinite hell. Coupled with Roger's imminent public execution, it undoubtedly cast a heavy shadow over the pirates. Marco instinctively turned his gaze, looking at the towering figure standing silently at the bow. The legends of the old era were left with only Old Man. The defeat of the Golden Lion Shiki did not bring any sign of calm to the boiling sea. The world's gaze shifted away from the devastated ruins of Marineford. It suddenly turned towards another island as countless individuals with various intentions rushed madly towards Logetown. Countless eyes were fixed here, waiting for the public execution of the Pirate King. The Navy's arrangements for the execution were also proceeding steadily, with urgent orders dispatched from the post-war Marineford. A large number of standard warships headed straight for the East Sea, with countless elite sailors quickly landing in Logetown. Several rear admirals personally arrived to oversee the command. In an extremely short time, Logetown was completely transformed into a military fortress. On the streets, armed sailors could be seen patrolling everywhere. Especially around the execution platform, the level of security reached a terrifying extent of one guard every 3 steps and a lookout every 5 steps. The vigilance was at its peak. However, contrary to many people's expectations, the world government and the Navy did not seal off Lobetown. Instead, they issued an announcement allowing, even inviting anyone to come and witness this century's execution. This decision seemed exceptionally generous, yet exuded an air of absolute confidence, as if proclaiming, "Come and see. Come and see. Witness the demise of the so-called pirate king. See the fate of those who defy the world government. Observe the Navy's unyielding majesty." Of course, the underlying message was equally clear. As long as you do not storm the execution platform or attempt to disrupt the order, the Navy would not take action against the onlookers. But once someone crossed that invisible red line, they would surely face the thunderous wrath of the Navy. On the deck of the Moby Dick, discussions among the captains regarding the Roger execution incident never ceased. Louis leaned against the side of the ship, quietly listening. All discussions about Roger clearly reached Louis' ears. Memories of the renowned scenes from Roger's execution gradually surfaced in his mind. This thrilling moment, he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. Louis suddenly turned around, stepped forward, and walked towards the towering figure at the bow of the ship. He approached Whitebeard, slightly bowing to express his respect. "Old man." Louis' voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Whitebeard's ears. "I want to go to Lobetown." Without any hesitation, he directly stated his request. "I want to see with my own eyes what the man known as Joel D. Roger the Pirate King is like in the last moments of his life. I want to see what kind of spirit that man possesses. I also want to see what the Navy and the world government, who have gone to great lengths to stage this public execution, wish to display to the world." Whitebeard's eyes slowly lowered, landing on the bright-eyed young man before him. Whitebeard certainly understood what Lobetown represented now. It was the absolute center of the storm, the focal point of the world's gaze. It was also one of the most dangerous places on this sea at this moment. But he could also sense the near-obsessive desire lurking deep within Louis' eyes. "Gurara. If you want to go, then go." His iconic laughter rang out, filled with a sense of boldness, seemingly indifferent to the potential danger. But the laughter quickly subsided, and his expression grew serious. "However, kid, I am not at ease with you going alone. Someone must accompany you to ensure your safety." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure immediately stood up, with a lazy smile yet serious light flickering in his half-closed eyes. "Old man, let me go." Marco the Phoenix casually walked over to Louis with his hands in his pockets. "To be honest, I'm quite curious about what expression Roger will have at the end." He glanced at Louis and added, "By the way, I can also keep an eye on this kid Louis, so he doesn't stir up any trouble in that place due to his youthful exuberance." He gently patted Louis' shoulder. His Phoenix ability was the source of his great confidence. In a chaotic place like Lobetown, his power was undoubtedly one of the best guarantees for survival and escape. Whitebeard looked at the serious Marco and then at the determined Louis. He slowly nodded. "It's good for Marco to go. Remember, you are just going to watch. You are not to cause trouble, and even less to challenge the Navy's bottom line. Act discreetly and prioritize safety. Clearly see the curtain fall on that old era, and then come back safely to me." Soon a rather inconspicuous small single-masted sailboat slipped away from the massive Moby Dick under the cover of the deep night. Marco skillfully controlled the helm, adjusting the sails. Louis sat at the bow, the sea breeze blowing his clothes, making them flap. Their destination was that turbulent east sea, the much-anticipated Lobetown. The journey was dull, especially on this sea. Louis gazed at the deep and boundless night sky above and the rolling black waves beneath the ship. Unable to help himself, he confided his doubts to Marco, who was steering the ship. "Marco, brother." His voice carried hesitation, as if he was organizing his words. "Why do you think Roger chose to surrender? Even if it was only for a short time, wouldn't it be better to be alive? He was already recognized as the Pirate King, standing at the pinnacle of all pirates. Why would he choose such an ending? Also, the Golden Lion. Were the legends of their era who dominated the world all so irrational, or even considered mad?" Marco adjusted the angle of the sails, making the ship go faster. He glanced at the young man beside him, who was deep in thought, and spoke with the tone of someone who had been there. "The sea is like this, Louis, always filled with the unknown and choices. The strong have their way of living, and the weak also have their means of survival. Why Roger surrendered, why the Golden Lion went mad, perhaps only they themselves truly understood the reasons behind their choices. In the future, when you and I become legends on the sea, perhaps we will understand their strange choices." After sailing for several more days on the sea, when a blurry outline of an island finally appeared on the eastern horizon, the number of ships on the surface of the sea had obviously increased several times. Yet strangely, most of the ships remained silent, filled with vigilance and caution towards each other. In the distance, Lobetown stood quietly between the sea and sky, like a giant whirlpool at the center, attracting the world's gaze with either reverence, greed, or fear. Even from such a distant position, Louis felt as if he could sense the heavy pressure emanating from it, as if a storm was about to break. The first ray of dawn peeked above the horizon. The small sloop that Lewis and Marco rowed was inconspicuous, silently blending into the bustling harbor. The boat slowly approached the shore, the process calm, and without drawing any unnecessary attention. The two disembarked, their figures quickly merging into the large crowd that had long gathered in the port area. On the streets, the noise of voices was deafening, and people jostled against one another. Those who usually roamed the Grand Line with impunity now strangely subdued their arrogant demeanor. Notorious pirates brushed past bounty hunters with glimmers of sharp light in their eyes. Their gazes briefly clashed in the air before tacitly averting, maintaining a subtle distance for safety. In the dark corners, secret agents of the world government lurked, their cold gazes leaving no suspicious face overlooked. The Navy soldiers were already in a state of high alert, armed and alert stationed every 3 steps, meticulously sealing off the main streets and intersections. The soldiers' expressions were tense, sweat trickling down their foreheads and temples, their fingers gripping weapons turning pale from the strain, reflecting the immense psychological pressure they were under. From the direction of the central square of Logetown, faint sounds of commotion could be heard where the storms lay, the ultimate destination for all gazes and emotions. Marco kept his hands leisurely in his pants pockets, walking with composure. Yet his half-closed eyes silently scanned all movements around. "What a lively scene," he murmured in a low tone audible only to Lewis beside him. Lewis nodded slightly. They followed the slow-moving tide of people inching toward the central square. The closer they got to the square, the denser the crowd became. The atmosphere in the air grew increasingly feverish and restless. Finally, their vision cleared. The vast, empty central square suddenly appeared before them, with a high gallows standing alone in the center. It was entirely constructed from rough dark wood, simple and cold in structure. Surrounding the gallows was a tightly packed wall of Navy soldiers. They formed an unbreakable human wall. Further away, Navy warships docked at the harbor had their dark cannon mouths aimed at the square, their coverings long removed, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Despite being packed with people, the square was eerily quiet. Lewis and Marco chose not to push further ahead. They found a relatively concealed spot under the eaves of a 2-story building at the edge of the square. The elevation here offered a clear view of the entire square, while the shadows and building provided cover, preventing them from becoming the focus of the crowd. They stood quietly in the shadows like 2 detached observers. Among the crowd in the square, they spotted many familiar and unfamiliar faces. Some names were well-known regulars on the bounty lists, infamous pirates with long-standing reputations. Others were figures that existed only in legends and tales, legendary warriors whose faces had never been seen. While quite a few heavyweights have shown up, Marco remarked quietly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Lewis' gaze quickly scanned the crowd. Soon a familiar figure caught his eye. The person wore a distinctive sandy coat, and the jagged scar cutting across his face was clearly visible even from afar. Crocodile. Lewis almost instinctively whispered the name. The future sand crocodile stood at a distance not too far from the gallows. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixated on the empty platform. His expression was complex, filled with anger, jealousy, and emotions he might not even be able to articulate. As if sensing Lewis' unabashed stare, Crocodile suddenly turned his head, his gaze like an arrow piercing through the crowd. Eventually, it firmly locked onto the spot where Lewis and Marco stood beneath the eaves. In that instant, his eyes erupted with unabashed, intense hostility and murderous intent. But constrained by the dense presence of Navy soldiers and the delicate situation, he couldn't act recklessly, merely staring daggers at Lewis from across the bustling crowd. Lewis clearly felt Crocodile's gaze. Instead of avoiding it, he smirked slightly, a hint of provocation in his smile. He even raised his right hand and gave a slow, leisurely wave in Crocodile's direction, as if greeting an old friend. Crocodile's expression darkened instantly like the sky before a storm. Undoubtedly, had the circumstances been different, this future warlord of the sea would have charged over without hesitation. "You really are restless, aren't you?" Marco glanced at Lewis beside him, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness, but he did not voice any objections. Lewis shrugged indifferently. "We're probably going to have to deal with him later anyway. Just thought I'd say hello in advance, maintain some rapport." He replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely done something trivial a moment ago. Just then a tremendous roar erupted from the crowd, akin to a tidal wave. Almost simultaneously, every gaze in the square focused on the entrance. There, under the dense encirclement and escort of countless Navy soldiers, a figure was slowly walking forward. His hands were tightly shackled with sea prism stone cuffs hanging down before him. Yet he walked steadily, his demeanor calm. That person was Gold. Roger, the current and only pirate king. He was about to face the end of his legendary life here. A calm, even somewhat mocking smile played on Roger's face. He surveyed the crowd in the square, his eyes betraying not a hint of fear, despair, or regret. He did not resemble a heinous criminal about to be publicly executed, but rather a distinguished guest preparing to attend a grand party under the gaze of the masses. According to protocol, the Navy read out Roger's long list of heinous crimes. A Navy officer stood at the edge of the gallows with a loudspeaker, shouting hoarsely, "Gold, Roger, the most wicked pirate of this century. He has committed." His voice echoed through the silent square. Roger on the gallows listened quietly. His smile did not fade with the impending death. Instead, it grew even brighter, reaching its zenith. It was a profound satisfaction of fulfilling a lifelong wish, a sense of having the entire world under his control. He slowly surveyed the square, his gaze leisurely scanning the faces filled with greed, awe, and madness. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the chaotic crowd. The voice came from the edge of the square directly beneath the eaves where Lewis and Marco stood. "Hey, Pirate King, where's your treasure? One Piece. Where's that great secret treasure that the whole world seeks?" Lewis didn't even know why he shouted at that moment, perhaps influenced by the fervor of the scene. Or perhaps it was the long-buried adventurous impulse within him that had finally been ignited. Maybe he was inspired by Roger's boldness, deciding to help him complete this grand finale. His voice was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the night, striking the hearts of everyone in the square with pinpoint accuracy. Everyone abruptly fell silent, instinctively holding their breath and straining their ears, waiting for the man on the gallows, the soon-to-be-executed legend, to speak. Roger heard the shout, his gaze piercing through the throng, landing precisely on Lewis beneath the eaves. In that instant, Roger's smile became incredibly radiant, even bursting into laughter, as if he had seen something extremely amusing. He took a deep breath, gathering the last strength of his life. To the entire square, to the whole world watching through the den mushy, he proclaimed a statement destined to be etched in history. "Do you want my treasure?" His voice, amplified by the Navy's equipment, spread clearly to every corner of the world. "If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it." Roger's voice suddenly rose, filled with boundless bravado and nonchalance. "I put everything in the world there." This declaration was far from the last words of a criminal. It was the resounding horn heralding a new era. The faces of the high-ranking Navy officials turned pale as if they had lost their mothers. They instantly understood what this meant. The pirate flames they had schemed to extinguish were ignited by Roger's death, pushed to an unprecedented climax. "Stop him! Execute!" Terrified commands rang out. The executioner, already on standby, immediately raised his long knife high. The cold blade glinted in the sunlight, reflecting a blinding light. But it was all too late. In Roger's eyes shone the light of freedom and dreams, dazzling and brilliant. It was the most thorough and resonant mockery of the rules of the world government and all forces that sought to bind him. He didn't even look at the falling blade. He simply met his lives end with that signature smile, calmly and serenely. The cold light flashed by. Blood splattered. Gold. Roger, the once unique Pirate King, had his life journey marked at this moment. However, Roger's death did not bring the expected calm. On the contrary, it was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire square. The crowd plunged into madness. He spoke. He really spoke. One Piece. He put everything there. Roger's words ignited the long-buried flames of countless people, their greedy desires for endless wealth. It was a yearning for freedom, to break free from shackles and sail the seas. It was an ultimate yearning for the unknown world and great adventures. Set sail. Set sail. Go look for One Piece. The next Pirate King will be me. Amidst the thunderous cries, the crowd surged like an uncontrollable flood towards the harbor. The order in Logtown vanished in that instant. They were ready to set sail. They were going to pursue the legendary treasure acknowledged by the Pirate King himself, which contained everything in the world. Lewis stood in place, slightly swaying from the surging tide of people. He witnessed the fall of the Pirate King and felt the arrival of a new era. He clearly sensed that from this moment on, this vast sea would bid farewell to tranquility. An era of madness, chaos, yet brimming with infinite possibilities and opportunities had begun. And he, Edward Lewis, was no longer just an observer. He would be immersed in this great torrent sweeping across the world. To embrace, to challenge, to write his own legend. The shrill whistle pierced through the almost frenzied air of the square, signaling the naval forces to take action. They quickly formed a human wall, brandishing their guns and swords, their movements firm and ruthless as they dispersed the uncontrollable crowd in the square. Angry curses erupted in response, but the chaotic clamor could not rival the chilling threat of the Navy's weapons, forcing the crowd to scatter in all directions. Lewis and Marco were swept along in the crowded flow, moving in the direction of the throng, gradually distancing themselves from the central square. Eventually, the two arrived at a relatively secluded edge of Rogtown. Marco suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the entrance of a narrow alley not far away. There stood two boys, their figures appearing somewhat solitary in the twilight of the setting sun. One boy had striking red hair resembling a burning flame. The other sported a comical blue hairstyle and a similarly comical red nose. Lewis followed Marco's gaze and saw Shanks and Buggy. Their expressions were unusually complex, as if they had just undergone a fierce argument. Lewis and Marco stepped forward towards the two boys. "Shanks, Buggy," Lewis called out first to the sulking duo. Shanks abruptly turned around. Upon seeing Lewis and Marco approaching, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Lewis, Mr. Marco." Buggy appeared much more guarded, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest, seemingly reluctant to engage with the two. "It's you guys." His tone was tinged with reluctance. Shanks' face still bore the remnants of excitement from his earlier quarrel with Buggy. He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm the turbulent emotions within him. First he glanced at Marco, then surveyed the gradually thinning crowd around them, as well as the distant sounds of commotion coming from the port. "This era has gone completely chaotic." His voice was low, yet carried a weight that belied his age. The captain's last words ignited everyone's ambitions. "So what?" Lewis inquired, following his lead. Shanks clenched his fists tightly. "I want to form my own pirate crew. Not for plundering treasures, nor for competing for maritime supremacy." He paused, glancing instinctively at Buggy, his tone tinged with regret. "It is to find our own path amidst this chaotic tide, to protect what I deem important." He looked at Buggy again, clearly indicating that the earlier argument was related to this. "I invited Buggy, but he refused to join me." Buggy immediately huffed disdainfully, turning his head away with a look of contempt. "I have no intention of engaging in your foolishness of maintaining order. A pirate should act like a pirate. Treasure, fame, and freedom. That's what I, the great Buggy, desire." His voice was sharp and loud, carrying an unabashed, naked desire for tangible benefits. "Shanks, you are just an incorrigible idealist, fool. Following you, I won't even be able to drink soup, let alone eat meat." Buggy shot a fierce glare at Shanks. "I want to walk my own path. I want to find more treasure than Captain Roger. I want the whole world to remember the name of the great Buggy." After saying this, he ignored everyone else and strode purposefully in a direction different from Shanks and Marco. His back exuded a near-obsessive determination. Shanks watched Buggy's retreating figure, his lips moving slightly, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately it turned into a helpless sigh. Once comrades who shared laughter and adventures on the same ship, they ultimately chose completely different paths in the face of the tremendous impact of the tides of time. Going their separate ways may have been destined from this moment. Marco did not comment on the rift between the two. After all, it was their own choice. He turned to ask about something that concerned him more. "The Roger pirates have disbanded. Shanks, do you know where Odin went?" Shanks withdrew his gaze from Buggy's figure and turned to Marco. "Mr. Odin had already left us and returned to Wano before the captain decided to surrender. He said Wano needed him." Marco gently patted Lewis on the shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave after reminiscing. "Let's go, Lewis. This place is not suitable for lingering. The Navy's response is faster than we anticipated, and they will soon completely seal off the port and roads here." Lewis nodded, retracting his gaze from Buggy. "Shanks, see you on the high seas." "See you on the high seas." After bidding farewell to one another, the three did not linger and turned to leave in different directions. Lewis and Marco deliberately avoided the densely packed main port area. One can imagine how chaotic it must be there at this moment. The Navy, unrestrained pirates, bounty hunters on the move, and countless ordinary people whose dreams were ignited by Roger's last words. All sorts of people mingled, and conflict could erupt at any moment. They chose to detour to a relatively secluded coastline. Beneath the jagged black reefs lay a seemingly unremarkable small single-masted sailboat. This was their pre-prepared escape route. Just as Lewis reached out to untie the rope secured to the reef, an extreme sharp, well, like a legendary sword unsheathing, swept across unexpectedly. It was not a tangible strike, yet it made Lewis feel as if he had truly been slashed by a gigantic blade. His hand reaching for the rope froze midair, and at almost the same moment Marco halted as well. His slightly lazy eyes instantly became clear as the azure flames of the phoenix burst forth around him, filled with vigilance, as he turned to face the source of that astonishing sharp intent. Not far away atop a massive reef, a figure had quietly appeared without anyone noticing. The person wore a finely tailored, high-quality black trench coat. The collar of the coat was raised high, obscuring part of his face. The wide-brimmed hat on his head was pulled low, and in the shadow of the brim, only his sharply contoured jawline was visible. But what attracted the most attention was the enormous, uniquely shaped black long sword slung across his back. The sword's shape resembled a heavy cross with an unadorned hilt and a blade as dark as ink. Even from a distance, Lewis and Marco could clearly sense the chilling sharpness emanating from that sword. The man's gaze was as sharp as a hawk circling in the sky, locking onto his prey. Precise, cold, penetrating the deepening dusk and the barriers of space, it firmly fixed on Lewis. the future world's greatest swordsman Dracula Mihawk. He seemed to have been quietly waiting here for a long time. As an absolute bystander in the center of the square, he coldly observed the world-shaking execution as well as the fervor and chaos that swept through the entire town like a virus after the execution. He heard Lewis shout that heralded the dawn of a new era. Mihawk made no extraneous movements. His gaze directly passed over the vigilant phoenix, precisely landing on Lewis. "You the kid shouting in the square. Draw your sword." Marco's brows instantly knitted tightly together. He instinctively stepped forward, subtly shielding Lewis behind him. The azure flames of the phoenix like a living creature began to flow subtly across his arm, exuding a dangerous aura. "May I ask who you are?" Marco asked in a low voice, his tone filled with unmasked vigilance. Although the name of this man might not yet have truly echoed in every corner of the world, the terrifying aura emanating from the man, almost palpable, was enough for the exceedingly experienced Marco to feel a deathly threat. However, Mihawk chose to ignore Marco's obstruction and inquiry. His hawk-like sharp eyes remained fixed on Lewis, as if in this world there were no other beings besides the two of them. "Your gaze is quite interesting." Mihawk spoke again. "Let me see if your sword matches your courage." Lewis took a deep breath. The man before him was the pinnacle that all swordsmen in this world would need to look up to. Though he had yet to grow into the great swordsman who would traverse the seas, he had not fulfilled his own potential either. Now he issued a challenge. Should he refuse? Lewis asked himself. His previous battle with Crocodile had already demonstrated the clear disparity between him and these already grown powerful beings. The years of difference were not something that could be casually overlooked, but a genuine gap in strength. But how could he possibly refuse? He reached out and gently pushed aside Marco's arm that was blocking him. "Brother Marco, it's okay." Lewis' voice was soft, but carried an unusual firmness. "In the sea, one cannot survive without fighting. I'm not some weak little brat. Continuous battles will only make me stronger." Marco gazed into Lewis' eyes. There was no hint of impulsiveness or recklessness, only an incredibly pure desire for higher realms and exploration. He remained silent for a moment before slowly withdrawing his arm. Yet his gaze continued to lock onto Mihawk in the distance like the most vigilant cheetah. Every muscle in his body had quietly tensed, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Mihawk's sharp gaze lightly swept across the distant sea surface. There the vague outline of a Navy patrol boat could be seen. "This isn't a suitable place. There's a small island nearby, let's go there." He then turned around, returning to his peculiar coffin-shaped small boat. Lewis did not hesitate at all, quickly untied the rope from the reef, and leaped onto the small sailboat. "Follow him, brother Marco." Marco nodded, saying nothing further, and immediately skillfully raised the sails, following the direction in which Mihawk had left. The brief voyage proceeded in a quiet, silent atmosphere. Marco stood at the bow, constantly observing Mihawk's figure ahead, silently assessing his strength. Lewis sat cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes evenly and deeply adjusting his breathing. He cast aside all distracting thoughts, focusing his spirit like never before. He carefully and steadily elevated his state to the peak of what he could currently achieve. The upcoming battle would be a perilous test. Half an hour later, a desolate-looking small island appeared on the surface of the sea ahead. The island was not large, covered with bizarre black reefs. Only a few sparse low bushes, showcasing tenacious vitality, struggled to grow in the crevices of the rocks. In the central area of the island was a relatively open and flat space. Mihawk's figure landed right in the center of that open space. He slowly turned around to face Lewis and Marco, who had just docked their boat. Clang! A clear sound of metal clashing resonated in the silent air. Mihawk extended his right hand, grasping the hilt of the massive black long sword behind him, then slowly drew it out. The massive blade reflected a dark sheen under the twilight glow of the setting sun. There was no dazzling light, only an extreme depth that seemed to swallow all light in the world. One of the 12 supreme grade swords, the black sword Uru. As this supreme grade sword was fully unsheathed, an invisible, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire desolate island. Unlike the domineering aura of Conqueror's Haki, this was a sharp intent that seemed to cut through heaven and earth. Marco's pupils suddenly constricted. He could clearly feel the heavy pressure brought by that sword intent. Lewis took a deep breath, leaping off the deck and landing firmly on the sandy beach of the island. He tightly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and drew his own long sword. It was an absolutely ordinary standard long sword. Compared to Mihawk's world-famous Uru, it seemed insignificant. Yet Lewis' grip on the sword was exceptionally steady. The burning battle intent in his eyes was like a blade unsheathed, sharp and unyielding. Mihawk's hawk-like sharp gaze lingered for an extremely brief moment on Lewis' ordinary standard long sword. A minuscule fluctuation flashed in the depths of his eyes. He spoke lightly, his voice still devoid of any ripples, yet carrying an evaluative tone. "Let's begin." Let me see if your courage to stir the winds and waves in Rogtown is merely bluster. The battle erupted in an instant without any warning. Lewis moved. The ground beneath his feet slightly caved in, and he transformed into a blurred afterimage charging towards the man who stood like a mountain. The well-worn long knife in his hand emitted a low humming sound. The dark-armed color of Haki spread rapidly along the blade like a living entity. The formless Haki penetrated the blade like a raging torrent, wrapping around the edge and forming a layer of destructive force field. Huh! A low roar echoed as the strike was unleashed. Before the blade could reach the fierce and unmatched Haki had already sliced through the air, producing a sharp shriek. The target was aimed directly at Mihawk's neck. However, facing this swift and formidable attack capable of causing many renowned pirates to perish in an instant, Mihawk did not even budge an inch. His hawk-like sharp eyes remained calm and unperturbed, as if he had already discerned all the trajectories and subsequent changes of this strike. It was not a matter of evasive maneuvers or blocking. It was merely a casual twist of the wrist. That massive cross-like black blade knight seemed to lose its weight in his hand, as if it possessed an independent will. The delayed strike arrived first, perfectly intercepting Lewis' blade. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted. This guy's such a fast blade. Lewis was astonished, yet had no time to ponder. The instincts of battle drove him to continue attacking, twisting his waist to exert force once more. The blade moved with him. The second strike. The third strike. The relentless slashes poured out like a torrential storm. He dared not hold back in the slightest, pushing the techniques he had learned from Izanami honed through his own arduous practice to the extreme. The dark Haki was no longer merely a covering for the blade. It surged outward, transforming into an invisible sharp energy, granting the blade penetrating power. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the blade passed, even the surrounding rocks that did not make direct contact seemed to have been sliced by the sharpest of blades, fracturing and creating deep, gaping cuts. This was purely the astonishing destruction caused by the external manifestation of Haki. A glimmer of surprise finally flashed in Mihawk's eyes. He seemed somewhat taken aback that Lewis could wield Haki to such an extent that it harmed foes externally. This had transcended the realm of simple hardening. It was a higher-level application. Interesting. Mihawk's deep voice resonated. No longer merely twisting his wrist, his movements began to enlarge, and he started to take the fight seriously. The speed at which the Black Blade Knight was wielded along with the power contained within it suddenly surged. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing became denser and heavier. With each collision, Lewis felt as if he were striking against an immovable mountain of steel. The recoil force grew increasingly terrifying. More alarming was that each sword strike from Mihawk bore an oppressive weight that was suffocating. Although Lewis' onslaught was ferocious and the strength of his Haki was certainly formidable, his swordsmanship, combat experience, and timing still revealed a gap between him and Mihawk. Mihawk's sword had no fancy techniques. Each strike was stripped down to the basics, yet executed with a shocking efficiency. His gaze seemed to pierce through all of Lewis' sword paths. He always managed to strike back or block with the most cunning angles and perfect timing during the intervals of Lewis' attacks, exploiting the nodes of his power flow. Seemingly casual swings would always accurately target the weak points in Lewis' defense or the flaws in his techniques. This forced Lewis to frequently change his moves to defend. The originally fluid assault was disrupted continuously, and the rhythm of the battle had completely fallen into the opponent's control. Lewis' forehead throbbed with veins and sweat streamed down like a brook, quickly soaking his clothes. He felt as if he were an apprentice who had just learned to swing a sword, futilely showcasing his rudimentary skills before a master swordsman. Every action was seen clearly, and every intention was preemptively predicted. Flustered, danger everywhere. Several times the cold blade of night nearly grazed his body. The gusts it created stung his skin. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have surely been slain. In the distance, Marco watched with his brows tightly furrowed. His somewhat lazy eyes were now sharp and keen, clearly capturing every detail of the battlefield. He could see that Lewis had fully unleashed his strength, especially in the application of Haki. It could even be said that he was performing exceptionally. Yet even so, before the eagle-eye Mihawk, he still seemed utterly powerless. It was as if he were a small boat amidst raging winds and monstrous waves, always at risk of capsizing. This guy is still ridiculously strong. Marco sighed inwardly, his fists unconsciously tightening. But in the end, he did not intervene. This was a challenge. Lewis had chosen himself, a testament to his own path. All he could do was respect that, and in the event of the worst-case scenario, step in to prevent a tragedy. At the center of the battlefield, Lewis' breathing had become extremely labored. The muscles in his arms trembled slightly from enduring the immense recoil. He knew that if this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. He might not even get the chance to make the opponent take him seriously. It cannot end like this. A flash of determination crossed Lewis' eyes as he gritted his teeth. All the power within him, all the Haki was unleashed and wildly concentrated on the long knife in his hand at this moment. Hum. The long knife emitted an unprecedented intense hum. The blade began to shine as it bore an overwhelming load of Haki. The dark flowing Haki surged like boiling magma, almost becoming tangible, wrapping and rising. This was the strongest strike he could currently deliver. It condensed all his will, strength, and Haki. Mihawk. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Lewis gripped the handle tightly with both hands and exerted all his strength, striking down fiercely towards Mihawk. The momentum of this strike seemed as if it would split the heavens and the earth in two. In the face of this allure-nothing, intimidating blow, Mihawk's gaze remained calm and unperturbed, without any fluctuation. He too raised the Black Blade Knight. There were no unnecessary flashy movements. Simply he met Lewis' strike with a straightforward swing. In the next instant, clang! A deafening roar far exceeding any previous collision suddenly reverberated across the entire island. A terrifying shockwave centered on the point where the two blades clashed spread out in a circular frenzy. It stirred up clouds of dust and debris. Even Marco, watching from afar, had to squint his eyes against the intense shockwave. However, this time the result was entirely different. The expected stalemate did not occur in the face of the power of the Black Blade Knight. Crack, crack, crack. A series of painfully grating sounds echoed clearly. Lewis' pupils suddenly constricted. He watched in disbelief as the long knife in his hand began to shatter, breaking apart from the point of contact with the black blade. This blade, forged from common iron, yet infused with his formidable will, ultimately could not withstand such a level of collision. It let out its final mournful cry. Countless shining metal fragments scattered like exploding stars. Hey! Lewis felt his grip on the knife suddenly lighten. All that remained in his palm was a bare, still warm hilt. A tremendous wave of residual power surged violently through the fracture. This force sent him flying through the air. He tumbled awkwardly through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. With a thunderous sound, a cloud of dust was kicked up. The weapon shattered. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Cough! Cough! Lewis struggled to rise from the ground. He tightly clutched the broken hilt that symbolized his defeat, gasping for breath. Sweat mixed with dust covered his cheeks and forehead, making him look utterly disheveled. He stared intently at the broken blade in his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief and an unmistakable sense of deep resentment. Did he really lose just like this? He couldn't even break through the defense to injure his opponent. Mihawk slowly sheathed his black sword Uru. The unique click sound resonated sharply in the silent battlefield, piercingly clear and jarring. His hawk-like gaze fell upon Lewis. He scrutinized him from above, as if assessing the value of an object. After a moment, Mihawk spoke. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of authority. Your will is strong. Your determination is commendable. This unexpected evaluation left Lewis momentarily stunned. Then Mihawk shifted his tone, directly addressing the core issue. But your heart is not that of a pure swordsman. Lewis abruptly looked up, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of anger at being seen through. For you, the sword, Mihawk's voice clearly reached Lewis' ears, is more like a tool to achieve some ambition of yours, rather than a path you wish to pursue and explore for a lifetime. He glanced at the pitiful broken hilt in Lewis' hand and continued. You forcibly injected your overwhelming will into a common iron that far exceeds its limits, hoping it would unleash a power beyond its material essence. The result, of course, is that it cannot bear it and collapses on its own. Lewis opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found himself speechless. Mihawk's words struck true. They pointed directly at the deep-seated truth he might not even want to fully admit. He pursued power, yearned to grow stronger, and swordsmanship was his most vital means. But to say he regarded it as the only path in his life seemed to lack a certain purity. Mihawk seemed to see through his thoughts. He turned his gaze to the black blade Uru behind him, his tone tinged with deep sentiment. A true black blade is not born. It is forged through countless life and death battles shared between a swordsman and his beloved sword. Their hearts resonate, and their wills intertwine, to gradually infuse one's own will and even soul into the blade bit by bit, as if tempering it in fire. Only then can it become a transcendent creation. This requires a long time, countless battles, and a heart that is purely devoted to the sword. It cannot be achieved overnight. Lewis fell silent. Mihawk's words unveiled a brand new secret about the higher levels of the sword path for him. The secret of the black blade. With your current approach, Mihawk looked back at Lewis, giving what he deemed the most sincere advice. Rather than unrealistically fantasizing about forging a black blade, it would be better to first seek a sufficiently powerful famous sword. Famous sword? Lewis murmured instinctively. Yes. Mihawk nodded slightly. Those famous swords passed down since ancient times, whether they are great sabers, fine swords, or legendary weapons that have never been widely known. They possess extraordinary materials and craftsmanship, exceptionally resilient far beyond what common iron can compare. They can better carry your formidable will, and also better support your ambitions. Although his words remained direct and even somewhat harsh, Lewis could hear an unusual implication within them. Mihawk's guidance, though critical of his impure swordsmanship, also indirectly acknowledged his potential. At the very least, the intensity of his will had reached a level where a good sword was necessary to bear it. Could this be considered a form of alternative recognition? Thinking of this, Lewis' discontent subsided somewhat. In its place was a new, more pressing desire. Mihawk seemed to feel he had said all that needed to be said. The purpose of this visit, perhaps to ascertain someone's sword heart, or perhaps simply to measure the potential disruptor of the new era, had been achieved. He ceased his words and turned away. His distinctive high hat and black trench coat fluttered in the wind. He prepared to leave this chaotic battlefield. Just before he was about to board his small boat to depart, he paused slightly. Without looking back, he left a final remark. His voice was ethereal, yet distinctly reached Lewis' ears. The sea is vast, and tools come in various grades. Do not let your tools limit your progress. As his words fell, the figure of Hawkeye, a Mihawk, gradually disappeared over the sea along with his uniquely styled small boat. As if he had never existed at all, only Lewis remained standing in place. He looked down at the cold, broken hilt in his hand, then raised his gaze towards the direction in which Mihawk had vanished. He fell into deep contemplation. A famous sword. Indeed, the path of forging a black blade does not suit me. It seems I must find a fitting weapon. He murmured to himself, expressing the thoughts within his heart. His eyes sparkled with a complex yet fervent light. Mihawk's words opened a new door for him. They also pointed him towards an urgent new goal: to seek a famous sword capable of bearing his power and ambition. Yet this task is not easy. In this vast sea where strong individuals abound, although famous swords are widely known, each one is exceedingly precious. Some may have owners while others are lost to time. How could one obtain a truly suitable famous sword so easily? The sea breeze caressed the shattered coastline, stirring up fine dust. The figure of Hawkeye Mihawk quickly faded at the horizon where the sea met the sky. On the desolate island, only Lewis remained along with Marco, standing a short distance away. Lewis slowly crouched down, picking up a cold, sharp shard of a blade. The smooth edge reflected his solemn face at that moment. Mihawk's words left a profound imprint in his heart. A tool, he whispered softly. Indeed, he had never defined himself as merely a swordsman. Power, dominance, even the sword in his hand. All of this was merely a means for him to ascend and achieve his ultimate goal. It was a tool. Mihawk was not wrong. Yet this raw revelation still left one feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But what followed was a clearer understanding. Hawkeye was not merely belittling him. He needed better tools. A weapon that could match his power and ambition. Lewis stood up, gripping the shard tightly in his palm. The metallic edges pierced his hand, yet it made him feel incredibly awake. He turned to look at Marco, who was also gazing at him. "Brother Marco," Hawkeye said, "I need a renowned sword." Marco nodded slowly at these words. "Hawkeye is right. Your dominance has indeed reached a level that ordinary swords can hardly withstand. Continuing to use ordinary iron not only fails to unleash your full strength, but may also become a fatal flaw at a critical moment." He walked beside Lewis, his gaze directed towards the vast sea in the distance. A renowned sword, especially one ranked among the great swords of 21, or even the legendary supreme great swords of 12. His voice carried a sense of gravity and reflection from someone who had been there. They are not just weapons. Each one carries incredible power. To obtain them, mere strength is not enough. Luck, or perhaps the guidance of destiny, is also needed. Marco paused as if recalling something. He continued, his words carrying a clear warning. "And you must understand. The holders of these swords are either monsters like Hawkeye standing at the pinnacle of the world overlooking all beings, or they belong to families or factions with a rich heritage deep enough to be unimaginable. Moreover, many renowned swords are regarded as treasures by the Navy headquarters or the world government, kept under strict guard." Listening to Marco's serious words, in a flash of inspiration, a brilliant target suddenly crossed Lewis' mind. The East Sea, Frost Moon Village, a small and inconspicuous dojo, and that renowned sword called Wado Ikemanji, ranked among the great swords of 21. The most crucial point is, the future inheritor of this sword, the great swordsman with green algae hair, Roronoa Zoro, who would let it shine around the world. At this moment in time, he probably wasn't even a fertilized egg yet. This thought instantly swept away all the confusion and anxiety in Lewis' heart. Found it. He found it. A renowned sword that was most likely obtainable at this current time and perfectly suited for him to start his journey. Marco. Lewis suddenly turned his head, looking intensely at Marco beside him. The The light in his eyes was astonishingly bright. Let's go find Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. Marco's expression shifted from serious to astonished, followed by a deep confusion. Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. What are we going there for? Louis' heart skipped a beat. He knew that this decision of his was indeed too abrupt, too strange. From a logical standpoint, it was utterly incomprehensible. He slightly turned his head, avoiding Marco's probing gaze, and stared out at the distant sea. I don't know how to explain it specifically. He slowly turned back to meet Marco's still doubtful gaze, his expression incredibly sincere. Marco, I know this sounds absurd, even a bit crazy, but please trust me. Trust. This was the only chip he could offer at this moment, and it was the most weighty. Marco fell silent. He gazed at Louis' youthful yet exceptionally determined face. The glimmer of persistence sparkled in his eyes. He recalled the moments they had shared over the years, remembering how this boy had grown step by step to become a strong individual capable of engaging in a brief clash with the world's greatest swordsman. During this time, the wisdom and resilience Louis had exhibited surpassed ordinary limits. This boy seemed to always be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Despite the doubts in his heart, despite his complete inability to comprehend the logic behind Louis' decision, the deep trust built over the years ultimately overcame his rational caution. Marco sighed softly, a touch of helplessness curling the corners of his mouth. I really don't know what to do with you. He patted Louis' shoulder. All right, Louis. He'll accompany you to Frost Moon Village. A genuine smile appeared on Louis' face. Thank you, Marco. With the decision made, they did not delay any further. They replenished enough fresh water, and then the tattered sail was once again filled by the sea breeze. Louis stood at the narrow bow of the boat, gazing at the boundless blue sea before him. In his heart, he felt an unwavering certainty towards his goal, yet a trace of concern for the unknown inevitably arose. Had the butterfly from another world with every flap of its wings already silently altered the trajectory of fate? Would the plot details he was familiar with still unfold as expected? Did Frost Moon Village still exist peacefully in some corner of the East Sea? Was that sword Wado Ikamanji which held his hopes still safely stored in that small dojo waiting for its next master? Days passed monotonously during the voyage. Louis and Marco finally reached their destination according to the nautical charts after a long journey. The village quietly nestled in the valley surrounded by mountains and forests. The houses were of typical Japanese style, low and exquisite, with dark wooden structures exuding an air of ancient tranquility. This must be Xuanyue Village. The village basked in the afternoon sunlight, appearing particularly serene and harmonious. In the fields, a farmer wearing a straw hat was bending down to work. Not far away, several children were chasing each other playfully. When Louis and Marco, two obvious strangers, appeared, the villagers' movements almost unconsciously paused at the same time. A myriad of gazes turned toward them. The playing children were discreetly pulled behind by the adults, shielded by their bodies. Louis adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothes from the voyage and stepped forward, maintaining a calm demeanor. Excuse me, is this Xuanyue Village? An elder villager stepped forward, scrutinizing Louis and Marco without any politeness. Who are you? What brings you here? His voice carried a clear sense of vigilance. We come from the Grand Line. Louis answered candidly without any concealment, and then he threw out the long-prepared key information. I, Louis, have been under the patronage of Kazuki Odin and heard that there is a swordsmanship master hidden here, so I came to visit and earnestly request an audience with Mr. Xuanyue Gingsan. Kazuki. The two characters instantly stirred immense waves among the seemingly ordinary villagers. A suppressed murmur arose. Lord Kazuki. Do they know General Kazuki? How is that possible? Someone from the Grand Line. The elder villager fixed his gaze on Louis, seemingly trying to discern the truth of the statement from his face. Do you have any proof? Louis calmly shook his head. I do not have physical evidence, but I can provide detailed information about Kazuki and the current situation in Ueno. His tone was frank and his gaze sincere without a hint of hesitation. The villagers fell into a brief silence, quickly exchanging glances, evidently engaging in a silent communication and judgment. In the end, the elder villager made a decision, nodding cautiously. You wait here. After speaking, he turned and walked quickly toward the dojo in the center of the village. The other villagers still kept their distance, their vigilant gazes never leaving Louis and Marco. The waiting time was not too long. The heavy wooden door of the dojo was tightly closed. Marco squinted slightly and whispered to Louis in a voice only the two could hear. There's a very strong old guy inside. His aura is quite unique. Louis nodded, feeling even more certain. Finally, a long creaking sound echoed. The wooden door of the dojo slowly opened from the inside. A figure appeared in the light at the doorway. It was an old man. His hair was already gray-styled in a neat traditional samurai bun at the back of his head. He wore a simple kimono washed to a somewhat faded color, yet clean and tidy. He was not tall, and due to his age he seemed somewhat thin, but his back was straight like a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an unyielding pride. What was most striking was his pair of eyes devoid of the typical cloudiness seen in the elderly, instead sharp and astonishingly clear. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding villagers, including the previously mentioned elder leader, unconsciously bowed slightly, lowering their heads, their expressions filled with genuine respect. Without a doubt, this was the reclusive Xuanyue Gongsan. Xuanyue Jengson's gaze slowly swept over Louis without lingering, then landed on Marco behind him. In the depths of his sharp eyes a hint of surprise flickered fleetingly. Clearly, with his level, he sensed the immense power within Marco. But he did not speak further on this, merely returning his gaze to Louis' face. Do you know Kazuki? Yes, Mr. Gongsan. Louis slightly bowed. I am Louis. Gongsan stood at the steps of the doorway, looking down coldly at them. Speak. What do you seek from me? Louis understood that for a person of such stature, any roundabout manner would be foolish and futile. Getting straight to the point was the best approach. Mr. Gongsan, I come from the Grand Line, bringing the latest news about Wano. His voice was not loud, but it clearly conveyed every word. Kazuki Oden the general is now gravely ill. Jengson's eyes slightly narrowed. Louis did not pause, and continued. Kazuki Oden has returned to Wano. However, upon his return he was schemed against and coerced by Kaido of the Beasts and a petty man named Kurizumi Orochi. Now, in order to protect the people of Wano, Kazuki Oden is enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. He is even forced to dance naked in the capital of 9 Red Leaves every day to delay the persecution of the Wano people by Kaido and Orochi. Xuanyue Jengson's body jolted violently. His originally sharp eyes suddenly widened. Unbelievable. Filled with grief and indignation. A myriad of complex emotions intertwined on his aged face. He fixed his gaze on Louis, his lips trembling violently, making raspy sounds from his throat, yet seemingly unable to utter any complete words due to his overwhelming emotions. After a long time, Gongsan finally found his voice, which was filled with indescribable pain. Are you saying? Is this true? Absolutely true. Louis met his fiery gaze, his tone resolute, without any hint of retreat. Kaido of the Beasts and Kurizumi Orochi are colluding, having usurped the position of general in Wano. Kazuki Oden's current situation is extremely dire. Gongsan abruptly closed his eyes, his white beard trembling violently, and his emaciated body could not help but tremble slightly. When he opened them again, the grief and worry in his eyes had not faded, but instead settled into a profound determination. He took a deep breath, seemingly forcing down the emotions that nearly consumed him. What do you want in return for telling me this news? His voice regained some stability. Louis met Xuanyue Jengson's piercing gaze, his own eyes bright with intensity. I have heard that you possess a famous sword, the Daoimanji. I hope to. Impossible. Louis' words were abruptly interrupted before he could finish. Xuanyue Gongsan fixed his gaze on Louis. Young man, your appetite is rather large. Although the news you bring is indeed very important, it is not worth a famous sword. Xuanyue Jengson's reaction was not beyond Louis' expectations. Louis remained standing tall, unyielding as a pine tree, showing no signs of retreat, despite the elder's thunderous anger and refusal. If Louis' voice broke the dead silence, clearly echoing in every corner. I am not demanding it, but rather borrowing it. As soon as these words came out, it was earth-shattering. For a period of 10 years. I borrow the famous sword for 10 years, and after 10 years it will be returned to its owner. If I unfortunately pass away during this time, the Whitebeard pirates will be responsible for retrieving the sword, and it will still return to its owner. After his words fell, Xuanyue Jengson's white brows instantly furrowed into a knot. The anger in his eyes had not fully subsided now, added with a strong sense of astonishment and absurdity. Borrow. 10 years. His bony fingers instinctively stroked his graying beard. This young man's proposal was too bold. However, it was not entirely out of consideration. To borrow a renowned sword, and to borrow it for a full decade. The thoughts of this young man are truly difficult to fathom. Louis stood firm against Gongsanlang's scrutinizing gaze, showing no signs of retreat. His tone was exceedingly sincere. I need a truly good sword. It will bear the weight of my growing power, sharpen my swordsmanship, and assist me in achieving the goals I must fulfill. Gongsanlang still furrowed his brow tightly. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the rough fabric of his sleeve, revealing an inner struggle. Seeing Gongsanlang in hesitation, the previously silent Marco stepped forward. He stood beside Louis. At this moment, Marco's expression was unusually solemn, his gaze sharp. Old sir. Marco's voice was steady and powerful, carrying the unique authority and confidence of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division. Louis is family whom the Whitebeard Pirates value. His promise is the promise of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco's words were resolute. If after 10 years Louis cannot personally return this sword for any reason, He paused slightly, his tone becoming more serious. I'm Marco, and the entire Whitebeard pirates will be responsible for retrieving this sword and returning it to you unharmed. Marco's words represented the credibility of the Whitebeard pirates. The weight of this promise was immense. The impact of the news from his homeland and Wano country had yet to settle. Adding to this was the legendary Marco the Phoenix, who guaranteed with the entire reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. All of this made Gung Sanlang begin to hesitate as he started to consider the possibility of this 10-year covenant. His gaze shifted between Louis' determined face and Marco's steady figure. Perhaps this sword, which symbolizes righteousness and faith, indeed requires a passerby who can truly realize its value. A strong individual who can carry it and witness a broader world. Finally, Gung Sanlang's taut shoulders slowly relaxed. He let out a long and complex sigh. That sigh carried a mixture of helplessness, relief, and a hint of hope for the future. 10 years. Gung Sanlang slowly repeated this word, his eyes becoming particularly profound. What a decade. He made up his mind. Old man, I will trust you this time. And I trust that the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates will hold true on this ocean. With these words, the decision was made. Gung Sanlang said no more and turned to enter the inner room. After a moment, he emerged holding an antique-style sword box that exuded a faint scent of wood. The sword box was carefully opened. A renowned sword lay quietly on the silk padding, coming into the view of Louis and Marco. The scabbard was pure white and flawless like freshly fallen snow. The tsuba was a simple circle exuding an air of antiquity and solemnity. Even undrawn, one could clearly sense an unassailable righteousness emanating from it. And within it a sharpness that was both restrained yet compelling. This is the renowned sword Wado Ikamanji, one of the 21 great swords. Gung Sanlang held the sword box with both hands, solemnly handing it to Louis. Take it, young man. Remember your promise. Louis solemnly accepted the sword box. As his fingertips brushed against the cool, pure white scabbard, an indescribable feeling surged within him. He slowly drew Wado Ikamanji out a short distance. Clang! The blade reflected the dim light of the dojo, shimmering with a chilling, captivating luster. A pure, crisp coldness, as if it could cleanse the soul, flowed along the blade to his arm and spread throughout his body. This feeling, it was as if it resonated with a profound connection to his very soul. This was incomparable to the standardized longswords he had used before. He clearly felt that this sword was not merely a weapon. It was alive. It had a will. It seemed to be waiting for a master who could understand it and resonate with it. Louis knew that from this moment on, the named sword Wado Ikamanji would accompany him through the crucial decade ahead. It would witness his growth, bear his power, cut through all the thorns on his path forward. Thank you, old sir. Louis carefully returned Wado Ikamanji to its scabbard, and together with Marco deeply bowed to Gung Sanlang. I will never forget the 10-year covenant, old man. Gung Sanlang waved his hand, revealing a complex and inscrutable expression on his face. Go. I hope that in 10 years you can show me a different you. And a Wado Ikamanji that has experienced more stories. Louis and Marco once again expressed their sincere gratitude. Then the two did not linger and turned to leave the Frostmoon village, which lay in a remote corner of the East Sea. They embarked on their journey back to the Grand Line. The sailboat braved the winds and waves, gradually distancing itself from the coastline of the East Sea. Only the monotonous sound of waves continued to crash against the ship's hull. Marco, who had been silent, finally turned his head. He looked at Louis, who stood by the ship's railing, his hand resting on Wado Ikamanji at his waist. Marco's eyes held a hint of inquiry and a trace of undeniable curiosity. Louis. Marco's voice seemed somewhat fleeting in the sea breeze. About the information regarding Wano country. Where exactly did you obtain it? This was a question he had been holding in for quite some time. From the first time Louis mentioned the anomalies of Wano country to later accurately stating the plight of Kazuki Oden. All of this exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Louis met Marco's gaze and slowly shook his head. The sea breeze tousled his hair, and his eyes were sincere and clear, showing no signs of evasion. Brother Marco, I apologize. I truly cannot explain the source of the information at this moment. His tone carried an apology, but his eyes were filled with sincerity. But I can assure you. Louis' voice became firm. Please believe me. Everything I do now and in the future will never harm the Whitebeard pirates. It will never harm our family. Each word was filled with strength and determination. Marco quietly watched Louis. He looked into Louis' eyes, which held no impurities. He recalled the various performances Louis had exhibited on the ship over the years. He remembered how much Louis valued and fiercely protected the concept of family. Ultimately, the inquiry in Marco's eyes gradually faded away, replaced by a gentle trust. He raised his hand and patted Louis' shoulder firmly. I believe in you, Louis. Marco's voice returned to its usual reassuring steadiness. Since you say so, big brother will trust you. He changed the topic, a teasing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That smile, however, was more unreservedly filled with expectation. But you better become stronger quickly. Family really needs your strength. Now that you've obtained the renowned sword, don't let yourself lose to that guy Mihawk again next time. Lewis clearly felt the strength and warmth coming from his shoulder. A warm current surged through his body, dispelling the slight chill brought by the sea breeze. He nodded vigorously. 1,000 words seemed superfluous at this moment. Everything was unspoken. Lewis once again tightened his grip on Wado Ikemanji at his waist. The cool touch of the scabbard came through, but this chill made him feel as if there was magma boiling deep within him, growing ever hotter. A sense of power, an unprecedented fullness. The path ahead was clearer than ever. Mihawk's guidance illuminated the way for his next advancement. The trust and entrustment from Gung Sanlang, the old sir, provided him with a divine weapon that could bear this ambition. And Brother Marco, along with the entire family of the Whitebeard pirates, served as his unbreakable support. This hard-earned renowned sword Wado Ikemanji. It will be the solid foundation for Lewis to emerge on the grand stage of this vast new world, stirring up storms. A new starting point has already unfolded beneath his feet. The sailboat glided through the azure sea, leaving a long white wake in its path. The imposing silhouette of the upside-down mountain finally appeared at the horizon where the sea met the sky. That red clay continent, resembling an insurmountable giant wall, coldly loomed ahead. The only peculiar reverse waterway was the sole entrance to the Grand Line. Hold steady, Lewis. Marco deftly adjusted the small sailboat's angle, skillfully slicing into the raging upward current like a darting fish. Boom! A terrifying force surged from below, violently lifting the entire vessel into the air. The sea erupted with a deafening roar, the sound reverberating mightily. The ship seemed to have completely broken free from the constraints of the sea, racing up the nearly vertical mountain waterway in a wild surge. A strong sense of weightlessness and an even more powerful thrust pressed against Lewis' senses. The scenery around him rapidly receded from view. It was a unique experience that was hard to describe with words. It felt like an exhilarating extreme leap between the sky and the ocean. The momentum finally peaked. The small boat thrillingly soared over the dazzling highest point of the red clay continent. Immediately after, it plummeted downwards without any buffer. Splash! The hull broke through the calm water's surface, crashing down heavily and sending up a massive spray of white water. The surrounding world, after experiencing extreme chaos, fell silent in an instant. Only the gentle sound of flowing water echoed softly in their ears. They had successfully passed through the upside-down mountain. They arrived at the true starting point of the Grand Line, the Twin Gorges. A colossal lighthouse stood silently at the confluence of the waterways ahead, guiding the lost with its silent presence. Beneath the lighthouse, a vague shadow of a figure could be discerned. As the small boat approached slowly, the figure became clearer. It was an old man. His hair was meticulously styled, resembling a giant blooming flower with a unique shape. His face was etched with deep wrinkles marked by time, and his expression appeared somewhat peculiar and indifferent. He leaned against the sturdy base of the lighthouse, leisurely seeming to read a newspaper. Woo-ah! A tremendous wail, as if it could pierce clouds and split stones, suddenly erupted from the nearby sea without warning. The cry was piercing and prolonged, the pain it contained transforming into a tangible wave of sound that made the air hum with vibrations. Even the originally calm water surface beneath them stirred with intense ripples. Lewis' heart tightened instinctively, turning to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a massive head resembling a small mountain repeatedly stubbornly colliding with the hard rock wall of the red clay continent not far from the lighthouse. Each impact resonated with a dull, thunderous sound. It was an island whale, a gigantic creature of unimaginable size. Its forehead was covered with crisscrossing, varying scars, new wounds layered over old ones. It seemed to silently convey the endless waiting and unresolved suffering over countless ages. It's Lebo, the legendary island whale Lebo. Marco gazed at the enormous figure, his expression becoming somewhat complex, tinged with a hint of emotion. I never expected it to still be here waiting. I heard its story from Cuculos. The old man beneath the lighthouse set down his newspaper and slowly raised his head. His gaze briefly lingered on Marco, recognizing the identity of the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates. Then his attention was firmly locked onto Lewis, falling upon the pure white sheath of the long sword at Lewis' waist. Before Lewis or Marco could inquire, Cuculos broke the silence, his voice carrying a distinct hoarseness typical of old age, yet it reached their ears with remarkable clarity. The immortal bird of the Whitebeard pirates. And that little brat following Whitebeard. His gaze finally settled on Lewis' face, carrying a scrutinizing look. You really surprised me, kid. In Lobetown, on the day Roger was publicly executed, you asked a very bold question. Cuculos grinned, the expression carrying a hint of amusement and an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Pirate King. One piece. What exactly is that? He mimicked Lewis' youthful tone filled with daring courage, capturing the tone with an oddly peculiar flair. Hence, such a situation to question Roger, who was about to meet his end in front of the entire world, that took guts. The old man remarked, "Kid, your courage surpasses many who consider themselves great pirates. You've overpraised me, Mr. Cuculos. I believe that in such a scenario, even without me, others would have shouted that question." Although Lewis felt genuinely pleased to be praised, he humbly deflected. Cuculos gradually restrained his smile, adding a touch of weariness to his tone. "Such a humble little brat, but that's good. The Grand Line is not a place one can traverse solely with courage." His gaze swept over the striking sword at Lewis' waist once more. "This sword at your waist looks quite impressive, but the real test for you is just beginning." The old man lifted his head, gazing towards the tumultuous entrance of the Grand Line, his expression turning complex and profound, as if peering into a distant future. "It seems this era is about to go completely berserk. The flames ignited by that guy Roger will likely draw many interesting characters out to stoke the fire." Marco stepped forward calmly, engaging Cuculos in brief conversation. The topic centered around Labo's recent status and whether there were any unusual occurrences to be wary of at the Grand Line's entrance. Cuculos merely provided simple answers, appearing somewhat absent-minded, most of his attention seemingly lingering on Lewis. The brief exchange quickly concluded. Cuculos casually waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. "Go. Witness your era, or create your era." His voice carried a hint of advice from someone who had been through it. "Don't end up like those fools from the Rumbar Pirates, dying easily in this merciless sea." Rumbar Pirates. Lewis keenly caught onto this familiar name. If he had the time, he could head to the Devil's Triangle to search for that skeletal swordsman Brooke, the King of Souls, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Lewis slightly bowed to Cuculos, thanking him for his kind reminder. Then he and Marco restarted the small boat. The ship turned around slowly, heading toward the other end of the Twin Gorges, the entrance to the Grand Line. Cuculos' vaguely pointed words seemed to echo softly in their ears. Roger the Pirate King's final words. The flames of the ignited era. The interesting characters about to make their entrance. Come on, one by one, let me defeat you. The small boat sliced through the azure waters, leaving behind a widening trail of white foam. Lewis stood at the bow, letting the sea breeze tousle his dark hair, the edges of his clothes fluttering in the wind. This journey through the first half of the Grand Line was not without its challenges. A few small, foolish pirates encountered along the way served as a sharpening stone for him to become familiar with this new sword. The edge of his sword, He Dao E Wenzi, began to reveal its brilliance through a series of brief, yet fierce clashes. Among the swordsmen of the first half of the New World, few swords remained unscathed after colliding with it. At the edge of the horizon, a massive silhouette slowly emerged. It was the Moby Dick. Its iconic whale shape radiated a sense of comfort even from a great distance. Seeing that familiar shape of the giant whale ship, Lewis finally relaxed completely, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Beside him, Marco wore a similar smile of homecoming. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Look, Captain Marco and Lewis are back. It's Lewis and the others who have returned. Oh, Lewis really made a scene at the execution site. As the small boat drew closer, a chorus of welcoming voices erupted from the massive deck of the Moby Dick. Jose's sturdy figure stood out prominently among the throng of people. The flower's word Vista stroked his signature mustache, beaming as he looked this way. Countless familiar faces leaned over the ship's railing, waving their arms and joyfully calling out their names. This was home, the unique warmth and belonging that belonged solely to the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, he was immediately surrounded by a surging crowd. "Lewis, you lad are impressive. Just one outing, and you seem entirely different. Captain Marco, thank you for your hard work." The sounds of hearty shoulder pats, boisterous laughter, and genuine greetings intermingled. However, after the initial commotion and enthusiasm, many gazes began to intentionally or unintentionally settle on the pure white sword at Lewis' waist. This was not the standard weapon Lewis had previously used. This sword was too conspicuous. Entirely white with a simple design, it exuded an indescribable, unique aura. Lewis and Marco made their way through the enthusiastic crew to the center of the spacious deck. Sitting quietly in a chair that resembled a throne was the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Old man, we are back." Lewis and Marco bowed slightly, their voices filled with respect. Whitebeard's gaze slowly swept over the two, finally settling on the pure white He Dao E Wenzi at Lewis' waist. "Gulalala. Marco, Lewis, it seems your trip was quite fruitful." He tilted his head back to take a large swig of alcohol, yet his gaze never left the white sword. "Lewis, what's the story behind that sword at your waist?" As Whitebeard inquired, the surroundings instantly fell silent, all attention focused squarely on Lewis. Lewis did not conceal anything. He recounted his recent encounter with the famed Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, and how he came to realize the inadequacies of his own weapon during their sparring session. He also mentioned his subsequent journey to Frostmoon Village in the East Sea to visit the reclusive swordsmanship master Gung Sanlang, ultimately securing a 10-year agreement with Gung Shiro backed by the reputation of the entire Whitebeard pirates. He succinctly summarized his experience borrowing the He Dao Yuan Z, one of the 21 great swords, for 10 years. Upon hearing that Lewis had encountered the rising star Mihawk and had even managed to hold his own against him for a time, a wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs erupted on the deck, all eyes once again fixating on Lewis. That was Mihawk the Eagle-Eye, one of the new generation powerhouses rising in the new world, capable of matching an entire veteran pirate crew alone. Not only did Lewis meet him, but he also crossed blades with him and even gained a certain level of recognition. This caused many of the gazes on Lewis to shift rapidly from initial curiosity and scrutiny to shock, even tinged with reverence. This lad went to the weakest seat, didn't he? What on earth did he go through? And when Lewis mentioned that he had made such a significant promise on behalf of the entire Whitebeard pirates, the atmosphere on site tightened again. To make such a substantial commitment under the name of the entire pirate crew was no small matter. The crew instinctively glanced at Whitebeard, eager to gauge the old man's stance on this. However, contrary to what some expected, Whitebeard not only showed no sign of anger, but instead broke into an even more boisterous laugh. "Gulalala. Good lad. You have guts." Whitebeard's voice was filled with unabashed approval as he slapped the massive armrest of his chair, creating a deep thud. "What we the Whitebeard pirates say and promise is worth more than mountains. Since you've made this statement in our name, you must follow through. 10 years is it? Then it shall be 10 years. The old man's words were resolute and commanding. This not only acknowledged Lewis' actions, but also showcased the absolute spirit of the Whitebeard pirates to stand by their word, along with their unwavering trust and support for their son. The slight tension that had arisen from the guarantee instantly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of pride. This is their old man. This is their Whitebeard pirates. As all eyes filled with awe, admiration, and curiosity were fixed upon him, Lewis gently placed his hand on the hilt of the He Dao Yuan Z at his waist. He slowly drew the sword. Clang! A clear and resonant sound of the sword ringing out suddenly echoed. That sound was crisp, pure, and carried a penetrating power, resonating clearly across the expansive deck of the Moby Dick. The bright blade gradually emerged from its sheath. On the blade there were no extraneous lines or extravagant decorations. It was simplicity at its finest. The sunlight shone on the gleaming blade, reflecting a chilling glare. That glare illuminated the faces around, some filled with awe, others with solemnity. A pure and sharp sword intent spread silently as the blade fully left its sheath. It was not the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki, nor the solid presence of armament Haki. Rather, it was a unique aura that could only arise when a top-tier sword and a powerful swordsman resonated and combined. On the deck, many of the crew members who were skilled swordsmen in their own right involuntarily tightened their grips on their own sword handles the moment they sensed this pure sword intent. Their eyes revealed uncontainable astonishment and gravity. They could distinctly feel the extraordinary nature of this blade. Its might, its pride. Lewis tightened his grip on the Wado Ikemanji and stepped forward. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on a stout crew member who looked powerful and robust. "Brother Bulank." Lewis' eyes sharpened, infused with a hint of lofty battle intent. "Could you please offer some guidance?" Bulank, who was named, was momentarily taken aback. He didn't expect Lewis to call him out directly, but soon he broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and laughed heartily. Bulank was also a veteran aboard the ship, an exceptional force among the ordinary crew members, wielding a heavy hammer that could create a gust of wind with its might. "Good lad." Bulank retrieved his massive hammer from beneath his chin, his eyes igniting with interest. "Since you've spoken up, I'll see just how much you've grown." The atmosphere instantly became somewhat tense. The crew members instinctively stepped back. The center of the deck was suddenly cleared, providing ample space. Marco stood not far away, arms crossed, a playful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. He seemed completely unconcerned about the outcome of this sparring match. On the throne, Whitebeard remained seated like a mountain, watching the scene with great interest. Bulank, being called out, showed no signs of underestimating. He let out a low roar, his leg muscles bulging, and stomped heavily on the floor. Boom! With a heavy thud, his massive frame launched forward like a cannonball, exuding an unmatched ferocity as he charged at Lewis. The enormous hammer in his hand was raised high, slicing through the air and conjuring a fierce gust of wind as it came crashing down toward Lewis' head. This strike was immensely powerful, as if it aimed to shatter the deck itself. Yet in the face of this violent assault, Lewis' expression remained remarkably calm, even composed. With a deft flick of his wrist, the Wado Ikemanji transformed in his hand into a streak of flowing light, drawing a pure white arc with utmost grace. There was no earth-shattering clang of metal, as anticipated. Not even an ear-piercing screech of friction. Only a barely perceptible chime of ding was heard. A dazzling flash of blade light suddenly flickered. So fast. Faster than ever. In the next moment, Lewis' figure seemed to teleport, already appearing beside Blanc. He maintained the posture of sheathing his sword, as if he had never moved. Meanwhile, Blanc remained frozen in the act of swinging his axe down, his entire body stiffened in place. His eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. He looked down at the massive hammer in his hand. On its hefty surface, a clear white scratch appeared, perfectly defined in depth. Had Lewis' strike been even half an inch deeper or angled slightly differently, Blanc would have broken out in a cold sweat. The outcome was already clear. The entire process was so swift that many crew members, wide-eyed, could hardly comprehend what had transpired. They only caught a glimpse of a white flash. With the Wado Ikemanji in hand, Lewis' speed of movement just now, along with the precise and swift angle of his strike, and the armed Haki swirling around the blade, had all transformed dramatically since he left the Moby Dick. It was a qualitative leap. He hadn't even employed any flashy or complicated techniques. It was merely the most basic footwork and slashing. Yet it appeared so effortless and graceful, flowing like clouds and water. The famed sword in his grasp seemed imbued with life. Between man and sword, an astonishing harmony emerged. After a brief, breathless silence, the deck erupted in an even more fervent and shocking cheer than before. Wow, that was fast. What was that just now? My eyes couldn't keep up. Lewis has really become this strong. Incredible. Blanc slowly lowered his massive hammer, closely examining the clear mark on the axe blade, then looked up at Lewis, who appeared calm and collected, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The astonishment on his face gradually faded, replaced by genuine admiration as he grinned widely, revealing a hearty smile. Impressive. Lewis, you've got it, huh? I'm impressed. This sword suits you well. Lewis sheathed the Wado Ikemanji completely and slightly nodded at Blanc in a gesture of respect. Thank you, brother Blanc. Whitebeard observed Lewis standing tall in the arena, noting the now tranquil, famed sword in his hand, and a smile of great satisfaction spread across his face. He nodded heavily, emitting a sound of approval. Gulalala, it seems this sword truly suits you, Lewis. Make good use of it. Don't waste this rare opportunity. And don't forget the 10-year promise you made yourself. Yes, old man. Lewis stood straight, responding loudly and resolutely, his gaze firm. Most of the crew felt genuine joy and pride in Lewis' phenomenal growth and the precious opportunity he had gained, and the atmosphere was vibrant. Having a prodigy in the family brings honor. However, in the corners of the jubilant crowd, a few gazes flickered with indescribable complex emotions. But this small undercurrent quickly drowned in the overall joy and excitement on the deck, attracting little attention. Lewis' successful return, along with his astonishing power upgrade that even the old crew members recognized, undoubtedly injected new and powerful vitality into the vast family of the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone clearly realized that this newcomer, who once required extra care from the captains and seemed somewhat inexperienced, had truly matured. He was now capable of standing tall in the new world where powerful figures abound. Regarding his future development, everyone's hearts brimmed with higher expectations. Lewis' adventure story, upon returning to the warm embrace of family, did not come to a halt. Instead, it opened a new chapter, one filled with even greater waves and challenges, thanks to the sword known as Wado Ikemanji. And that weighty 10-year pact concerning glory and commitment quietly turned the page toward a grander and more challenging narrative. The shrill whistle pierced through the almost frenzied air of the square, signaling the naval forces to take action. They quickly formed a human wall, brandishing their guns and swords, their movements firm and ruthless as they dispersed the uncontrollable crowd in the square. Angry curses erupted in response, but the chaotic clamor could not rival the chilling threat of the Navy's weapons, forcing the crowd to scatter in all directions. Lewis and Marco were swept along in the crowded flow, moving in the direction of the throng, gradually distancing themselves from the central square. Eventually, the two arrived at a relatively secluded edge of Rogue Town. Marco suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the entrance of a narrow alley not far away. There stood two boys, their figures appearing somewhat solitary in the twilight of the setting sun. One boy had striking red hair resembling a burning flame. The other sported a comical blue hairstyle and a similarly comical red nose. Lewis followed Marco's gaze and saw Shanks and Buggy. Their expressions were unusually complex, as if they had just undergone a fierce argument. Lewis and Marco stepped forward towards the two boys. Shanks, Buggy. Lewis called out first to the sulking duo. Shanks abruptly turned around. Upon seeing Lewis and Marco approaching, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lewis, Mr. Marco. Buggy appeared much more guarded, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest, seemingly reluctant to engage with the two. It's you guys. His tone was tinged with reluctance. Shank's face still bore the remnants of excitement from his earlier quarrel with Buggy. He took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm the turbulent emotions within him. First he glanced at Marco, then surveyed the gradually thinning crowd around them, as well as the distant sounds of commotion coming from the port. This era has gone completely chaotic. His voice was low yet carried a weight that belied his age. The captain's last words ignited everyone's ambitions. "So what?" Lewis inquired, following his lead. Shanks clenched his fists tightly. "I want to form my own pirate crew. Not for plundering treasures, nor for competing for maritime supremacy." He paused, glancing instinctively at Buggy, his tone tinged with regret. "It is to find our own path amidst this chaotic tide, to protect what I deem important." He looked at Buggy again, clearly indicating that the earlier argument was related to this. "I invited Buggy, but he refused to join me." Buggy immediately huffed disdainfully, turning his head away with a look of contempt. "I have no intention of engaging in your foolishness of maintaining order. A pirate should act like a pirate. Treasure, fame, and freedom. That's what I, the great Buggy, desire." His voice was sharp and loud, carrying an unabashed, naked desire for tangible benefits. "Shanks, you are just an incorrigible idealist, fool. Following you, I won't even be able to drink soup, let alone eat meat." Buggy shot a fierce glare at Shanks. "I want to walk my own path. I want to find more treasure than Captain Roger. I want the whole world to remember the name of the great Buggy." After saying this, he ignored everyone else and strode purposefully in a direction different from Shanks and Marco. His back exuded a near-obsessive determination. Shanks watched Buggy's retreating figure, his lips moving slightly, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately it turned into a helpless sigh. Once comrades who shared laughter and adventures on the same ship, they ultimately chose completely different paths in the face of the tremendous impact of the tides of time. Going their separate ways may have been destined from this moment. Marco did not comment on the rift between the two. After all, it was their own choice. He turned to ask about something that concerned him more. "The Roger pirates have disbanded. Shanks, do you know where Odin went?" Shanks withdrew his gaze from Buggy's figure and turned to Marco. "Mr. Odin had already left us and returned to Wano before the captain decided to surrender. He said Wano needed him." Marco gently patted Lewis on the shoulder, signaling that it was time to leave after reminiscing. "Let's go, Lewis. This place is not suitable for lingering. The Navy's response is faster than we anticipated, and they will soon completely seal off the port and roads here." Lewis nodded, retracting his gaze from Buggy. "Shanks, see you on the high seas." "See you on the high seas." After bidding farewell to one another, the three did not linger and turned to leave in different directions. Lewis and Marco deliberately avoided the densely packed main port area. One can imagine how chaotic it must be there at this moment. The Navy, unrestrained pirates, bounty hunters on the move, and countless ordinary people whose dreams were ignited by Roger's last words. All sorts of people mingled, and conflict could erupt at any moment. They chose to detour to a relatively secluded coastline. Beneath the jagged black reefs lay a seemingly unremarkable small single-masted sailboat. This was their pre-prepared escape route. Just as Lewis reached out to untie the rope secured to the reef, an extreme sharp, well, like a legendary sword unsheathing, swept across unexpectedly. It was not a tangible strike, yet it made Lewis feel as if he had truly been slashed by a gigantic blade. His hand reaching for the rope froze midair, and at almost the same moment Marco halted as well. His slightly lazy eyes instantly became clear as the azure flames of the phoenix burst forth around him, filled with vigilance, as he turned to face the source of that astonishing sharp intent. Not far away atop a massive reef, a figure had quietly appeared without anyone noticing. The person wore a finely tailored, high-quality black trench coat. The collar of the coat was raised high, obscuring part of his face. The wide-brimmed hat on his head was pulled low, and in the shadow of the brim, only his sharply contoured jawline was visible. But what attracted the most attention was the enormous, uniquely shaped black long sword slung across his back. The sword's shape resembled a heavy cross with an unadorned hilt and a blade as dark as ink. Even from a distance, Lewis and Marco could clearly sense the chilling sharpness emanating from that sword. The man's gaze was as sharp as a hawk circling in the sky, locking onto his prey. Precise, cold, penetrating the deepening dusk and the barriers of space, it firmly fixed on Lewis. The future world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. He seemed to have been quietly waiting here for a long time. As an absolute bystander in the center of the square, he coldly observed the world-shaking execution, as well as the fervor and chaos that swept through the entire town like a virus after the execution. He heard Lewis shout that heralded the dawn of a new era. Mihawk made no extraneous movements. His gaze directly passed over the vigilant phoenix, precisely landing on Lewis. "You," the kid shouting in the square. "Draw your sword." Marco's brows instantly knitted tightly together. He instinctively stepped forward, subtly shielding Lewis behind him. The azure flames of the phoenix, like a living creature, began to flow subtly across his arm, exuding a dangerous aura. "May I ask who you are?" Marco asked in a low voice, his tone filled with unmasked vigilance. Although the name of this man might not yet have truly echoed in every corner of the world, the terrifying aura emanating from the man, almost palpable, was enough for the exceedingly experienced Marco to feel a deathly threat. However, Mihawk chose to ignore Marco's obstruction and inquiry. His hawk-like sharp eyes remained fixed on Lewis, as if in this world there were no other beings besides the two of them. Your gaze is quite interesting. Mihawk spoke again. Let me see if your sword matches your courage. Lewis took a deep breath. The man before him was the pinnacle that all swordsmen in this world would need to look up to. Though he had yet to grow into the great swordsman who would traverse the seas, he had not fulfilled his own potential either. Now he issued a challenge. Should he refuse? Lewis asked himself. His previous battle with Crocodile had already demonstrated the clear disparity between him and these already grown powerful beings. The years of difference were not something that could be casually overlooked, but a genuine gap in strength. But how could he possibly refuse? He reached out and gently pushed aside Marco's arm that was blocking him. Brother Marco, it's okay. Lewis' voice was soft, but carried an unusual firmness. In the sea, one cannot survive without fighting. I'm not some weak little brat. Continuous battles will only make me stronger. Marco gazed into Lewis' eyes. There was no hint of impulsiveness or recklessness, only an incredibly pure desire for higher realms and exploration. He remained silent for a moment before slowly withdrawing his arm. Yet his gaze continued to lock onto Mihawk in the distance like the most vigilant cheetah. Every muscle in his body had quietly tensed, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments. Mihawk's sharp gaze lightly swept across the distant sea surface. There the vague outline of a Navy patrol boat could be seen. This isn't a suitable place. There's a small island nearby. Let's go there. He then turned around, returning to his peculiar coffin-shaped small boat. Lewis did not hesitate at all, quickly untied the rope from the reef and leaped onto the small sailboat. Follow him, brother Marco. Marco nodded, saying nothing further, and immediately skillfully raised the sails, following the direction in which Mihawk had left. The brief voyage proceeded in a quiet, silent atmosphere. Marco stood at the bow, constantly observing Mihawk's figure ahead, silently assessing his strength. Lewis sat cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes evenly and deeply adjusting his breathing. He cast aside all distracting thoughts, focusing his spirit like never before. He carefully and steadily elevated his state to the peak of what he could currently achieve. The upcoming battle would be a perilous test. Half an hour later, a desolate-looking small island appeared on the surface of the sea ahead. The island was not large, covered with bizarre black reefs. Only a few sparse low bushes, showcasing tenacious vitality, struggled to grow in the crevices of the rocks. In the central area of the island was a relatively open and flat space. Mihawk's figure landed right in the center of that open space. He slowly turned around to face Lewis and Marco, who had just docked their boat. Clang! A clear sound of metal clashing resonated in the silent air. Mihawk extended his right hand, grasping the hilt of the massive black long sword behind him, then slowly drew it out. The massive blade reflected a dark sheen under the twilight glow of the setting sun. There was no dazzling light, only an extreme depth that seemed to swallow all light in the world. One of the 12 supreme grade swords, the black sword Uru. As this supreme grade sword was fully unsheathed, an invisible, terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire desolate island. Unlike the domineering aura of Conqueror's Haki, this was a sharp intent that seemed to cut through heaven and earth. Marco's pupils suddenly constricted. He could clearly feel the heavy pressure brought by that sword intent. Lewis took a deep breath, leaping off the deck and landing firmly on the sandy beach of the island. He tightly gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist and drew his own long sword. It was an absolutely ordinary standard long sword. Compared to Mihawk's world-famous Uru, it seemed insignificant. Yet Lewis' grip on the sword was exceptionally steady. The burning battle intent in his eyes was like a blade, unsheathed, sharp and unyielding. Mihawk's hawk-like sharp gaze lingered for an extremely brief moment on Lewis' ordinary standard long sword. A minuscule fluctuation flashed in the depths of his eyes. He spoke lightly, his voice still devoid of any ripples, yet carrying an evaluative tone. Let's begin. Let me see if your courage to stir the winds and waves in Rog Town is merely bluster. The news of appointing Lewis as the temporary inspector leading a team to handle territorial affairs independently quickly spread aboard the Moby Dick, creating ripples of excitement. This was undoubtedly an extremely important signal. It indicated that Lewis' status in the eyes of his father and the captains had risen to a new height. Many crew members who had a good relationship with Lewis immediately expressed their eagerness to follow this rapidly rising star. Lewis stood on the wide deck, calmly scanning the familiar faces. He quickly assessed each person in his heart. After careful consideration, he selected several people, including an extremely experienced old navigator who had sailed in the New World for many years. Two muscular and reliable men skilled in close combat, along with a nimble member proficient in reconnaissance and stealth. Just as his small team was taking shape, a chubby and somewhat rugged figure squeezed through with a hearty laugh. Haha, Lewis. You can't leave me, Teach, out of such an opportunity to shine. Marshal D. Teach grinned widely, revealing a few missing teeth, his smile particularly sincere. Lewis' gaze fell upon Teach's smiling face. After a moment of silence, Lewis nodded. All right, Teach, since you want to go, then come along. Thus, a capable team led by Lewis, including Teach, officially formed, totaling about 10 members. The preparations before departure were tense and orderly. They replenished ample fresh water and food, checked the reserves of weapons and ammunition, and carefully maintained the small, fast boat they were about to use. Meanwhile, the latest intelligence about Eris Island and its surrounding waters continuously gathered in Lewis' hands. Lewis' hand gently rested on the hilt of his sword, He Dao. The blade emitted a slight, excited hum, as if it too was anticipating the upcoming battle, eager to drink blood again and sever all obstacles. A fast, small boat modified for speed was ready, quietly docked beside the colossal hull of the Moby Dick. Before departure, the figure of Whitebeard appeared at the high deck of the Moby Dick. He looked down, surveying the team members ready to set off on the deck below. His imposing gaze slowly swept over each person, finally resting on Lewis, who stood at the forefront of the team. There were no excessive instructions, nor lingering goodbyes. Only a simple phrase that contained boundless trust. Go. Let those ignorant clowns see our Whitebeard pirate crew's flag. Let them understand the consequences of daring to touch our family and territory. Yes, Father. Lewis and the team members behind him responded in unison, their voices converging into a torrent echoing loudly across the deck. Then Lewis suddenly turned around without the slightest hesitation and was the first to leap onto the deck of the fast boat. Set sail. Depart. Destination Eris Island. Accompanied by his clear and powerful command, the fast boat unfurled its sails, adorned with the Whitebeard pirate crew's emblem. Under the watchful eyes of countless gazes on the Moby Dick, the fast boat slowly departed from the massive mothership. It sliced through the azure waves, rapidly heading into the depths of the New World. The ocean of the New World has never been a calm and gentle place. It is a paradise for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. The ever-changing weather is as common as the air. Merely on the third day of sailing, they unexpectedly encountered a sudden maritime storm. Just a moment ago, the sun might have still been shining brightly. In the next moment, the dark clouds, like spilled ink, rapidly blackened the entire sky. The howling wind whipped up waves as tall as mountains, crashing down violently upon the small boat, as if it were a mere toy. Steady the helm. The old navigator shouted hoarsely, using all his strength to battle against nature's might. Reef the mainsail. Quick. Lower the side sails. Everyone. Grab onto anything you can secure. The crew's cries sounded somewhat scattered in the wind and rain, with many faces showing signs of tension and even fear. At that moment, Lewis stood firmly at the bow, where the turbulence was most intense. He let the wild winds and rain drench him, soaking his clothes, yet they could not shake his upright stance. His voice was clear and calm, penetrating through the howling wind and thunder, accurately reaching every crew member's ears. Don't panic. Follow my commands. Navigator. Hard to port. Avoid that highest wave. Everyone else. Check the ropes. Reinforce the weak spots of the ship. Stay calm. Focus. Under Lewis' precise and swift commands, the originally somewhat chaotic team members quickly began to fulfill their roles. They gritted their teeth, relying on their rich experience and strong physiques to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the furious forces of nature. The experienced navigator firmly grasped the helm, veins bulging on his arms, struggling to execute Lewis' orders, seeking a safe route between the peaks and valleys of waves. Others rushed about the swaying deck, reinforcing ropes, blocking leaks, exerting all their strength to maintain the stability of the ship. Teach also surprisingly put in great effort. His large hands gripped the swaying ropes tightly, using his extraordinary strength to help stabilize the ship. He continuously shouted crude encouragement, as if rallying himself and others. This little storm is nothing. Hold steady. The ship struggled in the dark waves, each time tossed to the peak of a wave before crashing down, as if its very skeleton would shatter. Danger lurked everywhere. Several times the towering waves seemed ready to completely swallow the small boat. Yet under Lewis' calm commands and everyone's desperate efforts, they ultimately broke free from the encirclement of the waves unscathed. The storm, after all, passed. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a polished azure sky. A brilliant rainbow, like a divine sign, arched across the horizon. On the ship, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, soaked to the skin, as if they had just been pulled from the water. Their strength seemed to have been drained. Their gazes towards the young figure at the bow changed. It was no longer just recognition of a strong person's power, but also filled with genuine understanding and trust. This young captain not only possessed formidable strength that instilled fear, but also the leader's charisma to stabilize morale in dire situations. After several days of monotonous sailing, the name marked on the nautical chart Eris Island finally appeared at the horizon's edge. The island's outline gradually became clear through the telescope. They could see the blurred buildings on the shore, seemingly indicating a once prosperous port. Yet what awaited them was not the imagined scene of ships coming and going calm and peaceful. Silence. In the main channel of the port, several moderately sized pirate ships arrogantly docked there. Their hulls were blackened and scarred, exuding a bloody aura. The flag flying aboard was an entirely unfamiliar pirate flag. On its dark surface was depicted a twisted, silently wailing white skull. This flag radiated an unsettling and fierce aura. The pirates on those ships were dressed haphazardly, their expressions ferocious, loudly shouting at any ship attempting to approach the port. They even unhesitatingly adjusted their cannons and fired directly to drive them away. The cannonballs plunged into the water, erupting into towering columns of water. Arrogance. Domineering. They had completely sealed off the channel leading to Eris Island. Lewis and their small, fast boat undoubtedly entered the enemy's line of sight. On the deck, the atmosphere instantly shifted from the ease of arriving at their destination to an icy tension. The crew members almost instinctively had their hands on the hilt of their knives or shouldering their muskets. Their eyes were sharp, filled with vigilance, fixed on the few pirate ships ahead that harbored ill intentions. Lewis stood at the bow facing the salty sea breeze. The wind blew through his hair and rustled his somewhat thin but upright clothing. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and gently gripped the hilt of the He Dao sword. The cold, familiar sensation flowed from his palm to his heart. He could clearly feel the excitement transmitted from the blade, a thrill of the sword, as well as his own battle intent. His gaze crossed over the tumultuous bow, staring directly at the ships flying the twisted skull flag. Lewis' eyes gradually turned cold. Like a drawn blade, its sharpness revealed. His first independent mission had officially begun. The cannonball tore through the air with a sharp screech, plunging into the tumultuous sea beside the ship. Boom. A towering column of water erupted, crashing down in a cascade. Provocation. This was an unabashed, blatant provocation of cannon fire. The few pitch-black pirate ships ahead proclaimed their territory with deafening roars. However, Lewis and his small boat showed no signs of slowing down. Against the splashing spray, they cut through the waves with unwavering resolve, heading straight for the port of Eris Island and the malevolent black ships. Maintain formation. Prepare for boarding. Lewis stood firmly at the bow of the ship. The sea breeze carried his voice clearly to every tense crew member's ears. His voice, though not loud, instantly calmed the hearts of the crew. The calm command sliced through the tension and unease in the air like a sharp knife. The crew instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Their eyes sharpened like eagles, filled only with determination and valor as they looked toward the enemy ships ahead. Are we finally going to fight? A particularly loud and piercing laugh abruptly shattered the heavy atmosphere. Teach waved his clawed hands, his face brimming with unrestrained excitement, tinged with a hint of bloodthirst. I've been itching for a fight. Captain, how about I take the lead? He grinned widely, his signature, seemingly cheerful demeanor still intact. Before Lewis could respond, an enemy ship could no longer hold back. It abruptly changed course, charging at Lewis' small boat like a mad dog breaking free from its chains. On the deck of the enemy ship, pirates dressed in ragged clothes and filthy appearances let out frenzied, unintelligible screams. They waved rusty weapons, their expressions twisted and fierce, resembling a group of demons risen from hell. Lewis' gaze remained unflinching. No retreat. Instead, he charged straight in. Williams, adjust the angle. Prepare to ram. The order was concise, clear, and left no room for doubt. The swift ship suddenly tilted its hull, aligning its specially reinforced, glinting ram precisely with the side of the oncoming enemy ship. The distance between the two ships rapidly closed in sight. The sound of waves crashing against the ship's sides. The cacophony of curses and slander coming from the enemy ship. The heavy, oppressive breaths of their own crew members. All sounds intertwined, creating a chaotic pre-battle symphony. Just as the two ships were about to collide violently in that moment of life and death, Lewis moved. His figure, like a flash of lightning, suddenly vanished from the bow of the ship. With a heavy step on the edge of the railing, he soared across the turbulent, surging sea between the two ships. In the air, a clear sound of a sword's ringing was heard. Buzz. An intangible, resilient power instantly enveloped the blade of Wada Ikamanji. Haki. The originally bright blade was shrouded in an invisible layer of pitch black. One sword style, one word, slash. A beam of distilled white light. Fast. Faster than the limits of human vision. Like a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan, it flashed and vanished. The few pirates at the forefront of the enemy ship had not yet fully dissipated their cruel, bloodthirsty smiles. They had no idea what had just happened. They just felt a flash of white light in front of them. The next moment, the swords they held in their hands seemed to be sliced by some invisible razor-sharp object. Crack! They shattered simultaneously. Immediately afterward, a torrent of sharp sword energy struck fiercely at their chests. A shallow, nearly invisible line of blood quietly appeared in the center of their chests. Extreme shock and disbelief instantly froze on their twisted faces. They were cut through by the invisible and razor-sharp sword energy, splitting in half. Bang! 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 The heavy, fragmented bodies crashed onto the wrecked deck. In the next instant, Lewis' figure had silently landed on the enemy ship's deck like a gale. He held a sword in one hand. The tip of Wada Ikamanji was pointed diagonally at the deck, which was smeared with oil and unidentified filth. The gleaming blade, after that rapid and extraordinary slash, remained as clean as new, without a single drop of blood. A pure, cold, and fiercely sharp sword intent emanated from him as the absolute center, silently spreading out. Arrogant. Dominant. With the absolute determination to cut through all obstacles before him. The pirates, who had originally been shrieking and were about to swarm, and froze as if nailed to the spot. They stared in terror at the broken weapons on the ground, looking at their fallen comrades split in half and dead from the strike. Then they gazed at the young figure standing tall with a sword, his expression eerily calm. On everyone's faces, for the first time, an incredulous fear emerged from the depths of their souls. What kind of monstrous swordsmanship is this? So fast that even the shadow cannot be seen. This is something they could not comprehend, let alone contend against. In that instant, when all the enemies were completely stunned by this miraculous sword strike, their spirits faltering and momentarily dazed. Ha ha ha! Teach's signature wild laughter erupted once again. His massive body, like a small giant, followed Lewis with a heavy thud, landing forcefully on the enemy ship's deck, causing the entire vessel to shudder slightly. He did not employ any flashy techniques. Relying solely on his terrifying strength far beyond the norm, along with seemingly clumsy, yet subtly cunning and fierce raw combat skills, he charged in like a rampaging bull into a flock of sheep. A few pirates who attempted to ambush Lewis from the side, barely managing to react from the overwhelming shock, were directly sent flying by his heavy body. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was clearly audible. Accompanied by piercing screams, those unfortunate souls were hurled away like broken sacks, smashing through the ship's railing and plummeting into the icy sea, instantly swallowed by the waves. While Teach valiantly cleared out the potential threats around Lewis, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Lewis' sword-wielding stance. He had indeed become stronger since the last time he saw him act, a truly frightening talent. If he couldn't obtain that ultimate fruit, he might truly have no way to resist this monster. Teach's cover was timely and effective indeed, shielding Lewis from some troubles. But beneath that cheerful smile lay dark thoughts he believed to be hidden. To Lewis' surprise, the several other black pirate ships flying the distorted skull flag did not immediately converge as he had anticipated, forming a pincer attack. They only symbolically fired a few rounds of cannon fire in this direction. But the firepower was clearly sparse, and the landing point was further off, more like posturing than an actual intent to support or attack. Most of the cannonballs landed on the open sea, creating meaningless massive splashes. Then, under Lewis' sharp gaze, these mysterious black ships decisively turned to flee. They no longer paid attention to the ship that had clearly been plunged into despair by Lewis and Teach. Instead, they quickly began to retreat towards the depths of Eris Island. Their swift, unified, and oddly coordinated actions were nothing like those of ordinary pirates who embraced chaos and feared nothing. Rather, it felt like a purposefully orchestrated probe. Or perhaps a bait. As they retreated, the pirate flag, depicting a distorted, howling pale skull, fluttered ominously in the sea breeze. A pitch-black background. A skull so pale it was eerie. Lines that were extremely distorted, as if bearing endless suffering. Combined, they exuded a chilling, intense aura of foreboding and evil. Lewis stood on the enemy ship's deck, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixated on the rapidly receding silhouettes of the black ships. His brow involuntarily knitted tightly. This was by no means a mere rabble. Their patterns of action and the eerie style of their flags hinted at something unusual. Eris Island is likely to be more troublesome than anticipated. After swiftly dealing with the enemy ship that had surged forward and watching the unknown pirate forces retreat from the port, Lewis' team finally sailed into the harbor of Ellis Island. The crew gazed at Lewis' figure on the deck, their eyes filled with awe. That sword strike, just now, was too fast, too powerful. However, as their ship slowly entered the bay, the scene that unfolded before their eyes caused their recently eased hearts to plunge back into despair. This was not the chaotic clamor one would expect from a port that had survived a calamity, nor was it the bustling and vibrant island known for its commerce from their memories. Silence. A heavy silence that sent chills down their spines. The main pier of the port had been broken in half, its twisted and deformed wooden piles soaking in the murky, oil-stained seawater. Along the shore, the warehouses and shops stood in disarray, most with doors and windows wide open, some even violently smashed, revealing empty shelves inside and a scene of devastation on the ground. In the air lingered a faint smell of blood mixed with the charred scent of burnt wood. There was also an indescribable odor of decay. The sea breeze swept through the empty streets, producing a mournful sound. Clearly, this place had recently endured a cataclysm. The group disembarked. Stepping onto solid ground, their mood grew heavier. As they delved deeper into the town, the sights before them became even more shocking. The once smooth stone pavement was riddled with cracks, and pits were everywhere, as if pounded by heavy objects. Signs of destruction were evident everywhere, with charred beams collapsed on the ground, leaving only the remnants of stone walls standing alone. On the walls, aside from the scars left by battle, there were large patches of dried black blood. They silently narrated the fierce struggles that had once occurred, and occasionally a pair of terrified eyes could be seen peering out from behind tightly shut doors and windows. Those fearful eyes would flash a brief glimmer of hope when they caught sight of the emblem worn by Lewis and the others, symbolizing the Whitebeard pirates. Yet that light was quickly drowned by a deeper, more profound fear. They withdrew their heads, swiftly closing their doors and windows even tighter. It was as if Lewis and his crew were not rescuers, but rather a new batch of demons bringing disaster. This reaction weighed heavily on Lewis' heart. The name of the Whitebeard pirates was enough to make most forces in the New World retreat in fear. Yet here it seemed to have lost its efficacy, even inciting terror. Spread out, search carefully. Lewis ordered in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Be cautious, report any findings immediately. Focus on finding clues about our missing comrades. The crew immediately obeyed, splitting into several small groups and cautiously dispersing into the desolate ruins of the town. Teach was particularly eager, almost the first to rush out. He rummaged through the collapsed houses and piles of rubble while murmuring something under his breath. Soon the team responsible for searching the Eastern District relayed some news. They had found the base that originally belonged to the peripheral members of the Whitebeard pirates. Or rather, the ruins of the base, which had been completely leveled to the ground. The original structure was unrecognizable, reduced to charred walls and scattered debris. The site bore the marks of a fierce battle, with the ground pockmarked by numerous large craters and the walls riddled with dense bullet holes and slash marks. Strangely, in such a brutal battlefield, not a single intact corpse was found. Only some torn, blood-stained fragments of clothing and a few broken, bent weapons lay scattered among the rubble. What ignited everyone's fury was a flag that symbolized the glory of the Whitebeard pirates. It had been torn to shreds and carelessly thrown on the ground, stained with dark red blood. This was undoubtedly a direct provocation to the Whitebeard pirates. The crew's eyes turned red, their fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into their palms. At that moment, another scout responsible for carefully examining the scene made a new discovery at a concealed cellar entrance half buried under rubble. Inside the cellar, a strong smell of blood lingered, mixed with a foul odor. In the dim light, they noticed a human figure. It was a member dressed in the uniform of the Whitebeard pirates. He was still alive, but barely severely injured, with multiple broken bones. His breath was faint, like a candle flickering in the wind, and his consciousness was already blurred. The team carefully lifted him out. He seemed to sense the familiar aura, struggling to open his murky eyes, his lips moving as he emitted weak and fragmented murmurs. Twisted face. Not human. They are looking for the core. The core. Lewis immediately seized upon this keyword. The attack on this island, known for its commerce, was not aimed at treasures. Instead, it was something referred to as the core. This instantly complicated and warped the nature of the entire incident. What was this mysterious force behind it? What was the core they were searching for? Lewis crouched down, trying to extract more information from the severely injured comrade. Hang in there, brother. Tell me, what is the core? The enemy was clearly no ordinary band of pirates. Their objective was precise, their actions decisive. Though this island was famed for its commercial prosperity, they showed utter disdain for the riches scattered across its streets, instead fixating obsessively on a cryptic core whose nature remained shrouded in ambiguity. Take him back, immediately, to the ship's physician. Lewis rose and issued the order, his voice taut with suppressed fury. The rest of you, continue the search. Leave no trace unexamined, especially the direction of their retreat. He had to uncover the enemy's true identity and determine without delay what this so-called core truly was. An instinctive certainty told Lewis this was no simple pirate raid. His reconnaissance specialists sprang into action at once. Crouching low, they scrutinized the ground with meticulous care, tracing faint, almost imperceptible marks. Unlike the chaotic wreckage left by earlier combat, these traces were subtle, evidence of disciplined, cautious withdrawal. The depth of footprints, the angle at which rubble had been displaced, even the minute directional fractures in nearby vegetation. all pointed inland toward the island's more treacherous topographically complex terrain. The tracking squad followed the trail swiftly, leaving behind the ruins of the port town and pressing deep into the island's heart. With every step the landscape grew increasingly desolate. At last, after traversing a jagged expanse of boulders, the path opened suddenly before them, a secluded valley. Its entrance was narrow, flanked by sheer towering cliffs, an ideal stronghold easily defensible and nearly impregnable. Within the valley stood makeshift tents and rudimentary fortifications, forming a compact, functional base. Twisted skull banners fluttered ominously from posts throughout the camp. Unlike the disorganized rabble defeated at the port, these sentries were elite warriors, well-armed, battle-hardened, radiating an aura of cold, ironclad lethality. Their patrols moved with mechanical precision, their gazes vacant and emotionless, like those of soulless automatons. Through his spyglass, Lewis observed the encampment, his expression glacial. This, then, was their temporary lair. He resolved to lead a small strike team himself, for a swift surgical reconnaissance. He needed to ascertain the enemy's strength and unravel the mystery of that elusive core without delay. Nightfall descended silently, cloaking the valley in perfect darkness, the ideal veil for infiltration. Lewis led several agile operatives into the shadows, moving with absolute silence toward the valley stronghold. They evaded visible sentinels, entirely slipping along the cliffside's deepest gloom, inching inward like phantoms. The outpost defenses proved even more intricate than anticipated, overlapping visible and concealed watchposts, leaving virtually no blind spots. Just as they neared the largest tent at the compound's center, a chilling, unnatural aura descended upon them, sudden, absolute, and without warning. Lewis's instincts screamed alarm. His observation, Haki, normally razor-sharp, suddenly blurred as if muffled behind an invisible barrier. A tall, gaunt figure materialized soundlessly before them, clad in form-fitting black combat gear, his face obscured by a pallid, featureless mask. Upon that mask, too, writhed the same grotesque, screaming motif, identical to the twisted skulls emblazoned on the pirates' banners. Haha, Whitebeard's reinforcements, I presume. Your nose is sharper than expected. A rasping, grating voice emerged from beneath the mask, distorted, unsettling, vibrating with unnatural malice. Trespassing upon the sacred grounds of the Twisted Skulls, have you come merely to die? I am Gree the Whaler, one of the Twisted Skulls' senior officers. The masked figure tilted his head slightly, as if appraising Lewis with detached curiosity. Lewis uttered no reply. His right hand had already closed around the hilt of his katana Wado Ikamanji. The being before him, this self-proclaimed whaler Gree, radiated an aura of profound, palpable danger. And that eerie ability to distort perception, unprecedented, unfathomable. Lewis, Devil's son of the Whitebeard pirates. His voice fell cold and crystalline. The blade flashed free. A blinding arc of silver cleaved the night. Carrying overwhelming momentum and lethal intent, it slashed straight toward the whaler. Gree let out a low, guttural chuckle. His figure recoiled backward with uncanny speed. Simultaneously, an invisible, dread-inducing force surged outward, bending reality itself to warp Lewis's senses and undermine his judgment. Lewis's observation, Haki, was visibly dampened, but his gaze remained piercing, unyielding. His armament, Haki, surged over Wado Ikamanji in a torrent of concentrated might. The blade shimmered with an obsidian sheen. Clang. Steel met unseen resistance, a sharp metallic chime echoing through the stillness. Battle erupted in an instant. Lewis's swordsmanship was bold and sweeping, each stroke heavy, deliberate, imbued with the will to sever all obstacles. Gree's movements were unervingly fluid, boneless, elastic, contorting through angles no human anatomy should permit. All the while he wielded his psychic distortion offensively, sending invisible needle-like assaults spiraling into the depths of Lewis's consciousness. Lewis anchored his mind with iron discipline. Through masterful swordcraft and refined armament, Haki, he steadily gained the upper hand, his slashes growing faster, sharper, deadlier. Faster still, tighter, relentless, driving Gree backward step by step, just as Lewis prepared to unleash a decisive, overwhelming assault. Shishishit. A signature, booming laugh shattered the valley's silence. Boss Lewis, leave this skulking vermin to me. Thatch's massive frame charged forward like a rampaging bull. Clad in clawed gauntlets, his fists tore through the air with thunderous force, aimed squarely at Gree's masked face. Gree had clearly not anticipated another assailant, nor such a sudden, brutal onslaught. He was forced to divert focus, meeting Thatch's crushing blow midair. For a single, infinitesimal heartbeat, his form faltered. In high-stakes combat, victory hinges upon such fleeting instants. Lewis seized the opening, instinctively, flawlessly. Now, one sword-style cross slash. A flawless, luminous cross seared across the night sky, striking with lightning speed, descending upon Gree with merciless finality. Crack! A brittle crystalline shatter echoed sharply. The mask splintered, shattered outright. Yet beneath it lay no human visage. No flesh, no bone. Only something profoundly other. Countless tiny ash-gray worms, writhing, coiling, clumping together in frantic, grotesque unison to form the hollow semblance of a face. Dense, undulating, ceaselessly distorted. Ki-yi. That worm-formed mouth gaped wide, releasing a shriek so piercing it seemed solid, capable of shredding eardrums and lacerating the soul itself with unbearable agony. In the next breath, his entire body dissolved, spontaneously without warning, into a chaotic swarm of insects. They scattered in all directions at impossible velocity, vanishing into the dark, leaving behind only one final venomous utterance. Whitebeard's lapdog. You shall soon comprehend what true despair truly means. The core awakens, and none may stand against it. The swarm dispersed completely before the final syllable faded. Gree's presence, his very essence, vanished utterly from the valley. Only Lewis Thatch and a handful of shaken crewmen remained. Lewis stooped, retrieving a shard of the shattered mask. It was icy to the touch, rough, chitinous, unervingly alien. Wormfist, he murmured softly. The core awakens. His brow furrowed deeply as he pieced together these fragmented revelations, linking them instantly to the port survivor's trembling cryptic words, "It's not human." Ha ha ha, how utterly fascinating. Titch's rough, booming laughter shattered the silence as he rubbed his unkempt beard, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling, feverish excitement. That grotesque spectacle, sufficient to shatter the sanity of any ordinary person, seemed to him no more than a novel, captivating performance. Worms. The core. Sounds like some legendary treasure, or perhaps a power beyond reckoning. Truly extraordinary. Ha ha ha. His seemingly offhand speculation sent a subtle ripple through Lewis's thoughts. Was Titch genuinely so reckless and fearless, or had he glimpsed something deeper? Lewis momentarily set aside his scrutiny and suspicion of Titch. What mattered now was clarity. Search the stronghold. Immediately, he commanded, voice low and resolute. With Gree, the whaler, defeated, the stronghold's internal defenses lay hollow, at least for the moment. Without hesitation, the crew surged inward, sweeping through every tent in a meticulous, methodical search. Most tents stood abandoned. The enemy had fled in haste, clearly unprepared for Lewis's assault, swift and devastating as it was. Yet precisely because of that panic, they left behind much they could not destroy or carry away. In the largest tent, centrally positioned and unmistakably the commander's quarters, Lewis discovered a beast-hide map nearly half consumed by fire. Upon its charred remnants, scrawled in frantic, jagged script, was a mark denoting a singular location deep within the island's heart. Beside the marker, inscribed in a warped serpentine script that writhed like living worms, were two chilling words. Alter hatchery. Hatchery. Meanwhile, another team, stationed on the periphery to calm survivors and gather intelligence from islanders, relayed critical information via Den Mushy. From an ancient elder, they heard a forgotten legend of Eris Island. Long, long ago, slumbering at the island's very core, lay an ancient entity known as Eris. Eris was both the wellspring of the island's vitality and prosperity, and the harbinger of annihilation, a force of unspeakable terror. Just as this revelation reached them, the search team made a new discovery, one far more disturbing. Inside a concealed subterranean cell, its entrance buried beneath heaps of debris, they found scattered remnants, several torn garments stained with unidentifiable residue, and a shattered standard-issue sword scabbard. Their style and insignia unmistakably belonged to peripheral members of the Whitebeard pirates, the very brothers who had vanished. Yet the cell stood empty. Only cold, damp stone walls remained, etched with cryptic, twisted symbols of unknown meaning. Beneath those eerie glyphs, a single line of writing, written in dark crimson, dried, hardened blood. The characters were contorted, the strokes chaotic, radiating infinite despair, agony, and a final desperate warning. We have been transformed, flee. Transformed. Lewis's mind flashed instantly to Gree, the whaler, his face a grotesque mask of writhing worms. To the survivor's last terrified whisper, not human. To the hatchery marked on the map. And now, to this blood-written plea scrawled by comrades in their final moments. A horrifying hypothesis coalesced in Lewis's mind. Those missing Whitebeard pirates. They might not be dead. At least, not in any conventional sense. They had likely been seized by the self-proclaimed Twisted Skulls and subjected by means wholly incomprehensible to a transformation into monsters like Gree the whaler. The attackers' true objective in assaulting Eris Island and slaughtering its people was to seize that so-called core, the ancient entity Eris herself. They intended to harness Eris's power to mass-produce such abominations. This realization sent a frigid shockwave up the spines of every Whitebeard pirate present. straight to the crown of their skulls. The gravity and sheer unnatural horror of the situation far surpassed anything they had anticipated before setting sail. Now Lewis faced an agonizing choice. Should they withdraw immediately, carry this unspeakable intelligence back to the Moby Dick report directly to Father, and await reinforcements before making any further move? It was the safest, most rational option, the one posing minimal risk. It would preserve the lives of every man standing before him. Or, should they dare push deeper into the island's treacherous heart, regardless of peril, thwart the enemy's scheme to exploit the core, and attempt to rescue their brothers possibly already transformed and enduring unspeakable torment? Lewis's gaze locked unblinking onto that blood-choked inscription etched into the stone wall. "We have been transformed, flee." Through the desiccated blood he saw, vividly, the face of the comrade who had written it twisted beyond recognition, contorted in ultimate suffering. He felt their boundless despair, their fierce, unyielding refusal to surrender, and their final fervent plea that anyone escape this hell. They had fought side by side, shared life, death, and unbreakable brotherhood. They had shared the Whitebeard pirates' peerless glory. Withdraw? Abandon brothers who might still suffer, still retain shards of consciousness, on this monster-haunted isle? Lewis's hand clenched instinctively around the hilt of his Wado Ikamanji. The blade's cold, unyielding presence seeped sharply into his palm. Yet that chill could not quench the inferno blazing in his chest, fueled by fury, grief, and ironclad resolve. His eyes in that instant sharpened, unwavering, absolute. Slowly he raised his head. His gaze, like a honed blade, swept across each crewmate's face, across the lingering fear in their eyes, and the rising tide of rage and defiance. His voice was low, but resonant with unshakable authority, cutting cleanly through the tomb-like silence of the cellar. "Will not retreat. Even if the path ahead leads straight into hell itself, we will march in. We will bring our brothers home." His voice paused, weighted with sorrow. "Or grant them peace, with our own hands." Hesitation dissolved in the crew's eyes, swept away by a surging wave of shared wrath and indomitable will. They were Whitebeard pirates, Father's family. They would never abandon their brothers. Nor would they stand idle before such monstrous cruelty and brazen, contemptuous provocation. A solemn, unyielding resolve swelled through the small unit, rising, gathering, unstoppable. Though the road ahead promised ruin, though oblivion loomed near, they would advance, without faltering. Destination: the island's heart. Ha ha ha. A sudden maniacal laughter erupted without warning. Teach's face, marred by rolls of flesh, stretched into an exaggerated grin, glistening ominously in the dim light. With a hand clad in metallic claws raised high, his voice brimmed with uncontrollable, bloodthirsty excitement. "Well said, Boss Lewis. Those damned scum. I will tear each of them into the finest fragments." He appeared more excited than anyone else. However, in his eyes, which sparkled with fervent light, there was a keen cunning and calculation. The team showed no hesitation. They immediately set off towards the center of the island, following the marked location on the map, specifically the area designated as the incubation chamber. As they approached the island's center, the surrounding environment began to emanate a strange aura. The tropical plants, which should have been vibrant, now exhibited a sickly dark purple hue. The air was thick with a rancid odor, increasingly pungent, intermingled with a faintly sweet and cloying scent. The ground beneath their feet became eerily soft and damp. Occasionally, they could glimpse the animal corpses beneath the decaying leaves, reduced to nothing but stark white bones. Between the gaps of those bones lay a layer of tiny, slightly wriggling, translucent eggs, densely packed, sending chills down their spines. "Something is coming." The lead team member suddenly lowered his voice and quickly raised his firearm, aiming forward. From deep within the dense forest ahead came a rustling noise accompanied by a deep, oppressive growl. Soon several distorted and grotesque creatures lunged out from the dark shadows. They were not human, but the native beasts of this island. At this moment, these creatures had undergone some terrifying mutation. Their bodies were covered in uneven dark shells that gleamed with a greasy sheen. Their mouths had become grotesquely protruding, with sharp fangs dripping with viscous, foul-smelling saliva. Their eyes had transformed into compound eyes filled with pure madness and a hunger for flesh. These twisted and mutated monsters charged recklessly at the team, launching a frenzied attack. Their speed far surpassed that of their original kind of violent wind rushing towards them. "Maintain formation. Eliminate them." Lewis' voice was calm and composed. In the moment of warning, the sword in his hand had already quietly unsheathed. The glint of his blade flickered in the dim forest, like lightning tearing through darkness during a thunderstorm. The seasoned team members showed no signs of panic in the face of such a small-scale ambush. They quickly formed a tight defensive formation, the cold gleam of swords intermingling with the fiery anger of firearms. Lewis' swordsmanship was extremely fierce, combining speed with terrifying power. Each strike accurately cleaved through the monster's tough shells, striking at their vital points. With every slash, dark green, foul-smelling liquid erupted. Every assault was efficient and lethal. In contrast, Teach's fighting style appeared particularly barbaric and cruel. Haha, come on you pathetic little bugs. He roared with extreme excitement, his hands clad in sharp metallic claws ripping through the monster's shells and flesh as easily as tearing through fragile cloth. Blood and chunks of flesh flew everywhere. The foul liquid from the monsters splattered onto him, the warmth and stickiness inciting a low, beast-like laugh from his throat. The younger team members, witnessing his near-manic demeanor, felt a surge of dread. Instinctively, they quietly distanced themselves from Teach. This man's ferocity and brutality seemed not only aimed at the enemies, but also like a release of his true nature. The battle ended swiftly. Only a few mangled monster corpses remained on the ground. The team continued forward, reaching the edge of a village that had been reduced to ruins, overrun by the mutated insect beasts. They discovered a tattered dark brown blood-stained emblem of the Whitebeard pirate crew, now broken and nailed to a crooked stake by a rough wooden spike. It felt like a blatant provocation. One relatively weaker crew member suddenly let out a piercing scream of agony. He clutched his head tightly with both hands, his body uncontrollably shaking violently. Bugs, so many bugs are calling in my head. His gaze began to rapidly lose focus, his pupils devoid of clarity, his face marred by terror and confusion. Not good. Lewis felt a sharp chill in his heart, instantly sensing something was amiss. He hesitated not a moment. An invisible, yet imposing aura, as if commanding the heavens, suddenly expanded from him. Conqueror's Haki. The crew member's body jolted, his vacant gaze slowly regaining a hint of clarity. He gasped violently, cold sweat streaming down his forehead like a small stream, instantly soaking his clothes. Boss Lewis, I just. He was still in shock, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It's all right, Lewis said in a deep voice, though his expression had turned unusually grave. He reached out to support the team member, who was on the verge of collapsing, his sharp eyes scanning every suspicious corner around them. The abilities of this so-called core were even more bizarre and evasive than he had anticipated. It could directly interfere with and attack at the mental level. The team continued through a dense forest filled with sticky web-like, grayish-white strands. These strands emitted a faint, similar sweet and foul odor as before. Any accidental contact with the skin brought an icy, slimy, and extremely uncomfortable sensation. At the end of the forest, their sight suddenly cleared. A massive, gaping fissure in the mountain appeared before them. The chasm was bottomless, dark, and profound, accompanied by countless fine, hair-raising, scratching sounds, as if thousands of insects were wriggling and crawling in the depths of that dark fissure, awaiting something. The incubation chamber marked on the map was indeed located at the deepest part of this massive fissure, the entrance. Two enormous monsters, far larger than any insect beasts they had encountered before, stood like statues from hell, quietly awaiting there. Their forms resembled a mantis magnified dozens of times. The scythe-like forelimbs gleamed with a dark, deep metallic luster, their edges sharp enough to evoke no doubt about their terrifying cutting ability. In their enormous compound eyes glowed a cold, merciless crimson light. These two monsters were evidently higher-level guardians. The oppressive aura they emanated was incomparable to the earlier cannon fodder monsters. Ha ha ha. Teach laughed maniacally once more. He extended his tongue, licking his cracked lips, his eyes revealing unabashed excitement and a boiling desire for battle. Boss Lewis, let me handle these blind guard dogs to warm up. He volunteered, stepping forward with a fierce stride, his metallic clawed hands rubbing together, sparking. Teach charged forward ferociously, not flinching as he collided head-on with one of the giant mantis beasts. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. Teach's sharp claws met the mantis beast's scythe-like limbs, which were as formidable as steel blades, colliding with a resounding impact. The violent shockwave rolled outward, sending debris and dust flying. Teach felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, causing his muscles to tingle and his tiger's mouth to ache slightly. The mantis beast was also staggered back half a step by this overwhelming strength. In its crimson compound eyes, a more brutal light flickered. Almost simultaneously, another mantis beast moved, launching a silent ambush from the side. The massive scythe whistled sharply as it tore through the air, aimed directly at Teach's vital side. The speed was astonishing, almost leaving behind only an afterimage. Haha! Teach emitted a strange cry. Instead of retreating, he irrationally lunged forward. He intended to withstand the blow from the mantis beast with his armament Haki defense. At the same time, another metallic claw, glimmering coldly, struck fiercely at the mantis beast's enormous compound eyes. Go blind. Thud! A spine-chilling muffled sound rang out. Dark green, foul-smelling liquid gushed violently from the mantis beast's eye, splattering everywhere. It emitted an ear-piercing shriek, the huge scythe flailing wildly in agony, losing all precision and control. Teach grew more courageous in battle, his metallic claws leaving afterimages as they relentlessly targeted the joints and weak spots of the other intact mantis beast. Each vicious attack sent shards of broken exoskeleton and splattered dark green blood flying. Lewis watched the bloody melee with indifference. Teach's brutal fighting style, almost savoring the violence, stirred not the slightest ripple in his heart. He had no intention of intervening. Finish this quickly and catch up with us later. Before his words faded, Lewis' figure dashed through the chaotic and bloody battlefield. Alone, he descended into the unfathomable depths of the massive crack. His figure soon vanished into the thick darkness. Teach caught a glimpse of Lewis departing back. He grinned wide, revealing a fierce smile. His offensive suddenly became even more frenzied and reckless. Haha, Lewis is always so impatient. Let me have some fun with you guys. He aimed to quickly deal with the two pesky watchdogs. Then he would catch up to Lewis and see for himself what the so-called core treasure truly was. In the depths of the crack, the light was rapidly dimming to the naked eye. Lewis ventured deeper into the shadowy rift. The sweet and foul stench in the air grew increasingly intense, nearly making him gag. Heavy humidity enveloped his body. The rocks beneath his feet became exceptionally slippery. A thick layer of viscous liquid coated the ground and walls, exuding a strange odor. On the rock walls, numerous tiny holes were faintly visible, densely packed. As he ventured further in, vague engravings began to appear on the walls of the passage. These were twisted patterns carved by some sharp claws. On the ground, large beast bones, completely stripped clean, began to litter the area. Moreover, Lewis even discovered some unmistakably human skeletons. The stark white bones were covered with fine and deep bite marks. A faint rustling sound echoed from deeper within the crack. The sound was intricate and complex. It resembled countless tiny insects rubbing against their hardened shells. These sounds coalesced into a disquieting, low-frequency hum. Lewis' observation Haki distinctly sensed a vast number of chaotic and mixed life forms ahead. As he pressed on, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A massive underground cavity appeared before Lewis without warning. Hundreds of thousands of varying-sized flesh cocoons hung densely from the towering ceiling of the cavity. These cocoons exhibited a bizarre, translucent quality. Their surfaces wriggled slightly, as if possessing life. They hung upside down, resembling countless giant insect eggs. More unsettlingly, through the translucent walls of the cocoons, one could faintly discern a curled-up human silhouette within each. At the very center of the cavity stood a massive throne constructed from countless twisted pale bones and congealed dark viscous liquid. On the throne sat a tall and alluring female figure, her back towards the entrance, quietly seated. Her body curved exquisitely, delineating breathtaking arcs. However, the aura emanating from her enchanting figure was not one of warmth, but rather an overwhelming chill. Even though she sat with her back turned, it was as if she comprehended everything. She slightly tilted her head. Then a light laugh echoed throughout the vast cave. The laughter initially sounded languid, laced with a raspy magnetism, but the trailing sound unnaturally elongated, morphing into a subtle, yet clear hissing. That was the sound of insects. Another strong male. Her voice resonated within the cave. Just in time, my children. They are hungry. Before her words faded, the closest suspended flesh cocoons began to convulse violently. Thud, thud, thud. A series of spine-chilling explosions followed in quick succession. Foul-smelling, thick, dark green liquid splattered everywhere like a torrential downpour, drenching the walls and ground. Immediately after, several distorted monsters struggled out from the ruptured cocoons, letting out deafening roars. They vaguely retained the outline of human torsos, while their limbs had fully mutated into sharp appendages. Their faces had long lost any semblance of humanity, with grotesque mandibles snapping wildly, revealing the interlaced sharp teeth inside. Pairs of compound eyes shining with a hungry red light locked onto Lewis' figure, with no hint of human emotion, only the primal desire to hunt. A piercing shriek erupted from their throats, converging into a chaotic wave of sound. They hesitated not for a moment, using all four limbs to pounce towards Lewis at a speed beyond reason.